Dark Demon. Dark Series, Book 16. By Christine Feehan. Part 1. 1. Natalya Shovari drew the pair of black leather trousers up over her legs and settled them on her hips where they molded to her body. Leather helped prevent injury during battles, and she was certain she would be running into trouble tonight. As she pulled on the soft leather camisole, she glanced around the meticulously clean room she'd rented. The inn was small, but colorful, with tapestries on the walls and bright patterned covers decorating the bed. Her weapons were laid out with great care over the beautifully woven quilt. She began to slip various weapons into the specially made compartments and loops in her leather pants. Throwing stars with razor-sharp edges. Several knives. A belt that provided her with room for more weapons, and extra clips for the twin guns she fit snugly into the harness under each arm. She put on one of her new peasant blouses and donned the brightly colored fur vest the local women wore for warmth, effectively hiding her arsenal. The long skirt not only hid the leather pants, but also helped her to blend into the local population. She'd chosen a colorful one, rather than the severe black kind the older women often wore, and tied a scarf over her tawny hair to further disguise herself. Satisfied she looked as much like a local as possible, she shoved 2 Amos sticks into the well-worn loops on her backpack and opened the doors to the balcony. She had deliberately chosen a room on the 2nd floor. Her many enemies would find it difficult to approach unnoticed, while she could escape easily to the ground below or go up and over the roof. Natalya rested her hands on the balcony rail and leaned out to survey the countryside. The small village was nestled at the bottom of one of the tall jagged peaks that formed the formidable Carpathian Mountains. Numerous small farms were scattered across the green, rolling hills. Stacks of hay dotted the meadows and led the way up the mountain to the timberline. Above the heavy forest were rocky peaks, still glistening with snow. She felt as if she'd stepped back in time with the simple homes and the rustic way of life, yet she felt as if she'd come home. And that was truly odd. She had no home. Natalya sighed and closed her eyes briefly. More than anything in the world, she envied these people their families. Their laughter and children, and the love shining in their eyes and on their faces. She longed to belong somewhere. Be needed by someone. To be treasured by one single person. Just to be able to truly be who she was, share a real conversation. Her fingers found deep grooves in the railing, and she found herself rubbing the polished wood, the pads of her fingers stroking along the grooves almost in a caress. Startled, she examined the scores in the hardwood. It looked as if a large bird had dug talons deep into the railing, although the marks were old and the innkeepers kept the intricately carved balcony polished and free of splinters. She inhaled the night air and stared up toward the top of the mountain. Somewhere up there was her goal. She had no idea what drove her to come to this particular spot, but she trusted her instincts. She needed to climb to the top and find whatever it was that wouldn't let go of her. Thick mist hid the mountaintop, enveloping the peak in an impenetrable cloud. Whether the cloud was natural condensation or a preternatural warning made no difference. She had no choice but to climb the mountain. The compulsion driving her was far too strong to ignore. Natalya took a last look toward the swirling white mists and headed back into her room. There was no point in putting it off. She'd spent the last week mingling with the people in the village, establishing friendships with a few of the women and getting a feel for the area. She found she needed human companionship, although her life was very solitary. She enjoyed the time spent with the local women and had gleaned quite a bit of information from them, but she was always saddened that her friendships could never go beyond the surface. It made for a lonely life, and she yearned to belong somewhere, to let someone like the innkeeper, Slavica Ostoich, know who and what she was, just so Natalya could have the luxury of being honest with someone she truly liked. The hallway and stairs were narrow, leading to the sitting room below. The room opened into the dining hall on one end and a bar on the other. Many of the locals drank beer in the evening and visited together after a hard day's work. She waved to 2 or 3 people she recognized, her gaze automatically scanning the rooms, noting exits, windows, and above all, new faces. Several men sitting at the bar glanced at her. She cataloged the lined faces, the friendly smiles and assessing glances, filed them away just in case she met up with them again. One pair of eyes flicked over her face, giving her pause. The perusal was quick, but it was thorough. He was reading her in the same way she was reading him. He certainly noticed the backpack with the double Amos sticks and her ornate walking stick. Natalya turned away with a quick smile for the owner of the inn, grateful she could make her exit gracefully. If there was a sentry watching, she didn't want him to know her plans. Slavica. She took the innkeeper's hands in hers. Thank you so much for the wonderful meal. She spoke in English because Slavica worked hard to perfect her language skills and always practiced. Deliberately, she led the woman away from the bar to a more secluded spot in the sitting room where prying ears would not be able to overhear their conversation. I'm heading up into the mountains and I'm often gone for days at a time while exploring. Don't worry about me. I'll return eventually. Give me a week at least before you panic. Slavica shook her head. It is after sunset, Natalya. Here in the mountains and forests there can be, she hesitated, searching for the right word, unrest. It's better if you explore during the day when the sun is bright and there are people around you. She looked up and met her husband's eyes across the room and smiled. Natalya instantly felt a pang of envy. She loved to watch the innkeeper with her husband, Mirko, and their daughter, Angelina, together. Their love for one another was always so obvious in the small little glances they exchanged and their many touches as they brushed by one another when they worked. I've gone out every evening and you've never objected, Natalya reminded her. And nearly all of those times were after sunset. Slavica gave her a faint smile. I feel the difference tonight. I know you will think I'm superstitious, but something is not right this evening and it is better you stay here with us. She patted Natalya's arm. There is much to do here. Mirko will play chess with you. He is quite good. Or I will teach you more about the local herbs and how to use them to heal. Slavica was a trained nurse and renowned for her healing skills throughout the district and for her knowledge of the local healing herbs and how to use them. The subject fascinated Natalya and she enjoyed spending time in Slavica's company while the woman imparted her knowledge. Natalya shook her head, regret lingering in her heart. Slavica was the kind of woman that made her ache to be part of a family and community. Thank you, Slavica, but I have protection. She pulled the cross hanging on the thin silver chain from where it was hidden beneath her shirt. I appreciate your concern, but I'll be fine. Slavica started to protest, but stopped herself, pressing her lips together firmly. She simply shook her head. I know what I'm doing, Natalya assured her. I'm going to slip out through the kitchen if you don't mind. I've got food and drink enough for several days, and I'll be back in the middle of next week if not sooner. Slavica walked with her through the dining room. Natalya risked another glance at the man sitting at the bar talking to Mirko. He seemed absorbed in the conversation, but she didn't trust him. He had shown interest in her, and it wasn't the interest of a man looking for a woman. She had no idea what it was, but she wasn't going to take any chances. She gave a small nod toward the man. Who is he? I haven't seen him in here before. He travels through this way many times on business. Slavica's expression gave nothing away. He's very quiet and I don't know what his business is. Is he married? The innkeeper looked alarmed. This man is not for you, Natalya. He is welcome here as all travelers are, but he is not for you. Natalya didn't dare risk another glance in the man's direction. He was far too observant, and she didn't want to draw his attention. She walked through the dining room into the small kitchen. There was the inevitable sheep's cheese and baskets of potatoes. Don't worry, I'm not looking for a man. I have seen the yearning on your face and in your eyes when you look at children. When you see married couples, Slavica said gently. You wish for a family of your own. Natalya shrugged carelessly, avoiding the other woman's gaze, not wanting to see the compassion she knew would be there. Was she becoming that obvious? When had it become so difficult for her to hide her feelings beneath her carefully cultivated flip personality? I like traveling. I wouldn't want to be tied down. It was a blatant lie, and for the first time in her life, she knew she had given herself away. It is natural to want a family and a man for yourself. I waited to find the right one, Slavica counseled. Even when my parents and neighbors thought I was too old and would never find him, I thought it better to wait than to make a mistake and tie myself to someone I didn't want to spend my life with. I waited for Mirko, and it was the right thing to do. We have a beautiful daughter and this place, and that is enough. We're happy together. You understand, Natalya? Don't give yourself away to just any man because you think time is running out. Natalya nodded solemnly. I understand and agree completely. I'm not feeling desperate to find a man, far from it. I'll see you soon. She pushed open the kitchen door, gave a cheery wave toward the frowning innkeeper, and hurried out into the night. After the warmth of the inn, the air outside was cold, but she was prepared for that. She walked briskly along the narrow road leading toward the mountain trail. An empty horse cart passed her, and she called out asking for a ride. The farmer hesitated and then stopped for her. Natalya caught up the hem of her skirt and ran to catch up before he could change his mind. Most of the locals used the horse carts rather than cars. They were simple vehicles, a wagon on tires pulled by 1 or 2 horses. They were used for everything from transportation to hauling great sheaves of hay. Thank you, sir, she said as she tossed in her walking stick and climbed aboard. She settled herself toward the back of the cart, not wanting to make the farmer more uncomfortable than he already seemed to be hauling a strange woman around. To her surprise, he spoke. Most of the older married men were quite reserved around younger, single women. What are you doing out this late? The sun has gone down. He glanced nervously around him. Yes, it has, she agreed, avoiding the question. You're out late as well. It isn't good, he said. Not this night. He kept his voice very low. The concern in his tone was unmistakable. Better you should allow my wife and I to put you up for the night. Or I could take you to the inn. He was looking up at the moon, at the clouds swirling over it, partially blocking the light, and it was clear he didn't want to turn back. He shook the reins to speed the horse up. Natalya glanced up at the sky and the boiling clouds that had not been there minutes before. The heavy mist obscuring the top of the mountains spread like bony fingers, reaching up toward the moon and lower for the forest. Lightning edged the mist in golden arcs. Thunder rumbled in the distance, centered mainly over the mountain. She slid her hand inside her fur vest and touched the handle of her gun. The weather changed fast this evening. And it wasn't natural. It happens that way in the mountains, the farmer said, clucking at the horse with urgency. It's best to take cover until things settle down. Natalya didn't reply. She had to get to the top of the mountain. Had spies let her enemies know she was close? Were they waiting for her? She turned her attention to the countryside passing by so quickly. Was there movement in the shadows? If so, she had to lead trouble away from the farmer. They had traveled far past the perimeters of the village and well out into the rolling hills where farms dotted the landscape. She stayed alert, watching for signs of an impending attack, her senses flaring out into the night, reaching for information. She inhaled, taking the night air deep into her lungs, working to unravel the stories the wind brought her. The wind carried the stench of evil, the whisper of movement in the forest, the scent of wolves, restless beneath the moon. Her chin lifted. So be it. She didn't go looking for fights. She was, in fact, usually the first to walk away, but she was tired of being pursued, of looking over her shoulder every minute of every day. If they wanted to fight, she had come prepared, because this time she wasn't going to turn away. The fanner pulled the cart onto a narrow lane. The horse slowed to make the sharp turn and Natalya jumped off, waving at the farmer as she hurried away. He called out to her, but she kept going, walking briskly up the hillside toward the timberline. The moment she was certain she was out of the farmer's sight, she stripped off the brightly colored skirt and blouse, folding them along with the scarf and tucking them into her backpack. The double Amos sticks went into loops at the back of her belt for easy retrieval. Her entire demeanor changed as she gripped the familiar walking stick. She strode with tremendous confidence, weaving in and out of the hay sheaves until she was clear of the farms. A walking path led up the mountain, a trail for goats, not humans, but she took it because it was the most direct approach. She crossed through a field of alpine flowers, the blossoms everywhere as she pushed through the high grasses toward the slope of timber. The moon was almost completely hidden by the darkening clouds, and the closer she got to the forest, the louder the thunder boomed. Flowers and grass gave way to bushes and scrub. Large boulders dotted the slope. A few hardier flowers had managed to find their way into the crevices. The trees were small and very scraggly, but as she wound her way through 2 more switchbacks, the vegetation changed completely, growing fuller and taller. Natalya had studied the Carpathian Mountains. She knew the range was one of Europe's largest homes for carnivores, rich with brown bear, wolves, and lynx. The mountains stretched across 7 countries in Central Europe, and the heavily wooded forests were one of the last refuges left to Europe's rare and nearly extinct birds and larger predators. Although home to millions of people, the Carpathian Mountains boasted huge tracts of land that remained utterly wild and dangerous. She paused to examine the pristine forests surrounding her. The area received twice the rainfall of surrounding regions, and the amazing forests and green hills gave evidence of the amount of water that fed the river systems below. The vivid colors of green drew her into the coolness of the forest almost as a compulsion would. Why did she know this place? How had she dreamt of it? How did she know that when she took the path on her left, which was no more than a deer path, it would lead her deep into the interior, and she would find the faint trail that would take her to the very top of the mountains, right up into the swirling mists where few people ventured to go. She moved fast along the path, using a light, ground-eating jog that took her through the brush quickly. She had to make it to the top of the mountain and find the entrance to the caves before sunup. The forest grew more dense, the plants more exotic and lush as she hurried through the seemingly impenetrable trees. Swaying branches interlocked overhead, blocking most of the moonlight. Natalya had no problem seeing where she was going. In addition to excellent night vision, she'd always had a sense of radar that prevented her from running into obstacles. She moved through the forest swiftly, but with instinctive caution, fully alert, aware of the smallest of rustlings, the silence of insects, and the faintest of scents that would indicate she wasn't alone. Her mouth went suddenly dry and her heart rate increased. The hairs on the back of her neck prickled with unease. She was being stalked. Behind her, shadows slipped around the trees in an effort to surround her. Natalya continued jogging at the same steady pace. As she ran, she transferred her grip on the walking stick to the familiar grooves at the top of it in preparation for a fight. The first wolf sprang at her out of the cover of brush as she crossed a small stream. Natalya didn't slow down, but met the charge with a practiced swing of the thick walking stick. The crack was audible. The wolf yelped and leapt back as she swept past. She whirled around, drawing the sword smoothly from the stick and casting the deceptive sheath aside to face the wolf. "If you wish to fight me, brother, do so. I have places to go and you are delaying my travel." She murmured the words aloud as she glided toward the animal, deliberately stepping into the wind so it could carry her scent to the pack. The wolf sniffed the air and backed up, suddenly wary. The pack members milled around in confusion. Natalya growled low in her throat, the warning of a wild, dangerous animal. Her vivid green eyes began to swirl with intense blue, going almost opaque as she bared her teeth at the pack. Streaks of midnight black and bright orange, almost red, banded through her hair. The wolves broke off, loping away from her. Only the alpha female looked back, snarling and showing her displeasure at the unfamiliar scent. Natalya hissed a warning and the female fled after the pack. "Yeah, that's what I thought," Natalya called after them, sliding the sword back into the scabbard. She waited to make certain the wolves were gone before continuing up the mountainside, moving steadily toward her goal. She cleared a downed tree covered with moss and fern and slid to an abrupt halt as a man sauntered out from behind a tree directly in front of her. He was tall with dark hair, very handsome, his shoulders wide and his smile dazzling. Natalya scanned the area with every sense on high alert. He wasn't alone, she was certain of it. She dropped her pack on the ground and smiled at the man. "I expected you a good hour ago." He bowed from the waist. "I am sorry to be late then, lady. I arrived here to prepare for your coming." He opened his arms wide to encompass the area around them. "It wasn't necessary to dress in your Sunday best," Natalya said. "Although the alternative is rather disgusting." A flicker of anger rippled across the man's face, but he hung onto his smile. His teeth weren't so white and appeared pointy and sharp. "Please put down your stick. Do you think I'm going to make it easy on you? I'm not really happy with you, Freddy boy. This time the anger stayed. Brown stains appeared on his teeth. I am not Freddy. Who is Freddy? My name is Henrik. You don't get out much, do you? Haven't you ever watched the late-night movies? Freddy's a regular star. A very ugly mass murderer, much like yourself. I really don't care what your name is. I care that you persist in following me, and I'm damn tired of it. So take your best shot, Freddy boy, and let's get it over. Henrik's breath came out in a long hiss of anger. You will learn respect. Not bothering with a retort, Natalya launched her attack, freeing her sword as she sprang at him. The sword arced through the air, slicing toward his neck. Henrik dissolved into vapor, streaming away from her, a shriek of rage echoing through the forest. He faced her several yards away. His thick black hair was gone to be replaced by long white, very disheveled strands. I should have known you'd be a sissy. Vampires are supposed to be such badasses, but you're all such babies. You wanted a fight. Natalya continued to goad him. I've got things to do tonight. I don't have time to play your little games with you. You go too far. I don't care what the order is. I'm going to kill you, the vampire snarled. She smirked at him, giving a small salute. Nice to know you can think for yourself. I thought your puppet master had you too well trained for free thinking. The branch above her head cracked and broke off, rocketing toward her head like a missile. Natalya leapt forward, going on the offensive, ramming the sword straight at Henrik's chest. The branch slammed into the ground exactly where she'd been standing. The vampire parried the sword away with a sweep of his arm. He was enormously strong, and the contact sent violent vibrations up and down her arm so that for a moment everything went numb and the sword slid out of her hand. She kept moving, spinning nearly in midair, already reaching for her guns. She drew both, rapidly firing as she raced at him, the bullets slamming into him repeatedly, driving him backwards away from her. Henrik jerked with each bullet, staggering, but staying upright. As she reached arm's distance, she holstered one gun and drew a knife, holding it low, close to her body as she drove toward him. He attempted to shift shape, reaching for her with contorting arms and clawed hands. She drove the knife into his chest, deep into his heart, and leapt away to keep the blood from touching her skin. She'd learned from experience it burned like acid. She'd also learned vampires could rise again and again. She whirled around and raced for her sword. The wind rushed over her, a whirling eddy of leaves and twigs. Wings beat strongly above her head and talons materialized out of the sky, dropping at an alarming rate of speed straight toward her eyes. Natalya dove for the ground in a rolling somersault, coming up on one knee, guns in both hands, tracking the huge bird. It had already dissolved into mist. The droplets shimmered and began to take the shape of a human. She waited. It was impossible to kill a vampire without form. Already Henrik was stirring, tugging at the knife buried in his heart. He called weakly to the new arrival. She heaved a sigh. Die already. Sheesh, the least you could do is put yourself out of your misery and get it over. Good evening, Natalya. The voice was hypnotic, almost mesmerizing. Well, if it isn't my good friend Arturo. Natalya faced the vampire with a false smile. How nice to see you again. It's been a long time. She gestured with her gun toward the writhing vampire. Your little sissy partner is making so much noise. Would you mind finishing him off so we can talk without the background music? If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a whiny vampire. Deliberately, she continued to goad Henrik, knowing the angrier the vampire, the more mistakes they made in battle. You haven't changed much. I've gotten meaner. She shrugged and grinned at the newcomer. I'm losing my tolerance for your kind. Arturo glanced at the bleeding vampire clawing at the ground. I see that. He is rather loud, isn't he? He walked over and yanked the knife from his partner's heart and tossed it aside, nudging the vampire with his toe contemptuously. Get up, Henrik. Henrik managed to stagger into a standing position. He shrieked and hissed, spittle and blood running down his face. I'm going to kill you, he snapped, glaring at Natalya. Do shut up, Natalya said. You're becoming so repetitive. You will not escape this time, Arturo said. You cannot best Henrik, me, and the wolves. Do you hear them? They're on their way to assist us. You take all the fun out of fighting because you never fight fair, Natalya complained. You have no honor. Arturo smiled at her with his perfect white teeth. What is honor after all, Natalya? It is worth nothing. Vikirnoff Von Shrieder knew the moment he entered the heavy woods that something evil waited there. The warning came in the silence of the forest, the way the earth shuddered and the trees cringed. Not a single living creature moved. It mattered little. He was a hunter and he expected danger to find him. It was his accepted way of life and had been for centuries. He took a step and stopped abruptly as the grass shivered beneath his feet. He looked down, half expecting to see the stalks shrivel. Was the forest shrinking from direct contact with him? Had it sensed the darkness shadowing him with every step, with each breath he took? Nature could very well be naming him monster, vampire, a Carpathian male who had deliberately chosen to give up his soul for the momentary rush of power and emotion a kill while feeding brought. It was a choice, wasn't it? Had he made a decision and was no longer aware of whether he was good or evil? Was there even such a thing? The thought should have distressed him, but it didn't. He felt nothing at all even as he contemplated the idea that he was no longer fully a Carpathian male, that the predator in him had consumed all but some small spark left in his soul. He dropped to his knees, his hands digging through layers of leaves and twigs covering the forest floor and plunging deep into the rich, dark soil beneath. He lifted his face to the night sky. "Susu," he whispered aloud. "I am home." His native language rolled off his tongue naturally, his accent thicker than usual, as if somehow by just being in the Carpathian Mountains, he could go back in time. After so many centuries of exile and service to his people, he had finally returned to his birthplace. He knelt in utter silence, waiting for something. Anything. Some flicker of emotion or remembrance. He expected the soil to bring peace, to bring him serenity, to bring him something, but there was the same barren void he woke to every rising. Nothing. He felt absolutely nothing. He bowed his head and sank back on his heels, looking around him. What he wanted or even needed, he didn't know, but there was no flood of emotion. No elation. No disappointment. Not even despair. The forest looked bleak and gray with twisted, malevolent shadows waiting for him. The endless cycle of his life remained. Kill or be killed. Hunger was ever present now, a soft, seductive whisper in his mind. The call to power, to salvation, and false though he knew it to be, it had gained strength with every rising. He had fought battles, far too many to count, destroying old friends, men he respected and admired, watching the fall of his people, and all for what? "Tell me the reason," he whispered to the night. "Let me understand the complete waste of my life." Had he fed this night? He tried to recall the occasion of his wakening, but it seemed too much trouble. Surely he hadn't taken a life while feeding. Was this how it happened then? Was there no real choice, but a slow indifference pervading one's mind until one kill ran into another? Until one feeding became mixed with a kill and his indifference became the weapon of his own destruction? He looked toward the south where he knew the prince of his people resided. The wind began to pick up speed and strength, rushing through the forest in a southerly direction. Honor is a damnable trait and one that may not last eternity. Vikirnoff murmured the words with a small sigh as he rose to his full height and drew back his long hair, securing it at the nape of his neck with a leather tie. Did he still have his honor? After centuries of battling to keep his word, had the crouching beast at last consumed him? The leaves on the trees closest to him began to tremble and the branches swayed with alarm. He was a Carpathian male, born into an ancient race now on the brink of extinction. They had few women, so all-important to the males and the preservation of life. Two halves of the same whole, darkness ruled the males while light dwelt within the females. Without women to anchor them, the males were falling into the greedy jaws of their own demons. Vikirnoff coexisted with humans, living among them, trying to maintain honor and discipline in a world where he no longer saw in color or felt even the slightest of emotions. After 200 years, his feelings had faded, and over the long endless centuries the dark predator in him had grown strong and powerful. Only faded memories of laughter and love sustained him, and then only through his link with Nikolai, his brother. Now, that too was gone, with Nikolai and Ocean away. Vikirnoff had lived too long and become far too dangerous. His fighting skills were superb, honed and sharpened in the too numerous encounters with those of his kind who had chosen to give up their souls for the momentary illusion of power, or more likely, more tragically, for a brief moment of feeling. He felt as if he were single-handedly destroying his own race. So many deaths. So many lost friends. For what? He asked aloud. Mori? He whispered again in his own language. He deliberately used his own ancient tongue to recall his duty, his promises to his prince. He had volunteered to be sent out into the world. It was his choice. Always his choice. Free will. But he was no longer free. He was so close to being the very thing he hunted, he almost couldn't separate the two. The ground rolled gently beneath his feet, and the night sky rumbled a menacing warning. Somewhere ahead of him was his quarry, a blue-eyed woman who he had pursued across an ocean. Between the woman and Vikirnoff was a vampire, or perhaps more than one. Vikirnoff pulled the photograph of his quarry from its place close to his heart. He saw only in shades of gray, yet he had known she had eyes as blue as the sea, and Nikolai told him her hair appeared midnight black. Blue like the nearly forgotten ice lakes of his homeland. The various shades of blue in the skies overhead. He had thought, hoped, that perhaps knowing instinctively that small detail meant he was pursuing his life mate. The other half of his soul, light to his darkness, the one woman who could restore the lost colors and most of all, his ability to feel something. Anything at all. That hope, too, had faded over time, leaving the world a bleak, ugly place. The air charged with electricity, crackling and snapping along with the building thunder. Cloud formations built in the sky, great towers churning upward. He drew the pad of his thumb in a small unconscious caress over the picture of the woman, as he had done so many times before. He had dreams, of course, of the perfect Carpathian life mate. A woman with this face, those eyes, a woman who would do as he bid, see to his happiness while he ensured hers. Life would be peaceful and serene and filled with joy and, most of all, emotion. He slipped the photograph back inside his shirt, over his heart, where it would be protected. He couldn't even sigh with regret. He didn't feel regret or despair. Just the endless emptiness. You have to stop. The words swirled in his mind, a telepathic link of unexpected strength. Your emotions are so incredibly strong I can't imagine how you don't recognize they exist. You're devastating me, ripping my heart out. I can't afford this right now. Control your emotions or get the hell far away from me. The feminine voice swirled in his mind, slid over and into his body, invaded his heart and lungs and rushed through his bloodstream with the raging force of a firestorm. For nearly 2,000 years he had existed in the gray shadows, feeling nothing at all. He had lived in an endless, starkly barren world without desire or rage or affection. In that one moment, everything changed. His mind was instant chaos. Colors blinded him, running together in vivid, dazzling streaks his eyes and mind could barely accept. His stomach churned and rolled as he fought to maintain alertness when the very ground beneath his feet swelled and buckled. A floodgate opened, and where before there had been nothing, now there was everything, a wild jumble of every emotion with his tremendous strength and power feeding the chaos. The trees nearest him split in two, the sound horrendous as trunks hit the ground, shaking the earth. A rift opened in the ground close to him, followed by a second jagged tear and then another. The rocks shifted and buckled, and another row of trees split and flattened. The demon in him lifted its head and roared for release, tearing at him with great claws, fighting for the freedom to abandon honor and go after the one thing that belonged solely to him. His savior. Or maybe she was his damnation. His incisors lengthened and his blood was so hot he feared he might burst into flame. Oh my God, you're one of them. Terror made her voice tremble. Just as he had shared his loneliness, pain and sorrow with her, he shared his darkness and the terrible intensity of overwhelming emotions. She felt his edgy need for violence. The rush the kill provided. The primitive, raw, sexual hunger that ruled his body and mixed with the possessive lust to claim her. She shared it all with him, not only the wild elation, but every fierce need and desire pouring into his body. Every questioning of his life, the gradual need to hunt and kill. The madness of his beast rising and fighting to get loose, to be unleashed for the sole purpose of getting to her. Fear hit him, great waves nearly amounting to terror, just as quickly building into resolve. The emotions were so strong his stomach rolled. It took a moment before he realized her feelings were pouring into him with every bit of strength as his own. He touched the stream of feminine passion and found power. She would fight. Surrounded, she had no choice but to fight and win. The fear was banished, the terror gone. She would defeat whoever came at her because it was the only way left to her to survive. Vikirnoff closed himself off from her, abruptly halting the sharing of the storm of emotions breaking through him. He searched for a mental path, a trail that would lead him back to the woman. She belonged to him. No other. Not another Carpathian. Not the vampires on her trail. She was his. He would have her, or many human and Carpathian alike would die. Taking a deep breath to restore his control, Vikirnoff lifted his head slowly and looked around him. The forest seemed to expand and grow and glitter with brilliance, even in the dark of night, as if he had taken a strong hallucinogenic. Above his head the clouds were black with wrath, edged with nickering white-hot lightning. Twisting tendrils of fog snaked through the trees and gathered along the ground. Vikirnoff remained still, allowing his experience as a hunter to guide him, rather than following the dictates of his chaotic mind. He waited, sorting through the frenzied sensations, waiting for calm before taking action. All the while he savored the sound of her voice. The path leading back to her was subtle, almost too subtle to follow. It was puzzling. She was Carpathian, yet not Carpathian. She was human, yet not human. He felt the whisper of power in her voice, the subtle push, when she tried to force obedience. She had tried to force his obedience. He took another deep breath, inhaling to take air deep into his lungs, but most of all to find her scent. 2. Natalya swiped at the empathetic tears clouding her vision. Her heart pounded in terror, but she set her teeth grimly. She could kill Henrik, and she might even best Arturo. She could even get away from the wolves, but she had just touched a being so powerful she never wanted to tangle with him. At the first touch, she thought him a hunter, one of those who had killed her twin brother, and was hunting her. But his emotions had been so sad, so despairing, he'd nearly torn her heart out. She had never experienced such a strong connection before. She hadn't meant for him to hear her protest. She had no idea how they were on the same mental path to share such intense emotions, but she didn't want to stick around to find out how it had happened. She'd never been bombarded with such an overwhelming explosion of feelings before. His feelings. Lust and possession. Elation and relief. All superseded by the overwhelming need to kill. She needed to escape fast before whomever, she had accidentally touched psychically tracked her down. "Look who's crying now," Henrik sneered. "I knew you were all talk." "That's right, Freddy boy, I like to talk," Natalya agreed as she directed 3 throwing knives in rapid succession at him. Each scored a hit, burying deeply all the way to the hilt, one in the heart, one in the throat, and one in the mouth. "But, as I've already said, I hate to listen to whiners." Henrik dropped to the ground again, howling and writhing, clawing great holes in the soil, his blood withering the vegetation in a broad circle around him. Arturo sighed. "That wasn't nice, Natalya. He's going to be much more difficult to control. I don't want you dead, and he'll insist." Natalya glanced into the darkened interior of the forest. So far it had just been too easy. Neither vampire was trying to kill her. Her last few encounters with the undead had been strange in that none of them seemed willing to kill her. It gave her a distinct advantage in battle, but it boded ill for her future. She had discovered some years earlier that they were hunting her for a purpose she couldn't fathom, and they were very persistent in their pursuit of her. "I don't think you really need him, Arturo," she said. "He's rather a pathetic fellow, don't you think?" "But a useful sacrifice," Arturo pointed out. Natalya was having trouble with her vision. Colors ran together, vivid and brilliant in spite of the darkening clouds spinning around the moon. The leaves glittered silver, dazzling her eyes so that when she launched her attack at Arturo, she was slightly off in her depth perception. She couldn't afford to wait. It was obvious Arturo was using Henrik as a stall tactic, waiting for reinforcements, and she knew the hunter was coming. Out of necessity, she went for the kill, somersaulting through the air, only bearing the knife concealed in her hand at the last second, as she plunged it straight for Arturo's chest. He leapt to the side, so that she sliced a long thin cut across his shoulder and arm. As she sprang past him, Arturo whipped his other arm around and slammed talons into her side, raking deep. Pain blossomed, low and deep and bone-jarring. Vikirnoff looked down, shocked to see blood seeping from a gaping wound. He pressed his hand over his side, eyes glowing a hot red, fangs bursting into his mouth. He growled low in his throat, already shifting shape, taking the form of an owl. As his muscles popped, sinews crackled, and then the pain vanished. He glanced down again, and there was no blood. None. His clothes, his skin, and, as he completed the change, his iridescent feathers, were immaculate. He had thought the danger she had sensed was within him, that her resolve had been to fight him. Something else, something evil and cunning, had led them both into a trap, and she had paid a terrible price. If it wasn't his blood, his pain, there was only one other it could belong to. The vampire he had detected earlier wasn't between them, it had already found her. Somewhere ahead of him, his life-mate was fighting for her life. Deep within the form of the owl, Vikirnoff threw back his head and roared with rage. He raced through the trees, powerful wings flapping hard, skimming the edge of branches, a suicide run through the dense trees. He maneuvered more by instinct than by sight, staying low in the thick canopy. He sensed the disturbance increasing and slowed to a more acceptable speed, moving the way an owl would naturally among the branches of the trees and gaining more height to spot prey. Below him, he sighted movement, dark shapes slipping silently through the trees, sliding from one shadow to the next. The wild scent of wolf mingled with the sweet aroma of blood. Directly below was a thicket of dense shrubbery surrounded by groves of trees. The branches interlocked, providing a seemingly impenetrable canopy. He dropped lower as he slipped between the branches, making his body smaller, uncaring that the use of power might give away his presence. He could see a vampire writhing on the ground, growling and cursing and swearing vengeance as it attempted to remove several knives from its body. Vikirnoff knew his life-mate was in that thicket of trees. Every protective instinct rose up, every possessive Carpathian trait existing in him, his imprinted instincts all told him she was there. He just couldn't see her. Movement attracted his eye. Vikirnoff settled the owl's body silently onto a thick, twisted branch high above the ground, folding his wings and watching for movement below him. A shadowy form separated itself from a gnarled trunk and slithered along the rich vegetation, ignoring the shriveling leaves and blackened grasses as it glided into a cleared space in the center of the trees. "You have been wounded. Let me give you aid." The shadow raised his head, taking on a more substantial form as he sniffed the air. "The scent of blood is so intoxicating." Even the sharp eyes of the owl didn't spot the woman until she moved. She seemed to emerge from the very trees, her body difficult to make out with the bands of light spilling from the moon. Clouds spun overhead, shifting the light continually, casting stripes across her. Vikirnoff held his breath as she went from complete stillness to a fluid motion, taking several steps away from the trees toward her shadowy opponent. This then was his life-mate. Natalya Shovari, the woman he had crossed an ocean to find. She seemed to glow, golden streaks of colors flashing off her hair, black, orange, even platinum. Her eyes, her all-important eyes, were no longer blue, but opalescent, a swirling mixture of vibrant colors as turbulent and wild as the raw power emanating from her. Energy crackled around her, and the vaporous fog rising from the forest floor churned with renewed vigor, as if by her presence, new life was feeding the grayish mist. She was dazzling. Vikirnoff stared at her, unable to look away even though the vivid colors hurt his eyes. He had never seen such raw power springing to life. She looked fragile in stillness, yet when she moved, muscles slid suggestively beneath her golden skin. It was how she moved, so fluid, like water over rock, her small form erect, unbending in the face of her enemy. She was exotic and beautiful to him and wholly regal. In spite of the red stains spreading across her side, her gaze remained fixed on the vampire, an unwavering, focused stare, uncannily like that of a wild predator. Behold, there she stands, life-mate to Vikirnoff. The awe and splendor of her astonished him. His lungs burned and his throat felt raw. His body flooded with heat and every muscle seized with desire. He couldn't separate lust from rage or joy from the need to kill those threatening her. He felt almost dizzy with the combination and intensity of his unfamiliar feelings. Vikirnoff knew he could no longer afford the chaotic emotions. It was that simple. He was a hunter and he had a battle in front of him. He was useless in the state he was in. More than useless, he was dangerous not only to himself but to his life mate. He called on his years of service, years of experience in battle, and centered himself, reached deep to find the eye in the center of the storm, to find the man he had always been, a man short on speech, but long on action when there was need. A man ruled by logic and duty and honor. He waited until the emotional storm subsided and he was once more balanced and in control before he allowed his gaze to dwell on his life mate. Natalya's starkly focused stare shifted, a quick, restless movement sliding around her surroundings in a sweep. She inhaled and her gaze touched briefly on Vikirnoff's all form before sliding past to observe the gathering shapes slinking through the trees in a loose ring around her. Arturo inclined his head towards her. "You are bleeding. I do not wish you harm. Rather, I need you to perform a small task for me, and then I will allow you to go free." He swept his arms out from his side in a gesture encompassing the entire forest. "You cannot hope to get away. You are surrounded by those I command, and they will cause great damage to you should you try to leave. Come. Be reasonable and come to me." He opened his arms wide to draw her in. His voice was mesmerizing, beautiful, almost sing-song. He looked a young, handsome man, nearly as beguiling as Natalya. Vikirnoff recognized the strong hidden compulsion in the vampire's voice. He studied the face. It was an illusion, of course, as most masks a vampire chose to wear were, but it was a face Vikirnoff recognized. Arturo had once been a hunter of the very thing he had become. Vikirnoff could only hope Arturo had recently turned and did not have centuries of wielding evil behind him. "How many times must we do this, Arturo?" There was a deliberate contemptuous challenge in Natalya's voice. "I've staked you a couple of times already. Do you really want to dance with me again?" The vampire growled, his smooth smile disappearing. "You are incapable of staking one of my strength. You are the one bleeding. Tell yourself that," she said. "But I think that's blood running down your arm." She remained utterly motionless, and once again the light of the moon hit her in bands. Natalya seemed to fade into the background, the stripes lending her a strange camouflage. Only her eyes blazed, a deep ruby red, nearly glowing in the darkness. The tree branch beneath Vikirnoff's talons trembled as power swelled in the air. He held himself in check when every instinct told him to go to her, to stand between her and the thing of evil. Centuries of battling the undead held him steady. The trap was too neat, too tidy for his liking. He used the owl's hunting instincts to find what was hidden. "You have always been too confident, Natalya," Arturo said. His voice rose to a thin, ugly screech, his illusion beginning to fade as he grew angrier with her. "You will not escape us this time." His hand went to his chest and rubbed over the area where his blackened, wizened heart lay. "I was unfortunately not in control of my abilities the last time we met, but I have learned much in the years since that time." His humorless smile stretched once more, accenting the flesh taut over bone and revealing the sharp, pointed teeth that filled his mouth. The vampire crawling on the ground used both hands and jerked the knife from his chest, screaming as he did so. The voice was high and ugly and filled with rage and pain. He turned his head to glare at Natalya with hate-filled eyes, the hilt of a knife still sticking in his mouth and throat. "Will nothing shut you up?" she snapped, rolling her eyes heavenward. The rush of wind seemed to come from every direction, crashing together with tremendous force between Arturo and Natalya and bringing a putrid smell of decayed flesh. Twigs and leaves rose up through the whirling mist like a black tornado, weaving together to make a tight net above and around Natalya. For a moment it was impossible to see the empty space between the vampire and injured woman. Voices shrieked and wailed from inside the churning whirlwind. Vikirnoff had no choice. The wolves pressed closer, wringing the dark net brought by the winds. He could see the ground along the outside of the churning mass lifting ominously, as if something evil stalked the woman from beneath the soil. Lightning forked overhead, and the sound of thunder boomed loud, shaking the earth. He dropped fast, talons outstretched, plunging from a great height to rip through the shield of churning dirt and leaves. The moment he touched the barrier, he sensed the presence of yet another. The impression of evil washed over him. It was unlike anything he'd felt before. Vampire? Yes, but much, much more. Vampires were evil, treacherous, and cunning. Whatever waited to show itself, whatever had constructed this trap for his life mate, waited beneath the ground, and it felt far, far more evil than any vampire he'd ever encountered in all his centuries of hunting. His heart lurched. Run. Do not stand and fight. Can you not feel it? Run while you can, before it reveals itself. He gave the command telepathically, pushing as hard as he dared with another creature of unknown power so close. Vikirnoff shifted at the last possible moment, landing directly in front of the woman, shielding her with his body against the attacking vampire. He was hit simultaneously from the front and back. Natalya clawed his back, rending his flesh from the back of his neck to his waist, while the vampire Arturo exploded into action, tearing at his chest with razor-sharp talons, shrieking with rage as he dug to get at Vikirnoff's heart. Vikirnoff would accept death at the hands of his life mate, but never a vampire. He slammed his fist through the chest cavity, ignoring the pain searing through him as the vampire's talons dug deeper through flesh and bone, and acid blood poured over his arm and hand. Damn it. You could have let me know you were joining the battle. The attack ended abruptly from behind him, and he sensed her fury mixed with guilt. For a moment there was only the sound of heavy breathing, the outraged scream of the vampire, and the terrible pain coursing through his own body. The vampire dissolved, flowing away from him in droplets of mist, a vapor of gray mixed with bright red. Vikirnoff staggered, nearly going to his knees before shoving the pain into some corner of his mind where he could ignore it. The second vampire, Henrik, dragged yet another knife from his body with a horrific scream and a spray of blood. Dead, he snarled, the words so slurred it was nearly impossible to understand. You're dead. Look out. Natalya called out. Even as Vikirnoff heard the warning, he was already turning to meet the attack of the first wolf as it leapt at him, trying to knock him off of his feet. The wolf's entire weight hit him in the chest, claws digging deep into the wound left behind by the vampire. The impact was so forceful it drove him backward, but he managed to stay upright. Catching the animal and preventing the teeth from boring into his throat, Vikirnoff hurtled the wolf away from him. His strength was enormous, and the snarling creature hit a tree trunk with such force it shook the branches. Vikirnoff whirled to face 3 other wolves as they advanced on him. Get out of here. I will take care of this while you make your escape. It was necessary to warn his life mate, to get her clear of the battle when Henrik clawed his way up a tree trunk in preparation of joining the melee. You've got to be kidding me. Vikirnoff sensed a distinct impression of feminine disgust. You couldn't fight your way out of a paper bag right now. She fired off several rounds at Henrik, closing the distance between them in a single leap and driving a knife for the 3rd time deep into his heart. Die, damn you. She jumped back to avoid the raking claws as Henrik once more fell to the ground. She kicked him for good measure. You are so tiresome, Freddy, and you're making me lose my temper. I'm not nice when I lose my temper. Vikirnoff's gaze shifted to her face. You will not address your life mate with such disrespect. Do as I say at once and leave this place. The battle has only begun and you must remain safe. He will not die if you do not incinerate his heart. Natalya shot him a venomous look. Keep your orders for someone who wants to be hunter's mouse. And these things should come with an instruction manual on killing them. I do not want to embarrass you and force your obedience. It was all the warning he was going to give her. The wolves rushed him, one going low for his legs, another leaping for his chest, and the third attacking his arm. Are you out of your tiny little mind? Do your women actually obey when you say jump? She whirled around, back to back with him, facing outward toward the ring of wolves. And don't think for one moment that you could force my obedience. You don't want to start a war with me. Vikirnoff swore under his breath as he kicked at the wolf tearing at his leg with sharp teeth. The vampire is going for as much blood loss as possible to weaken me. If I try to protect you, which I must do, I will divide my strength. Well, try not to let it happen. I've got enough to take care of without worrying about protecting an amateur. I'm a little busy here if you don't mind. Silence would be appreciated. Vikirnoff slammed a barrier around her, caging her in, away from the wolves as he caught the animal driving at his chest and wrenched at its head with both hands. The neck gave way with a sickening crack. He threw the body aside, but more wolves poured out of the forest, hurtling toward him, slavering, fangs wide open as they dug their back feet into the ground and leapt for his throat. He waited until the wolves were almost on him, timing his jump, somersaulting over them straight at Arturo, who clearly commanded them. The air vibrated with the rift of power as he broke through the flimsy barrier the vampire hastily erected to slow him down. As Vikirnoff landed, the ground split open right at his feet, a yawning chasm separating him from the snarling vampire. He teetered precariously on the edge, glancing down at the sharpened rocks beneath him, and then up to see the vampire slowly stretch his lips in a parody of a smile. The ground rolled, throwing Vikirnoff toward the jagged rocks below him. Simultaneously, he felt the shove of a howling wind at his back. He couldn't catch himself and began to hastily shift form as he toppled. Half man, half transparent, Vikirnoff hit a strong, invisible wall and bounced back. Turning his head quickly, he saw that Natalya had shred the protective cage he'd placed her in. She had settled the barricade around him, effectively stopping his fall. Stay put while I take care of this. He isn't even a very powerful vampire. I've killed him twice. Her voice dripped with sarcasm. Vikirnoff couldn't detect fear, only complete and utter resolve. Natalya seemed to glow as she leaped into the midst of the wolves, her skin a radiant tawny color, her hair blazing with life, colors streaking through wherever bands of light hit her, eyes once more going from a vivid green to brilliant blue to opalescent. She whirled around in the center of the wolves, but they backed away from her, shrinking and trembling, slinking back into deeper forest. Below you. The vampire is a pawn. Can you not feel where the real power is coming from? Get out of here. Get off the ground. If he destroys you, he destroys us both. Vikirnoff shredded the barricade she'd erected around him, a simple, easy feat as she'd used what he'd wrought in the first place. There was another trap here, one that had not yet been sprung, but she didn't seem to sense the danger. He felt it everywhere, thrumming in the very air around him. He rushed toward her as the attack came from below her. The ground beneath her fissured and two clawed hands grasped her ankles, the long, razor-sharp talons driving deep into her skin to anchor her to the creature as it jerked her beneath the earth. Vikirnoff merged minds with her, holding her to him, sending her the image of mist and maintaining the likeness uppermost in her brain. Merge with me. Merge fully with me. There was desperation in the command. Natalya fought to get the creature off her ankles, kicking with all of her strength, but the needle-like talons were buried deep. She could feel the nails digging into her bones. Vikirnoff dove into the gaping tear in the ground after her, streaking downward, feeling her terror, her pain, as the claws dug deep into her ankles and hung on while her body attempted to make the change without his aid. She feared him. Feared the hold a complete merging with him would have on her. If you want us to live, you must merge with me. This time he kept any push from his voice, using only pure truth. Vikirnoff felt her brief hesitancy, her fear and resistance of him, and what he might want of her. Terror of the creature dragging her underground overcame her fear of the hunter enough for her to reach for him, her arms outstretched, hands open, still fighting to maintain mental barriers against him. He caught her wrists and reversed directions, ruthlessly holding the image of mist in her mind. She screamed as the creature worked the talons deeper into her ankles in an attempt to hold her to him. Natalya made up her mind and ceased resisting Vikirnoff, embracing the change, allowing the complete merging with him in order to save herself from the unseen monster clawing at her ankles. She shimmered into transparency, dissolved into droplets, streaming upwards like a multicolored comet. The ground shook, and deep in the earth something roared with rage and hatred. There was an ominous rumble. Vikirnoff veered to the left, leading her straight toward Arturo waiting with his army of wolves. Mud and rock blasted from hole in the ground, a fiery orange, spewing venom after the hunter and his life mate. Vikirnoff and Natalya streaked past the undead and his puppets, going high toward the heavy canopy where they could conceal themselves in the leaves of the trees. Behind them, the wolves howled in terror and the vampires shrieked as hot lava spurted and rained down from the ever-widening hole in the ground. The tree shielding Vikirnoff and his life mate burst into flames. Instantly everything around them went white-hot and the temperature of the droplets soared. "Stay off the ground." Deliberately, Vikirnoff gave a hard mental push to emphasize he meant business. Natalya streaked away from the burning tree, out of range of the boiling mud and spewing fireballs. He received the impression of a snarl, but little else. Vikirnoff shifted in the air, plummeting down toward Arturo, talons outstretched, driving toward the chest cavity. The vampire was distracted, running for his life from the tantrum the malevolent creature beneath the earth was displaying. "What the hell are you doing? We don't have to stand and fight. Are you completely mad?" Natalya's tone was incredulous, as if she couldn't conceive of anyone deliberately fighting a vampire if they had a choice. "And that idiot Henrik is back on his feet. I need a flamethrower in my arsenal. Do you have any idea what they cost? I cannot leave vampires loose to prey on the innocent people in this region. He is angry and dangerous in this state, and he will retaliate against anyone weaker. Killing a vampire is hardly a game, as you seem to think it is. Attend your wounds and leave Henrik and the others to me, Natalya." She was not acting anything like the woman he had dreamed of. He didn't feel soothed by her or at peace. Instead, he wanted to tear out his hair. His cool demeanor was rapidly being challenged, not by vampire, but by his own life mate. Vikirnoff's razor-sharp talons ripped through empty air. At the last possible second, Arturo sensed the attack from above and dissolved, leaving only blood and vapor in his wake. Vikirnoff shifted form again, taking that of a man, landing lightly on the ground, seeking to trace the darker menace below him. He hoped the risk would draw the evil one to him, and he would be warned by the reaction of the earth itself. "How did you know my name?" Fear and suspicion crept into Natalya's voice. Once Vikirnoff took the image from her mind, she shifted back to her natural form and found herself sitting in a tree. She narrowed her gaze, watching Vikirnoff, trying to look past his handsome face, past the blood he'd shed on her behalf to see who he really was. And what he wanted from her. "Look out. Pay attention to what you are doing." The knife skimmed her arm and brought her attention to Henrik, who faced her with deadly purpose. "Freddy boy, can't you do a girl a favor and just lie down and die?" Natalya sat on the branch and glared down at the blood-smeared vampire. "You're like the little engine that could, except you can't. Stop distracting me. I know your name because you are my life mate." His beautiful, soothing life mate who was supposed to hang on to his every word and live to please him. He sent her a small frowning glance of reprimand. She wasn't respectful or obedient or anything he had been so certain she would be. "What? Are you freaking nuts? If you think we're going to be getting it on, you're out of your tiny, gorgeous, but tiny little mind." "Getting it on?" Vikirnoff repeated it back, shocked and very certain he couldn't have heard her correctly. He knew next to nothing about women, but she was not what he wanted or envisioned. He wasn't at all certain he approved of her, and he certainly couldn't imagine a peaceful life with her around. He whirled around as a shadow detached itself from the trees and Arturo strode out to face him. "I don't want your approval. I can't believe you're so incredibly thick-headed that you'd actually stay here and fight these things." Natalya dodged the volley of knives Henrik threw at her. "That's not nice, Freddy, using my own weapons against me," she scolded aloud. One blade stuck in the branch she'd been sitting in, but she climbed fast going up the tree, utilizing the close canopy as a shield. Henrik shifted shape in spite of his wounds, lunging at her as he streaked through the trees in the form of an owl. Flames burst all around the owl, cutting him off from every direction so that the vampire was forced to abandon his efforts to get to Natalya. He traced the power source back to Vikirnoff and dropped to the ground, facing the hunter with a snarl. "I've got to hand it to you, Freddy. You just keep on coming." "I like that in a man, but it isn't the best trait in a vampire." Natalya climbed down the tree to the lower branches, careful to stay off the ground, but determined to keep Henrik's wrath and attention squarely on her. Vikirnoff had lost too much blood thanks to the initial attack, and she was partially responsible for that. "I don't need you to help me." She made the protest as strongly as she dared. Vikirnoff seemed unwilling to let her participate in the battle, yet she couldn't make herself leave, even when she knew it was utter madness to stay with so many enemies close. "I hope you haven't forgotten the Troll King just because he's gone surprisingly silent. He's still there, lurking, ready to do something nasty the moment you give him an opening. You let me worry about what is beneath us." "Oh, I forgot. I must be the poor ditzy woman incapable of making my own decisions now that the big strong man is here." Natalya snorted in derision. "We should have gotten away while we had the chance." Vikirnoff realized she was angry with herself. She wanted to leave. Every instinct, every survival sense told her to leave, but the pull of her life mate, especially injured as he was, prevented her from doing so. She didn't understand why he had such power over her, and the fact that she couldn't just leave him made her angry, suspicious, and edgy. The fireballs had ceased abruptly, and the forest had grown quiet. Vikirnoff scanned the ground, but whatever lay in hiding had withdrawn to regroup and refused to take the bait, even when Vikirnoff deliberately moved with a heavier tread. Arturo looked a macabre parody of the handsome man who had faced Natalya earlier. Skin pulled tight over his bones and skull. Wisps of gray-white hair clung to his scalp. When he smiled at them, his pointed teeth were brown with stains. "Vikirnoff, you do not look so well. You cannot even command your woman to your bidding. How sad to see a once proud hunter fall so low as to have to beg. How sad to see a once great hunter stoop so low as to follow in the shadow of an evil one instead of going his own way," Vikirnoff retaliated. He watched the vampire, but he scanned the ground continually, waiting for the unseen monster to reveal itself. "The two of you can stop talking about me like I'm not here," Natalya snapped, sick of the entire mess. "I have business elsewhere, and you're holding me up." She glanced down at Henrik, who had made his way to the base of the tree where she sat. The lesser vampire's nails dug at the roots of the tree. He was so weak he couldn't gather enough power to use against her, but it didn't stop him from digging at the roots of the tree in an effort to topple her to the forest floor. The tree shuddered each time the vampire touched it, shrinking away from the hideous creature. The blood of the undead dripped on the bark and burned through to the very heart of the tree. Natalya could hear the tree screaming in pain. The sap ran from the scalding hole and dripped steadily, like blood, onto the ground. She pressed her hands over her ears and tried not to feel the way her ankles burned and throbbed. Most of all, she tried not to notice the vampire licking at the smears of blood left behind from the wounds on her ankles along the trunk of the tree. It sickened her. Why had she stayed? She despised hunters nearly as much as she did vampires. Vikirnoff glanced at her, aware of her distress. He moved, a mere blur so fast it was impossible to see him as he rushed past Arturo and slammed his fist deep into Henrik's chest. The heart was lacerated and wizened, and he threw it a distance away to give himself time to direct the lightning to the blackened organ before it could roll back to its master. Lightning arced from the heart to the body of the vampire, even before Henrik could fall to the ground, fully incinerating and reducing the undead to a pile of ashes. "That was not necessary, Vikirnoff. You were always one to take action before talking things out." "There is no need for talk, Arturo," Vikirnoff answered. "Do you think I cannot sense the darkness in you?" Arturo demanded. "She senses it. She nearly ripped your back apart earlier, and she will again given the chance, when she no longer needs you." The voice turned crafty, wheedling. "The prince is without protection. Now is the time to strike. Join us, Vikirnoff. We can defeat the hunters and come out of the shadows to take our rightful place in the world. We wouldn't rule a mere country or just our people, but all of it. All, Vikirnoff, think of it. The prince is not without protection, Arturo. Never think that he is without the full protection of his people. Vikirnoff glided closer without appearing to move, angling toward the vampire, barely skimming the earth with the soles of his feet, yet sending out heavier footsteps a few yards from where he really was, hoping to draw out the creature hiding beneath the ground. You have been made into a puppet. Whom do you serve, Arturo? All the while he could feel the gathering of power as Arturo, once again, summoned the wolf pack to his bidding. Spittle ran down the mouth of the vampire as he growled and hissed his displeasure at the taunts. I serve no one, unlike you. He launched his attack, shrieking as he rushed Vikirnoff. Wolves poured from the woods. A forest of sharp, jagged rocks speared through the ground aimed at the hunter. Vikirnoff took to the air, meeting the vampire's rush with astonishing speed, slamming his fist through the chest wall, reaching for the heart. A wolf sprang at him, clamped around his calf and hung on grimly, clawing and clamping down in an effort to protect his master. Several others leapt at him, snapping and howling to get to the hunter. Vikirnoff found the heart, even as the vampire repeatedly tore at his face and throat with sharpened talons. Use fire to get rid of the wolves. Natalya sounded frantic. I know your kind can do that. Hurry. They are innocents, under the command of the undead. It would destroy the entire pack. Go while you can. The other rises from beneath the earth. I feel its triumph. She screamed in frustration and sheer exasperation, the sound only in his mind. Fire rained from the sky. Hot embers like glowing orange arrows, streaking down to find live targets. You are the most stubborn, idiotic man I've ever had the misfortune to run across. Finish him now. Vikirnoff had the impression of her grinding her teeth together. She was furious as she drove off the wolf pack, with the one exception being the male attached to his calf. Ignoring the excruciating pain, he settled his fingers around the vampire's shriveled heart and wrenched it from the body. Arturo's shriek became high-pitched and vengeful. The wolf began to saw frantically at Vikirnoff's leg, and the vampire sprang after the blackened heart as Vikirnoff tossed it to the ground, calling lightning to incinerate it. The ground opened and the heart dropped through the widening fissure. A furred arm stretched, the bony fingers seizing Arturo to drag him beneath the earth. Before Vikirnoff could follow, the crevice slammed closed. Lightning slammed into the ground in the precise spot where the heart had been, but it was too late. Vikirnoff caught at a tree branch as he plummeted toward the forest floor. He hung there for a moment, fighting to breathe when his body felt torn apart, weighted down by the wolf still hanging onto his leg. His leg was so slippery with blood, the animal finally fell to the ground and began to leap over and over at him. Vikirnoff's hand and arm burned from the acid of the vampire blood and his fingers were slippery. He could see blood pooling below his body, and it seemed a tremendous amount. Unexpectedly, weakness rushed over him, and he felt himself falling straight toward the open jaws of the wolf below him. A rush of flames sent the animal howling and tumbling backward away from him. He landed hard and looked up at the face of a very exasperated woman. Natalya leapt from the tree and landed beside him, crouching down to do a quick examination of his wounds. You're a mess. How did you send fire like that? I followed the instructions in your head, Natalya said. You have a tremendous amount of information in your brain. I wish I'd known about incinerating the heart. It would have helped. Can you stand up? He was horribly wounded. She told herself to leave him, but his body had been far too ravaged in her defense. Of course. He had lost too much blood and dawn was fast approaching. You need to get out of here. Don't bother giving me orders, Natalya said. I've always had a problem with authority figures. I'm getting you somewhere safe, and then I never want to see you again. That will be a little difficult. Vikirnoff made an effort to rise. He was far weaker than he imagined. If he took his life-mate's blood, he would have the necessary strength to get them both to safety. Natalya leapt away from him, hand on her sword. Don't you even think about taking my blood. If necessary, I'll sit here and wait until you become so leaden you can't move before I'll touch you. I'm not the blood donor type. She pinned him with her gaze. Not now, not ever. If, and that's a big if, I ever give it to you, it will be voluntarily. Don't ever think of taking it by force. Vikirnoff forced his body into a sitting position, his back against a tree trunk. "You have a grudge against my people." He sounded distant, far away, even to his own ears. The vivid colors around him faded in and out, blurring until everything ran together. He knew it was necessary to shut down his heart and lungs to prevent further blood loss, but his lifemate wasn't yet safe. "Go, Natalya, go now." He said the words aloud, or maybe they were in his mind, but he was already slipping into unconsciousness. 3. "Damn it," Natalya whispered fiercely as she gathered the fallen hunter into her arms and looked around her, feeling desperate. "Don't do this." Over the years, Natalya had tried to gather information about the Carpathians, partly because she knew she carried their blood, but mostly because she believed knowledge gave her advantages. She was fully aware they needed rich earth to heal. She used it on her wounds upon occasion. "I can't even pack your wounds with soil. The vampires have ruined the earth around here." She gave Vikirnoff a small shake. What's left of the wolf pack might come back drawn by the scent of blood, or worse, that creature with the claws beneath the ground. "Come on, wake up." The man weighed a ton. Okay, not a ton, but he may as well have. She was not going to wait around for the Troll King and his vamp buddies to make another try for her. They'd slunk off with their hearts in their hands and tails between their legs, but if they knew what a predicament she was in, they'd be back. "Fine, you big lug, I'll carry you. You just had to be a hero, didn't you? You couldn't leave when I asked you to, could you?" Natalya tried a fireman's lift, but nothing happened. She was strong. She was stronger than most humans, but he was a dead weight and slippery with blood loss. She tied her pack on him, not wanting to lose her things, and made a second attempt to hoist him to her shoulder. "Woman, what are you doing?" In spite of his seemingly unconscious state, he managed to sound wholly exasperated. Natalya nearly jumped out of her skin. "What does it look like? Someone has to save your butt, and since no one else is waving their hand to volunteer, you're stuck with me." There was no way she could haul him down the mountain. No way. The dread inside of her was growing as each minute ticked by. "You were supposed to be unconscious, not waiting to see how you can aggravate me. Leave me. If you aren't going to say anything helpful, just shut up. I need to think. If you hadn't insisted on staying and fighting, we'd be long gone." Natalya wanted to shake some sense into him. She'd never seen anyone so battered and wounded manage to survive. By all rights, he should be dead. And the thought of his death was frightening to her. The more afraid she was, the more she wanted to lash out at his stupidity. It hadn't been necessary to fight. They could have run. He just had to be gallant and save the world. "I have one shape-shifting ability," she admitted. Natalya had to deceive just about everyone she met, but she never deceived herself. It was a luxury to be able to admit who and what she was, show what she was capable of for the first time in years. She watched his face for his reaction. "Just one on my own. I'll be able to carry you on my back, but you'll have to stay awake enough to hold on. Do you think you can?" Vikirnoff didn't open his eyes. "Whatever you need." His voice was far away. She swallowed hard. She needed to pack his wounds as soon as possible, and that meant moving him immediately. "It's going to hurt." Natalya stripped, folded her clothes, and stuffed them into the pack tied to him. She had wandered alone for years, unable to stay in one place too long for fear of giving herself away. She had been alone without friends or family, and it had been long since she had experienced the exhilaration of shifting in front of another being. The freedom to be herself was a powerful lure she couldn't resist. She was not fully human. She was not fully mage. And she was not fully Carpathian, but a combination of all three. Her mage father had gifted her with the nature of the tigress in the hopes it would alleviate the needs of her other side for a family and give her some balance as the endless years passed. To some extent, she supposed it had, but the idea of being able to share a real part of her true self with Vikirnoff, that he would know her for what she was, felt wonderful. She took a deep breath, losing herself in the familiar shape and feel of the tigress. Muscles rippled beneath her luxurious striped fur coat, and she stretched, showing the black and orange camouflage bands to their full advantage. Sharp claws raked the ground, and she lifted her muzzle to scent the air before arching her back and lowering her body to the ground. She had no idea she was holding her breath, waiting for his reaction, until he spoke, her eyes blazing a vivid blue at him. His eyes opened and he reached his hand to stroke the deep fur. "You are beautiful. Your eyes are the exact color of the ice lakes." She tried not to be pleased. She didn't want to feel a response to him, only do her duty as a human being, but she couldn't help the rush of warmth his words caused. "Can you slip onto my back and put your arms around my neck?" The tiger was a solitary creature, and in its form, Natalya didn't feel yearnings for a family and community. For a brief time she was able to have respite from her natural needs as a woman, but she found, even deep within the form of the tigress, she was acutely aware of Vikirnoff as a man. He lay out full length on his stomach, his arms sliding around her neck. The long walking stick stuck in the loop of her backpack poked her body and hurt. He felt it and adjusted immediately, a groan slipping out as he did so. "You do not shift in the same way a Carpathian shifts. Is that why you have only one form?" She knew he was too weak and shouldn't be trying to converse, but her thoughts were tumbling around in her head so fast, frantic to share with someone. "I wondered about that when you held the image of mist in my head, and I was able to change. It was both frightening and wonderful." The tiger snarled at a lone wolf slinking through the trees. The wolf backed away from the much larger predator, despite the lure of fresh blood. "It is humbling that you gave your trust to me. I will not abuse it." She started to deny that she'd given him her trust, but she refrained from correcting him. She had wanted to save her life, and he had been the lesser of two evils when the underground creature had grabbed her with spiked claws. Even in the form of the tiger, her ankles still burned, a constant reminder of the terror of that moment. The tiger hurried through the forest, carrying the man on its back until it was several miles from the battlefield and down near the richer rolling hills. She was much more careful, taking her burden through more open ground cautiously as she approached the farms. Many of the farmers were beginning to start their day. Twice a dog barked at them and abruptly stopped and backed away. Both times Natalya felt the surge of power and knew Vikirnoff had silenced the animals. She had made the decision to save Vikirnoff's life, and that meant she would have to donate blood whether she wanted to or not. She was practical about it once she made up her mind. She was part Carpathian, and she had to have blood to survive. She didn't take blood that often, but when it became necessary, she had no qualms about it. Natalya left Vikirnoff nearly unconscious beside a sheaf of hay, and she approached a farmer, calming him with a mage spell and taking his blood. Unlike full-blooded Carpathians, she couldn't remove the farmer's memories. She attempted to dim his memory and make it feel like a dream, but, no doubt, rumors of vampires would sweep the countryside. The only thing that mattered, though, was getting Vikirnoff into her room, out of the sun and away from people as quickly as possible. Near the inn, she laid him down in the shelter of several bushes, shape-shifted and hastily dressed. "Don't make a sound. Last night, there was a suspicious man in the bar. I don't know why he's here, but he made my alarm bells go off, and I never ignore them. I don't want to take a chance on being seen when we go in. Let me just take a look to see if everyone's still in bed." His hand fumbled for hers. "You don't have to do this." Her heart did a funny little fluttery thing she found annoying. "Just don't move." Natalya pulled her hand away and wiped her palm on her leather pants, trying to erase the strange electrical tingling he seemed to cause whenever she touched his skin. "It's getting light." Natalya's voice turned unusually husky. She cleared her throat. His fingers on her bare wrist felt too intimate. "We have to get inside before the sun comes up. It took us too long to get here. The farmers were already working, remember? We had to hide. Just rest while I take a look around." She knew she sounded gruff, but her emotions were so unfamiliar and intense around Vikirnoff. She certainly didn't want to feel compassion for his terrible wounds or admiration for his stoic refusal to complain. She needed to keep an emotional distance at all times. Just saving him made her feel like an utter traitor to her brother. But she had saved him, and now he was her responsibility. Natalya didn't take her responsibilities lightly. She sniffed the air cautiously, searching for signs of anyone up, but she found only Slavika's scent in the kitchen, so she pushed open the door with stealth and studied the large room. Slavika stood at the sink peeling potatoes for breakfast. Natalya stole up behind her. You work too hard. The innkeeper swung around, potato and knife in hand. You! Natalya, you frightened me. Her eyes widened with concern as she took in Natalya's appearance. What happened to you? Are you injured? Natalya realized she had blood smeared all over her. Most of it belonged to Vikirnoff. I'm fine. I have someone with me. I need to get up to my room, but I don't want anyone to see us. Will you help me? He's injured. How bad? Slavica was practical. Natalya grinned at her. You're so great. Thank you. He's in bad shape. He's lost way too much blood, but I can't take him to a hospital. There is a hidden stairway, Slavica confided. This inn was built on the site of an old monastery, and part of that building was retained and incorporated into the inn. Only our family uses the stairs and rooms for our living quarters. If you wouldn't mind keeping a lookout, I'll go get him, Natalya said. The relief sweeping through her was tremendous. Natalya hurried out the kitchen door and ran down the path leading to the dense shrubbery where she had left the hunter. She skidded to a halt when she saw him, slumped, his eyes closed, his face pale, almost gray, and small dots of blood beading on his brow. Her heart jumped and her stomach rolled. Vikirnoff? Do you think you can walk the last few yards to the room? She couldn't very well become a tiger again, but he looked so worn and pale it frightened her. He opened his eyes and managed to climb to his feet with her aid. He stood swaying unsteadily until she slipped her arm around him. Just a few more minutes and you can lie down. Natalya encouraged him. This place is dangerous, he told Natalya as they entered through the kitchen. He offered a tentative smile to Slavica when she gave an alarmed gasp. I didn't mean to startle you. I'm honored to have you, sir. My home is your home. Slavica curtsied, her hand going protectively to her throat. This way, quickly. The workers will be here any moment to prepare the food. You must hurry. Vikirnoff stiffened, holding up his hand for silence as he glanced toward the kitchen door. Muted voices drifted toward them. He waved his hand and the voices faded, the workers moving away from the room. Natalya felt the shiver of pain rippling through his body as he expended energy to send the kitchen help away. She took a better grip on his waist and urged him toward the back of the room where Slavica pulled open a panel in the corner. The stairs led both to a door into the private residence and upward to the second story. Just a few more minutes, Natalya whispered. She wished he'd complain just once. Her ankles and side throbbed and burned and her injuries weren't nearly as severe as his, yet Vikirnoff was silent, not even grunting when his battered body was jarred as they went up the narrow stairs. He barely leaned his weight on her, careful of her side, but every once in a while his palm settled over her injury. Each time he did she felt warmth and the pain lessened, but she noted he became weaker and much paler. Stop it, she hissed. I mean it. I've had 100 wounds like this. I know when they're bad and mine isn't. The vampires were being careful not to inflict any grave injury on me. I can deal with it later. She pushed open the door to her room and halted, inhaling deeply. Someone has been in here. Slavica shook her head. The maids clean in the morning hours. You left in the evening. They would have been finished. There is no one here now, Vikirnoff said, but a man has been in this room recently. He smells of pipe tobacco and cologne. The man from the bar last night, Natalya said. What is his name, Slavica? She helped Vikirnoff to the bed. Barstow, Brent Barstow. He comes through our village several times a year. He says he's on business, but the innkeeper trailed off, shaking her head. Vikirnoff glanced at her sharply. But he makes you uneasy. Very uneasy, Slavica conceded. And he's asked questions of my daughter Angelina. I didn't like his questions. Questions about, Vikirnoff prompted. Natalya felt his pain as if it were her own as he stood there swaying, probing the innkeeper. She had the urge to just knock him unconscious, throw him on the bed and be done with it. He wishes to know about the people residing in this area, Slavica answered. The moment Vikirnoff sank down onto the soft blankets, he turned his face away, but not before Natalya caught another much sharper ripple of pain he couldn't quite hide. She couldn't prevent herself from brushing strands of black hair off his brow. Slavica's a nurse, a healer. She can help you. She must attend your injuries first, he decreed. Natalya snatched her hand away. There you go again. She was angry with herself for the silly melting sensation touching him produced in the pit of her stomach. Could she be any more pathetic? Don't be giving me orders. She winced at the harshness in her tone and turned away from him to fuss at pulling the heavy drapes over the windows and balcony door to block out the morning sun. Slavika sat on the edge of the bed. He will need other things, Natalya. In the kitchen there is a wooden bowl in the cupboard. Take that and fill it with the richest soil you can find in the garden. She leaned forward and swept the strands of hair that had so bothered Natalya from Vikirnoff's forehead, her fingers lingering against his cool skin. You've lost far too much blood. I must send for your prince. He'll want to know you require aid. Vikirnoff caught her wrist. You know what I am. He could read that she did. Few humans knew of their existence, not only for the protection of the Carpathian people, but also for the humans. If Slavika had knowledge of their species, she was under the protection of his prince. Who are you? I'm Slavika Ostoich. My mother's name was Kikik. And you are? Before answering, he took a long, careful probe of her mind and was shocked to find she had a friendship with the prince of his people. He had heard rumors that Mikhail Dobrinski had friends in the human world, but it was a rare occurrence to trust humans with the secrets of their species. Vikirnoff Von Shrieder. He gave his name reluctantly, unable to fully overcome his natural reticence. He believed in few words, keeping his own counsel and taking action when necessary. This was an unfamiliar situation, and he was feeling his way. This has been in my family for 100 years. Mikhail Dobrinski helped my mother to keep it when things in our country were complicated. He has always been a friend to our family, and we have treasured that friendship. Vikirnoff had trouble focusing on the woman's explanation. Hunger nearly overwhelmed him. The heartbeat of the women reverberated through the room and echoed through his head. The scent of blood nearly overwhelmed him, and every instinct he possessed demanded he feed to save his life and that of his life mate. Slavika bent close to him, and his gaze immediately riveted on her pulse. It beckoned and seduced, that small throbbing rhythm. His mouth watered and his incisors lengthened. He leaned toward her neck for a long moment, kneading. Simply kneading. Abruptly he pulled back. He would not take from one under the protection of his prince. To shut out the terrible hunger, he tried to concentrate on his life mate. Natalya fussed with the curtains, but all the while her confused emotions battered at him. The room shifted and whirled as he listened to the ebb and flow of blood moving through veins. His even instinct was to protect her, to claim her. His body and soul roared for hers, yet she tried to stay closed off to him. Her scent drove him to a fever pitch. I must send word to the prince, Slavika repeated. He would be annoyed with me if I did not. Vikirnoff closed his burning eyes in weariness, realizing his injuries might prevent him from keeping Mikhail Dobrinski safe for some time. The prince is in danger. Send him that message. It is far more important than worrying about my wounds. I will heal. I have had worse and will again, no doubt. Hearing the tired note Vikirnoff couldn't hide, Natalya glanced at him. She had been studiously avoiding looking at him, but now she saw the lines of pain etched deeply in his face, the blood on his chest as Slavika cut away his shirt. Her heart seemed to skip a beat and then go crazy as she viewed his terrible injuries. She knew his back would have rake marks, long deep furrows where her claws had rent him from shoulder to waist. She was ashamed of herself. She'd been too slow in stopping the attack when he had dropped from the sky between her and the vampire, yet she could find no blame or resentment in Vikirnoff's mind. His body was hard and muscular and ravaged with pain. Everything in her cried out to touch him, to ease that pain. She became fascinated by the way Slavika's hands moved over Vikirnoff's bare skin, soothing him, examining, touching. Natalya's breath caught in her throat. The hands mesmerized her, infuriated her. Something dark and ugly stirred inside of her. The curtains slipped from her hands so that the early morning light spilled over her. Vikirnoff, sensing sudden danger, turned his head, eyes wide open to see Natalya fading into the wall, the streaks of light camouflaging her body so that it was difficult to see her without straining. In spite of the pain movement caused, he turned on his side, gaze narrowing to focus more fully on her. Natalya's entire demeanor had changed. She no longer appeared fully human. Instead, she had become a dangerous, powerful predator. Even her sea-green eyes had changed color, taking on a pearlescent appearance, fixed and focused on Slavica as if on prey. There was a stillness to her that spoke of a tigress on the hunt, muscles locked into position, gaze intent and fixed on the nurse. "Mrs. Ostoich, Slavica," Vikirnoff said, his voice quiet, his tone commanding. "Move slowly around to the other side of the bed. Do it now." Slavica glanced at Natalya as she rose. A small rumbling growl emanated from the corner where Natalya had faded into a blurred image. Hand to her throat, the innkeeper shifted her weight carefully, easing to her feet and putting the bulk of the bed between her and the woman. "Einak Enium, what has you so upset?" Vikirnoff had little understanding of women, and even less of his life mate. It was easy enough to understand that emotions were intense and neither understood exactly what was happening to them. He was fighting the battle of darkness, and intellect had little to do with primal instincts. With Natalya so near and yet still not anchoring him, he was far more dangerous than he had ever been. Her chaotic emotions bombarding him were a recipe for disaster. Was the same thing happening to her? Were they both too close to animal instincts because neither understood what was happening to them? "Why are you allowing her to touch you like that?" The accusation should have been ludicrous, but he sensed the way she held herself so tightly under control. To Natalya, the accusation was very real. She saw a woman's hands smoothing over the body of her life mate. The emotions ran too strong, too intense, possibly fueled by his own terrible hunger, by his own rising beast. Vikirnoff touched her mind. A red haze spread and gripped her. Instincts as old as time, hot with passion, animalistic. There was something buried deep in her he had yet to encounter, something she protected, but it was rising to the surface, and it was every bit as dangerous and as powerful as a predator on the hunt. He fought to keep the intensity of their emotions from affecting him. It was his duty to protect his life mate, to see to her well-being. He had to find a way to defuse the situation until she could get herself under control. "Slavica, perhaps you would get the necessary soil and herbs. You know what we need. Natalya will watch over me." Vikirnoff never took his gaze, or his mind, from his life mate. He didn't dare. The effort was draining, but the alternative was unthinkable. Natalya should have been not only healing him, but as his life mate, anchoring him. Instead, she was triggering his every animal instinct so that not only did he have to fight himself, but he had to provide the anchor for Natalya. "Are you certain you'll be safe?" Slavica whispered the words. A growling hiss of displeasure came from Natalya's direction. "Thank you, yes." A soft growl of his own accompanied the words, and he kept his face averted from Slavica, his gaze holding Natalya locked in position. Vikirnoff needed desperately. The heartbeats were so loud it was almost a roar in his head. He needed blood and a way to control the danger emanating from his life mate. He willed the nurse to get out before disaster struck. Trying to hold Natalya in check was difficult when his life was ebbing away from the loss of blood. Slavica moved slowly, intelligent enough to sense the danger, and courageous enough to walk around the bed and make her exit, pulling the door closed behind her. "Come here to me," Vikirnoff ordered, his tone dropping an octave until it was velvet soft and hypnotic. Natalya shook her head as if trying to clear the haze from her mind. Unlike others Vikirnoff called to him, his life mate was well aware she was under compulsion. Strangely, she didn't fight him as she could have. Instead, she took a reluctant step forward, compelled by his black eyes and the stark hunger she couldn't define. The same hunger was in her, clawing with very real pain and power, threatening to consume them both. She was acutely aware the appetite was mixed with desire, with lust, a passionate need that bordered on obsession. Fascinated by the intensity in his eyes, she emerged from the shadows, one slow step at a time, almost in freeze frame. She looked ethereal, her muscles moving suggestively beneath the bands of skin glowing strangely in the faint light. Not quite real. Definitely not human. Vikirnoff tried for a moment to probe deeper into her mind, to uncover the secrets that lay hidden behind her strange brain patterns. Hunger beat at him without mercy. Hers? Or his own? He couldn't separate the two. He couldn't tell which were his emotions, so intense, swirling out of control. Was she jealous? Or was that his own beast rising with a ferocious need? Women were of the light. Did they feel the razor-sharp clawing at their gut? On the verge of killing? Unblinking, he watched the way she emerged out of the faded bands of light coming toward him. Her strangely colored eyes focused on him and stared as if he were the prey, not the other way around. The tigress was on the hunt, and the tension stretched to a screaming point. Danger thrummed in the air between them. Natalya couldn't stop moving forward. She felt in a dream, one she wasn't in control of, standing off to the side, watching the action with a pounding heart and screaming at herself to wake up. She honestly didn't know if she intended to kill him. She feared him. She sensed the darkness in him rising, and self-preservation was strong in her, yet she was unable to stop each step forward. Vikirnoff's fingers shackled her wrist. Enormously strong. Incredibly gentle. His touch set her heart pounding, and her knees inexplicably turned to rubber. She sank down onto the edge of the bed. His hands slid up her arms, fingers tunneled through her hair and settled in a frame around her face. His black gaze burned over her, held her captive. She couldn't look away from him even as he forced her head toward his. Natalya felt her stomach turn over. Every nerve ending leapt to life. She felt, but she couldn't move. He lay injured, a hole in his chest, bleeding from the deep rake marks she'd made in his back and countless other wounds, weak and seemingly vulnerable, yet she went to him like a willing sacrifice. His lips touched hers. Cool. Firm. Velvet soft. Her heart jumped in her chest. He trailed kisses from the corner of her mouth to her neck, tiny pinpoints of flames dancing over her skin. In her mind she screamed at herself to run, yet no sound emerged, and she leaned closer to him, lifting the hair from her neck. She wanted his touch. Needed to feel his hands on her. He belonged to her. No other woman had the right to touch him, to smooth fingers over his bare skin and be so close as to exchange air. Fire raged in Vikirnoff's veins and stormed through his mind until thunder roared in his ears, and the need to assuage his terrible hunger, a hunger that was mixed with sexual need, with possessive lust, was near frenzy. He inhaled her scent, took it deep in his lungs. Listened to the ebb and flow of life sizzling through her veins. She was calling to him, a timeless, haunting call of female to male, an aphrodisiac that enhanced his every sense. His tongue tasted her pulse. He felt her reaction, the swift intake of her breath. Her breasts brushed against him, a soft enticement that added to the strange roaring in his head. Natalya felt his tongue swirling over her pulse and her womb clenched in anticipation. There was white-hot pain that gave way instantly to erotic pleasure. Her blood flowed into him like nectar. He shifted her in his arms, holding her close to him, one hand sliding up her body to cup her breast, thumb teasing her nipple into a taut peak. Her body went into overdrive, weeping with need, hot with excitement, coiling tighter and tighter until she was nearly pleading with him for relief. Clothes hurt her too sensitive skin. She wanted to be under him, his body ramming into hers hard and fast, filling her emptiness. She clawed at him, trying to get closer, arching into him, deliberately rousing him further. Vikirnoff felt the power and lust sweeping through him, soaking into his injured body, supplying him with heat and excitement and strength. His body raged at him for a fulfillment that would be impossible in his present state. His demon rose fast and ferociously, roaring for his mate, demanding he claim her, that he tie them together for all eternity. She tasted like nothing he'd ever experienced, and he knew he would need to return again and again, and he'd never get enough. In defiance of the roaring beast, he forced himself to pull back and deliberately swept his tongue over the pinpricks in her throat. A part of him wished he'd taken from the swell of her breast, but he wouldn't have been able to stop himself from possessing her body. He didn't altogether trust himself. In his aroused state, he would have died to possess her. Taking her would have cost him his life, and he was far too close to the edge for clear thinking. Better to take precautions than indulge his instincts. He shifted her until she lay across him, her green eyes staring up at him, mirroring the same lust that had taken control of his body. He bent his head to her side, holding her still while he examined her wounds. It took only minutes to separate himself from his body and go into hers with his spirit to heal her wounds from the inside out. He paid particular attention to the puncture wounds on her ankles. The scent was unlike any he'd encountered, and he wanted to be able to recognize it anywhere. The wounds were deep, all the way to the bone, yet she had never said a word and had insisted Slavica attend to him until her jealous nature had overtaken her. She felt the pull of a life mate every bit as strongly as he. She didn't want it. She didn't understand it, but it was fierce and strong, and their souls were nearly already united, and he hadn't yet bound them together. Vikirnoff pulled her closer still, holding her head in the palm of his hand as he slashed his chest. He urged her close to him, until, of her own accord, her mouth moved, tongue tasting delicately. He groaned under the sensual assault. Natalya moved against him, her tongue swirling over his skin, healing the long thin line, just as his had closed the pinpricks. Vikirnoff swore softly in his own language, prepared to try again when her teeth sank deep. The pain flashed through his body like lightning, gave way to pure erotic pleasure. His head lolled back and his eyes closed. He gave himself up to the magic of the moment, the true blood exchange between life mates. He would always be able to find her, touch her mind at will, summon her, call to her, share her body and mind and soul. There was ecstasy in the sharing and a promise of passion. She flicked her tongue to heal the small pinpricks and kissed her way up his chest and throat to find his lips. She was hot with need, her mouth demanding, tongue dueling with his, seeking more. His hands crept their way under the leather camisole, kneading her breasts, his own demons taking hold. Natalya was a powerful anesthetic and aphrodisiac rolled into one. Pain disappeared as hot blood rushed to his groin, as his need to have her overcame the last coherent thought. He was crazy to want her when he was so near death, and if she couldn't find the will to stop him, he just might perish, but he couldn't pull back. His body was a hard knot of desire, his veins sizzling, awareness settling in his groin with painful need. His beast roared, unleashed, and leapt to claim her. Natalya moaned softly, giving herself up to the sudden command of his mouth. Hot, hungry, wet. His teeth tugged at her lip, his hands busy at her breasts. Persuasive, rough, insistent. She slid her fingertips over his chest and felt him wince as she touched his open wound. His wound. What the hell was wrong with her? She was practically raping a badly wounded hunter. Natalya pulled away from him with a soft cry of alarm. His arms slid away from her body, leaving her bereft. Wound so tight she thought she might scream. Needy and aching. She backed away from him, her palm pressed to her neck. Her pulse throbbed in tune to the frantic pulsing in her womb, the wild sound drowning out the echo of her name as he whispered it. She could taste him in her mouth. His scent was on her skin. Worse, her body was alive with a need and hunger of her own, every bit as sharp and terrible as his. She blinked rapidly, trying to quiet her rioting heart. The dreamlike state was dissipating, confusion lifting. He was a hunter. Guilt and shame burst over her, struck at her like a heavy fist. She wanted him. No, it was worse. She needed him. The idea was insane and entirely unacceptable. He had to have done something to her. No vampire had ever succeeded in trapping her or taking over her mind, but he had. She hadn't felt his invasion, but she knew she would never have allowed him to touch her body, to kiss her. And he had taken her blood and, oh God, she had taken his. She had been prepared to be a donor. But not like this. Never like this. Natalya drew a knife from the sheath strapped to her calf and advanced on him with purposeful steps. Vikirnoff watched her calmly as she approached the bed. You did something to me. You forced me to accept you. Her eyes blazed fury at him, once more going from green to a strange swirling of pearlized colors. I despise your kind, yet I was willing to harm Slavica, a woman I consider my friend. You did that to me. Why? I could have left you to the vampires. You could not have left me to the vampires, Vikirnoff said. Even with her angry at him, unable to accept their relationship, even though he didn't understand her at all, he knew she was a miracle. A gift. He was shockingly happy as he lay there, waiting for her to see reason. He tried to repress the silly smile that kept wanting to slip past. He knew what happiness was. Finally, after so many centuries, he felt the emotion, and it was exhilarating. He had been so close to turning vampire, and she had arrived and saved him. She didn't want to save him. The thought had him puzzled. Women were supposed to want to be with their life mates, to see to their every need. He had only dim memories of his parents, but he was almost certain that was the way it worked. Unless he could no longer remember how it had been between his mother and father. Natalya's small white teeth came together in a snap of temper. That smirking little smile hovering near his mouth made her want to slap him. You belong with the vampires. Do you think I can't feel the darkness in you? Smell it? It reeks, a stain there is no way for you to remove. You deserve death. Perhaps I do, but not at your hands. I will admit the darkness is strong in me, and I cannot overcome it, but you can. And you will. It is your duty as my life mate. I will not absolve you of your duties merely because you do not know what is expected of you. It is a situation we both are unfamiliar with, but we will learn. I may not be the life mate you expected, but you are not what I expected either. We will learn together. Why did the things he said hurt her? No one, other than her beloved brother, had ever been able to say things to hurt her. She kept those sensitive emotions locked away, yet Vikirnoff's words were almost as sharp and painful as the blade in her fist. Just because he didn't expect her wasn't a rejection of her, was it? And why did she care? Damn you to hell, she snapped. Her fury had dissipated abruptly and tears burned in her eyes. She wanted the anger back. She needed it to shield her. Why didn't he fight back? Why didn't he say or do something to give her back her rage? Natalya clutched the knife handle until it was in danger of becoming a powder in her hands. She forced air through her lungs. I'll just wait until you're asleep and your body is lead, and I'll open the drapes and let the sun fry your worthless ass. She kept her voice low, her words harsh, but inside she was weeping. She wanted to kill him. He deserved death. Every hunter needed to die along with the vampires they kept in check. None of them had hearts or emotions. Yet, when she looked at him, she saw that faint light of happiness shining for her. For her. No one looked at her like that. And desire blazed in his eyes. How many times had he stepped in front of her to prevent injury from a vampire? He'd tried to send her away from the battle. As much as she wanted to be annoyed by that silly gesture, she felt protected. Natalya shook her head, refusing to let her brain defend him. He had used some kind of mind control on her. There was no other explanation for her behavior. She would never have voluntarily touched him intimately or allowed him to touch her. Her breasts still ached and felt swollen and painful without his touch. She detested herself. Detested that she was such a weak woman around Vikirnoff Von Shrieder. She had been jealous. Jealous. The sight of another woman touching him had been more than she could take. Her animal nature had overtaken her. What had ever possessed her parents to give her the nature of a tiger? And why hadn't she been warned about the deadly peril, so very real, a hunter could use on a woman? She pressed fingers to her throbbing temples. She was wading in quicksand, sinking deeper and deeper the more she struggled against him. Vikirnoff said nothing. All the while he lay simply watching her, propped up on one elbow, his gaze never leaving her face. She was beginning to hate his eyes. That black, fierce gaze, so intense and so hungry for her. His eyes drew her like nothing else ever had or would. No matter how much she told herself it was wrong, it was a betrayal, she was still drawn to him. Mesmerized by him. In lust with him. And it wasn't natural. It couldn't be. Her inability to break his hold on her fed her temper. I certainly have no duty to you. You have such gall to even suggest it. You cannot deny you're my life mate. Our souls call to one another. His voice softened to a mesmerizing cadence. Give yourself a little time, Natalya. You will get used to the idea. All of this will work out as it is meant. She shoved the knife back into the scabbard, her hand shaking. He was seducing her with his eyes and his voice. How could she be so susceptible? She needed armor. How could she be so confused and raw and edgy? She was never like this, and yet she didn't seem to have any control over her emotions. "I want to smother you with a pillow," she lied, hoping to draw a response she could work with. "I can't believe you. No one could ever stand being your life mate." She could rage all she wanted, but he knew he was pulling her in. She closed her eyes and allowed truth to pour out. "I will never be your life mate. You killed my brother. My twin. The only person in this world that meant anything to me. Do you think for one moment that I'd save you, let alone have anything to do with you?" Vikirnoff was silent, touching her memories lightly, seeing the man she loved, feeling her love for him. He shook his head. "I did not kill this man. I have no memory of his face, and I remember each of the men I had to destroy." She turned away from him. To her horror, the tears she'd been fighting blurred her vision. The humiliation was unbearable. Her heart twisted with pain at the thought of her brother's death. "Not you, personally, but a hunter. One of your kind. Why would a hunter take the life of your brother?" There was no inflection in his voice. He wasn't calling her a liar, nor was he admitting such a thing could have occurred. He merely looked at her with his intense black eyes, his face etched with pain, and it tore her insides out. Natalya jerked the leather away from her abdomen to reveal the birthmark that had condemned her brother to death. "I have the same mark. You can't be my life mate when I bear this mark. It's a death sentence. All hunters will kill us immediately when they see the mark of the wizard on our skin." There was defiance in her voice, expectation in her eyes. She meant to shock him and readied herself for his attack on her. Vikirnoff stared at the intricate dragon, low on her left side. He let out his breath slowly. "That is no mark of the wizard, Natalya. That is the birthmark of one of the oldest and most respected of Carpathian families. That mark is Dragonseeker. No hunter would kill a man or woman marked as Dragonseeker. It is not possible." Her chin went up. "Are you calling me a liar?" Vikirnoff didn't answer her verbally. He invaded her mind. He gave her no warning and no time to stop him, pushing past her barriers so that he shared her life, the love of her brother, his laughter, his caring, the way the two of them were forced to live, hiding and running from place to place, always ahead of the enemy. Natalya didn't take the merging lightly. She tried to fight him off, to put up blocks, but there was a ruthless quality to Vikirnoff. He pushed further, uniting them together until he saw what he was looking for. She hated the invasion of her mind. To her, it was almost worse than if he had invaded her body. She lifted her hands and gracefully sketched symbols in the air between them, an attempt at erecting a shield to protect her memories, her thoughts, the very essence of who and what she was from him. The symbols burned brightly in the air for a brief moment, orange and yellow and gold, then slowly faded, leaving her vulnerable. Her resistance to their merging surprised Vikirnoff, but he ignored it, intent on finding the memories that had shaped Natalya's distrust of Carpathians. Natalya's grief over the death of her twin was wild and without end. Totally immeasurable. It was still as sharp-edged and painful as the day she had learned her brother, Razvan, was dying. Vikirnoff caught the echo of her brother's name in her cry of sorrow. Her brother had connected with her on a private mental path, in pain, laboring for breath, reaching out one last time with a warning for her to avoid the Carpathian hunters. To run while she could and stay hidden from the scrutiny of that dangerous race. They were liars. Deceivers. And they would kill her the moment they saw that mark. The dragon was the mark of death. Razvan had been in agony, but he had held on long enough to send the warning to his beloved twin sister. Abruptly, before she could tell him she loved him, he was gone from her. She had never found his body or his killer. He had not shown her the battle or the face of his murderer. It had to be a vampire, Vikirnoff said, totally shaken as he pulled out of her mind. Her emotions were so raw, so intense, he felt them too. He took several deep breaths to stay in control. There is no other explanation. You know they are deceivers. Every one of them. It was no vampire, she hissed back. Razvan knew the difference. Your people waged war on my people simply because a Carpathian cannot stand to lose his woman to another man. My grandmother left her life mate, and it started a war. If Carpathian males can go to war over such a thing, They are perfectly capable of murdering my brother. Your grandmother, Rhiannon of the Dragon Seekers, was kidnapped and her life mate murdered. She was murdered. That is the truth, Natalya, and somewhere deep inside of you, you are very much aware of it, or you would have killed me when I stepped between you and the vampire. Shut up. She pressed her hands over her ears, but she couldn't stop the way her mind tuned itself to his, the way her heart sought the rhythm of his, or the way her body burned for him. And she couldn't bear to be reminded she had nearly killed him. She had allowed the tigress freedom, and her claws had shredded his skin from neck to waist. He closed his eyes in weariness. I am sorry for the death of your brother. In truth, we all have lost loved ones in the battle against evil. The knock on the door saved Natalya from having to answer him. Slavica opened the door cautiously. May I come in? Yes, do, Natalya said. You're welcome to take care of him. She had to get away, get her wild emotions under control. She had never felt such an emotional roller coaster and never wanted to again. Exhausted, trying to hide tears, she snatched up clean clothes and ran for the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower. 4. Natalya seems very upset, Slavica said as she lit several candles to fill the room with the soothing aroma. Is it always so difficult for your women to accept another woman helping you? Even when I am a nurse and you are so gravely injured. Vikirnoff gave her a faint, humorless smile. I have only met 2 other women of my species in recent years, and it seems to me they were both difficult. I have little memory of those who came before. Natalya is a sweet girl, Slavica said. My husband, Mirko, is sending word to the prince, Mikhail Dobrinsky, that you are injured. I told him that one of our guests had broken into Natalya's room while she was away. That really worries me. She frowned as she studied the deep hole in his chest. This worries me as well. The muscle and tissue are shredded right down to your heart. Your artery is exposed, and there seems to be infection already forming. Vampires are nasty creatures. They like to leave their mark behind. Natalya leaned against the bathroom door and listened to the conversation, ashamed of her unreasonable jealousy. She wasn't a sweet girl. She was a grown woman much older than Slavica, and she should be in total control at all times. Her flippant attitude was carefully cultivated to keep people at a distance, but as a rule, she was in complete control. Meeting Vikirnoff had her emotions ping-ponging all over the place. She didn't much like the feeling or herself at the moment. Of course, the hole in Vikirnoff's chest was worrisome. A vampire had attempted to tear out his heart. What did Slavica mean by that? Was it a mortal wound? Slavica hadn't even gotten to the tiger claw marks down his back. Was Vikirnoff going to die after all? Natalya had been so busy climbing all over him, she'd nearly forgotten what he'd suffered in her defense. She was completely disgusted with herself. Natalya thumped the back of her head against the wall in frustration. What is wrong with me? Nothing is wrong with you. You were given a version of a story and you believed it. You think I am your enemy, and yet you are the other half of me, and your soul recognizes me. It is no wonder you are confused. Vikirnoff's calm voice intruded into her mind. The voice of reason, purity, truth. So in control, as if giving her permission to be upset. And it annoyed the hell out of her. Don't make excuses for me. I'm perfectly capable of making up my own mind. Everything about you annoys the holy hell out of me. Everything? His tone was mild, but the inflection was suggestive. Natalya squeezed her eyes closed tight as warmth flooded her body. If his voice could make her weak with wanting him, she was terrified of what might happen if he touched her. She was vulnerable right now. That was the trouble. She longed for a home and a family. For someone to share her life, and he came along, all handsome with those eyes and that mouth and body, and she'd tripped. That was all. A small stumble. Slavica spoke again. I'll need your saliva. Mine has no healing properties. Natalya's stomach rolled and her muscles clenched in protest. Damn it, she muttered as she flung open the bathroom door. She hurried out, grabbing the wooden bowl filled with rich, dark soil, not daring to look at Vikirnoff. I'll do it, she announced, exasperation coloring her tone. If you know what's good for you, you'll keep your freaking mouth shut. And you won't dare smirk, because in all honesty, I have no idea what I'll do if you are that stupid and insensitive. I have never been accused of being insensitive. Vikirnoff wasn't certain that was altogether the truth. His brother's life mate, Destiny, had definitely made a few pointed remarks about his lack of knowledge about women. Of course, Natalya, Slavica encouraged. I'm grateful for the help. Healing a Carpathian is quite different from healing a human. Have you done it before? Natalya asked, curious. It just didn't seem likely that the Carpathian race would share such vital information as their way of healing with humans. Natalya glanced at Vikirnoff, unable to help herself. Her heart shifted uneasily. Had he always been so pale? There were dark circles under his sunken eyes. White lines around his mouth were the only real external signs of pain, but she felt it. And she knew he was, in some way, shielding her. That irritated her as well. She was every bit as powerful and capable as he was. Just because he knew that you had to incinerate vampire hearts in order to kill the undead did not make him more powerful or dangerous, only more knowledgeable. She risked another glance at him as she worked on the soil, trying not to notice the way Slavica touched him. It was impersonal. She could read Slavica's mind, knew there were no inappropriate thoughts, only her need to help heal Vikirnoff's wounds. There was also a very real worry that she would not be able to save him. Still, watching another woman's hands on his body was disturbing. Tell me what else he needs, Natalya said before she could stop herself. A slow hiss of exasperation escaped, but she grimly kept up with her task. She knew the soil was all important, that it would be packed into Vikirnoff's wounds. He needs blood, lots of it. And he needs the earth and someone to enter his body and heal him from the inside out. Natalya pressed her back against the wall. Damn the man. I sure as hell do not want to crawl inside your mind and body. I would not ask it of you. She ground her teeth together. Of course he wouldn't ask. If he'd asked, she would have told him to go to hell, but no, he had to be all stoic and heroic on her. He didn't ask her to bring him back to the inn, but he looked at her with his intense black eyes and left her no choice. I was unconscious. If you knew what was good for you, you'd be unconscious now. She fumed at him, glaring, but he kept his eyes closed. And that brought her attention to his black lashes and their incredible length. I've healed myself from the inside out, Slavica. It requires a great deal of concentration, and if he stays quiet and doesn't say anything stupid and make me so mad I want to add a few extra wounds to him, then it may just work. Vikirnoff's mouth curved into a faint smile. She sounds so loving. Slavica laughed. She does it that, Mr. Von Shrieder. Vikirnoff, he corrected. I don't think now is the time to stand on ceremony. If you are under the protection of our prince, then you are under my protection and a friend. Natalya snorted derisively. You couldn't protect a wet hen right now, Mr. Charm, so knock off the flirting and let me work. Vikirnoff looked confused. Why would I want to protect a wet hen? Slavica covered her mouth with her hand and coughed delicately. You're deliberately missing the point, Natalya said and sank down onto the mattress, her thigh brushing his. I do not understand how or why you are comparing Slavica to a wet hen, Vikirnoff said with a small frown. I do not see the resemblance. Slavica's giggle slipped out from around her hand. She hastily sobered and sent Natalya a quick look of apology. Just lie back, Vikirnoff, and stay still. Natalya, you must teach me the chant that all Carpathian healers use when working. I don't know it, Natalya admitted, feeling guilty and ashamed. Why, she didn't know. She had no reason to know the silly chant. I'm not full Carpathian and have never lived with their people. I know very little about them. Vikirnoff's fingers caught her chin and raised it. Her gaze flew to his and held there when she wanted to jerk away. For all the severity of his injuries, he had surprising strength. I do not like you feeling ashamed. Why should you know something without ever being taught? Few know the heart of the vampire must be incinerated or he will rise again and again. Even fewer know how to separate mind and body to heal. And the number who know the sacred words of healing is even smaller. His voice soothed more than his words, brushing over her like silk, enveloping them with an intimacy that brought unexpected tears to her eyes. She choked back a lump burning in her throat and dragged her gaze from his. He was touching her in ways she couldn't comprehend and her reaction to him frightened her. She was terribly ashamed of her shrewish behavior toward Vikirnoff when he lay on the bed with his chest, thigh, and back ripped open, all the while trying to soothe her. I am having trouble keeping chaotic emotions at bay. Why should it be any easier for you? You have no reason to feel shame. His confession nearly brought on another rush of tears. Natalya bent over his chest, pressing the mixture of healing soil and saliva into the hole so close to his heart. Beneath her fingers, she felt his muscles grow tense. Flicking a nervous glance at his face, she saw tiny beads of blood on his brow. Her stomach protested with a quick rolling lurch. Her breath hissed out between her teeth. It's good, Natalya, Slavica encouraged. Vikirnoff teach us the words so we can help when Natalya attempts to heal you. Hurry. It slipped out, breathless with anxiety. Natalya bit down on her lip, but it didn't stop the worry in her mind from betraying her. She hated causing him pain, even when she knew she was helping him with the soil pack. Tell me the words, and I'll relay them to Slavica. And tell me what the words mean. Kanash, Nelkel Sivdavanas, Nelkel Festalin loyally. It means you lie as if asleep, without beat of heart, without airy breath. Vikirnoff coughed, and there was a fleck of blood at his lips. He turned his face away from her to continue. Ot alidamet andum sabadon alididert means I offer freely my life for your life. His gaze flicked over her briefly. You may not wish to continue. Just give me the words. O gela selam jorum ot animet es soeng ot elididet. Vikirnoff coughed again and dragged his torn shirt to his mouth. Natalya could see it was instantly stained with blood. My spirit of light forgets my body and enters your body. O gela selam puktakin minden selamek belso. Vikirnoff paused when she took the shirt from him and gently wiped his mouth. Her eyes met his. What does that mean? My spirit of light sends all the dark spirits within fleeing without. His hand fumbled for her wrist to hold her still. Thank you, Natalya. You're very welcome. Give me the rest of it before you lose consciousness. Pajnak o susu hanyat yes o nyelvnyalamet sivadaba means I press the earth of my homeland and the spit of my tongue into your heart. Basically, the chant covers exactly the procedure for healing, Natalya said. Vikirnoff nodded. Vii o verum soeng o verid andum is, at last, I give you my blood for your blood. This is repeated while the healer is inside the body. It is a ceremony that has been handed down through time and has much power. Natalya repeated the words slowly several times to Slavica. The nurse nodded and began to chant, picking up the accents and murmuring the words in a soft, melodic voice. Natalya took a deep, cleansing breath and let it out. She had often healed small wounds on her own body with the technique of separating spirit from body, but never on another person. It was dangerous and difficult to allow the body to drop away and become the healing energy needed. And to enter Vikirnoff's body, what if she made a mistake? What if she did something wrong and made things worse? There is no making things worse, Inak Enyum, I cannot hold on much longer. If you do not enter my body and heal it, I will oblige you by dying and save you the necessity of finding new ways to kill me. Natalya had no idea if he was attempting humor or if he meant it, but his words steadied her resolve. She flashed him a quick glance. Good riddance, too. You make me crazy. I know. There was far too much satisfaction in his purring answer. But there was also an underlying echo of pain. He was finding it more difficult to shield her from the tearing agony that made him sweat blood. Natalya closed herself off from confusion and guilt and doubt. She needed to shed her own skin, put aside her ego and her doubts, the frailties of self, and become only pure energy, the essence of life, a spirit so light it could travel without flesh and bones. She began to chant as well, the rhythmic words helping her concentrate and focus on her task. She felt the separation and, for a moment, panicked as she always did. She forced herself to push through her awareness of self and let go. She knew Vikirnoff was with her, a shadow in her mind. She wasn't certain if he was there for support, for aid should she need it, or because he feared she might try to kill him. She found herself back in her own body. Faint colors stole up her cheeks. She couldn't look at Slavica and admit failure. What did I do wrong? Nothing. You became aware of my presence and allowed it to distract you. It happens with all healers attempting to enter someone else. Try again, Natalya. You seem to be a natural. I've only done this to myself. But with no training. No one showed you how, but you managed on your own. You must be a powerful healer, as were all the dragon seekers. I am staying with you to ensure your safety. If you wish me dead, you would not be attempting this. The utter weariness in his voice became her strength and determination. She let her breath out slowly again and freed her mind and spirit from her body. She narrowed her awareness to Vikirnoff, to his broken, bleeding body, the terrible injuries wrought by a vampire, the most evil of all creatures. It was necessary to stay out of his brain, ignore his memories and his thoughts. She found it was a struggle to separate herself from him. Somehow they were already intertwined, and some instinctual, emotional and alien part of her feared his death. She took another steadying breath and once more concentrated on the chant. It was there for her, focusing her energy, drawing her into Vikirnoff's torn body so that she floated through him, pure white healing light. The damage was tremendous. Worse than she ever expected and far beyond her healing accomplishments to date. She wondered at his ability to continue when he was so completely torn up inside. The deep claw marks down his back were mere scratches in comparison to the damage done by Arturo. Natalya began the meticulous work of healing from the inside out. After a time she became aware whenever she hesitated, it was Vikirnoff who directed her, helping her close off torn, jagged muscle and tissue, repairing the damaged organs and carefully removing infection and, in several spots, poison. The volume of chanting increased as other Carpathians joined in from a distance, both male and female, their voices rising together to aid in healing one of their own, in spite of the sun climbing higher in the sky. If the work hadn't demanded all of her attention, the voices merging together would have made her nervous. She had never been in such close proximity to the Carpathian people, and they were touching her mind, just as she was touching theirs. She had no idea how much time passed before she finished with the repairs to Vikirnoff's chest, but by the time she pulled back into herself, her body was swaying with weariness. Slavica held a glass of water out to her. Natalya took it gratefully and drank it down in one gulp. "How do you know how to do that?" she asked Vikirnoff. "I don't think a doctor could do what you just did." If it were possible, Vikirnoff was even paler, his skin an alarming color of gray. Natalya gripped Slavica's arm. "Look at him. I made him worse." "I don't think so," Slavica consoled. "He needs blood. We must find a way to give him blood." She took a deep breath. "I gave my blood once before to a Carpathian, although I don't remember what it felt like. I can give him mine." The protest rising in Natalya was sharp and ugly. She forced herself away from the edge of danger. She flatly refused to make a fool of herself a second time. And she was not about to tell Slavica an exchange of blood with Vikirnoff was the most erotic thing she'd ever experienced. "I will supply him with blood," she said. The thought of touching him, tasting him so intimately was frightening. The more she wanted to run from him, it seemed the closer they became. "She is too weak," Vikirnoff objected. His voice was so faint, Natalya bent over him to hear the whispered words. His breath was warm against her ear. She could see the weak flutter of his pulse. "Put yourself to sleep and conserve energy," she ordered. "I mean it, Hunter. You're not going to die on me and mess up the best work I've ever done. I am beginning to like the way you talk to me, and that is frightening." There was the faintest of smiles in his voice. She was so susceptible to him. "Just hibernate, or go into your suspended animation, or whatever you people do when you're underground." She looked at Slavica with too much desperation, but she couldn't help herself. "Can't you do something? Don't you have a shot of something that will knock him out so we don't have to listen to him anymore? He's so busy trying to be the boss he's going to die on us." She hated that she was betraying her concern for him. "Unfortunately, he is right about the blood," Slavica said. "You have to work on him more and you need your strength. The hours are slipping by and soon you will be too tired to do this. There is no way for us to get him into the healing earth without everyone seeing us either." "I don't get as tired as the Carpathians do in the sun," Natalya said. "I'm only part Carpathian." She'd never really thought about that side of her and the gifts she'd inherited from her grandmother. She stared down at Vikirnoff with a small frown on her face. He definitely needed more blood. She doubted her nature could stand him taking what he needed from Slavica. How could she explain to the nurse when she didn't understand it herself? Slavica seemed to divine the problem. Why don't I do the best I can to treat his remaining wounds and you give him blood? If I think he needs stitches, you can go back in just for that part. None of his other wounds is life-threatening. You can probably do a quick inspection of them to make certain no bacteria have gotten into his system. That way you will conserve strength and you can provide for him. Natalya helped Slavica roll Vikirnoff to his side, exposing his back. The rake marks were long furrows dug out of his flesh, several inches deep in places. Slavica glanced at Natalya. I'm sorry, you will have to do this. I would have to give him stitches, the cuts are far too deep. I'll clean it to give you a chance to rest. Tell me how you came to know about the Carpathians. Do you see them often? Natalya didn't want to think too much on how those rake marks had gotten on his back. There is no need for guilt. Please just go to sleep. Slavica smiled. Mikhail and Raven Dobrinsky are regular visitors to the village. They have many friends here and help out a great deal. I doubt anyone else knows they are not simply another human couple living in this area. Not long ago, 2 other Carpathians made themselves known to me. They brought with them small human children. Angelina and I often look after the children during the day. Slavica worked while she talked, washing the wounds and pouring something that obviously burned on Vikirnoff's back. He broke out in a blood sweat. Natalya's stomach churned in protest. I'm okay now. I'll see if I can't heal those injuries, Slavica. Wounds she'd made. Natalya closed her eyes, briefly wishing she could take back that moment in time. Warmth immediately flooded her. Vikirnoff's touch. She recognized it now, so light it almost wasn't there, yet strong and incredibly tender. It wasn't fair that he could do that. He had so much confidence in himself. With him in her mind so much, she couldn't help but catch glimpses of his character. The strong, silent type, although you don't seem to be all that silent around me. I can only wish. Deliberately she teased him, wanting the pain to recede from his body if only for a brief second. She felt his faint smile, but he didn't speak, not even in the more intimate way of life mates. She let out her breath, unaware until that moment that she'd been holding it. Vikirnoff was weak and the leaden state that invaded the Carpathian race was beginning to grip him. Even with the heavy drapes drawn, the light hurt his eyes. She felt the burning as if it were her own. Cover his eyes, Slavica, while I finish this. Natalya said between gritted teeth. The thought of him being in such pain that she'd caused, was totally disconcerting. Citri, you have not caused me pain. There was that tenderness that turned her heart over. How could his voice be so velvet soft and gentle? How could it stroke through her body like silken heat, leaving her so weak-kneed and vulnerable? And what was he calling her? Slavica added heavy tapestries over the drapes so that no light could possibly get through the window or door. Thank you, Natalya said. The darkened room made it easier to shed her body and regain her spirit form, traveling through Vikirnoff to reach the long furrows the tigress had carved out of his back. She closed the wounds, removing the bacteria, checking and rechecking that she had fused together every bit of torn flesh, muscle, and vein. How he had managed to walk into the inn and up the stairs in such a condition, she had no idea. She didn't want to admire him, but she did. I think I'm done, Natalya announced, leaning heavily against Slavica. She was exhausted. Vikirnoff lay unmoving. Between his wounds and the time of day, his body was already leaden. She had the most unnatural desire to lie down beside him, her body curled protectively around his, and go to sleep. Will you be all right if I leave you? Slavica asked. Mirko has been handling the inn alone, and I would very much like to check on the whereabouts of Brent Barstow. I'll have to set safeguards on the door, so don't try to come in unless I call you, Natalya cautioned. I'll call if we need anything. Thank you so much for your help, Slavica. And I'm sorry if I was a little strange. Slavica patted her arm. No need for that. Mirko and I will do our best to keep an eye on Barstow. Natalya shook her head. You've done enough for us. I don't want either of you in danger. We'll sleep until this evening and we can sort it out then. She followed the innkeeper to the door to check the hallway. Uneasiness was growing in her, but it could have been fear of being alone with a hunter. Not just any hunter, Vikirnoff. She began to weave the intricate pattern of safeguards at the door and windows. Anyone disturbing their slumber would be in for a few nasty surprises. Excellent job. I could not have done better myself. His concession pleased her, even if the fact that he wasn't asleep made her uncomfortable. I have been studying since I was a toddler. My family is from a very ancient lineage, and the spells have been handed down for centuries. She frowned when she realized she was using the much more intimate form of communication between them. Mind to mind rather than spoken aloud. I am sorry if this form of conversing makes you uneasy. I do not have the strength for verbal conversation. I know you don't. I didn't object. If you'd stay out of my head, you wouldn't be hearing things you weren't meant to hear. People need privacy. Especially me. She drummed her fingers against the mattress. You need blood. And I need to wash you up. Frankly, you're a mess. She surveyed him, hands on hips. I don't see how you managed to make it even traveling on the back of a tiger. The tiger was a wonderful experience. My brother has said, on more than one occasion, that I am stubborn. What a shocker that is. Natalya flashed him a small grin as she dragged towels, washcloth, and a bowl of warm water out of the bathroom, pleased by his compliment. I can't imagine anyone ever calling you stubborn. You are very brave when I am seemingly helpless. Natalya's eyebrow went up. Seemingly? She was gentle as she wiped his face clean, smoothing back his hair with the washcloth. You do not have to do this. She frowned at him as she patted his face dry. Yes, I do. I'm sleeping on the floor and you're a mess. That was exactly what she planned to do. Sleep on the floor in front of the door with several weapons at her fingertips. She longed to lie down and sleep in the soft bed for a couple of days, but it wasn't going to happen this day. He was silent again, and she finished washing him, smoothing the cloth over his heavy muscles, washing away all traces of blood from his chest and belly. Natalya tossed the rags left from his shirt into a corner. She hesitated, tempted to go further, but she was worn out and she still needed to give him blood. Besides, she didn't want to see anything too tempting. His soft laughter brushed inside her mind. It is not likely I could do anything about the ideas you would have in your head. Don't flatter yourself. I'm not easily impressed. Mortified that he was reading her thoughts again, Natalya hurried into the bathroom. Many of the rooms shared the same bathroom, but Natalya had specifically requested one with a private bath. She'd felt a little guilty when she knew she'd be away for several days at a time, but now she was grateful she had reserved the room. The hot water felt like a miracle as she took a shower, hoping to revive herself for the long watch. She was sore everywhere. She hadn't even noticed until that very moment. Every muscle ached, her head pounded, and her eyes burned enough to remind her the sun was climbing high. She could hear the buzz of conversations throughout the inn, the laughter out on the street, the clip-clop of the horses as the carts went by, interspersed occasionally with a car. She was a solitary person, but she enjoyed the sounds of humanity and usually sought out friendships in the towns and villages she passed through. It was the only way she saw herself fitting into the world when it was a place not meant for someone like her. She was part Carpathian. She was capable of some feats, yet not all. She had the drawbacks, yet not the severity of them. She didn't belong in their world. She didn't belong to a species that had murdered her brother and waged a war over a woman, even if that woman had been her grandmother. Mage blood ran strong in her. She was from ancient lines gifted with the ability to wield magic, to use the harmony of the earth, to harness the energies and spirits around her. She was adept at it, capable of weaving powerful spells, combining ancient text and her own inventions with astonishing results, yet there was nowhere for such things in the modern world. The thought triggered a flash of memory, or perhaps a nightmare. I don't want to do that. It's too dangerous. Razvan, tell him what will happen if I call on that spirit. I won't. Razvan, he's hurting me. Make him stop. A shadowy figure stepped out of the darkness and loomed over her as her brother rushed to her aid. Gasping, Natalya pulled back. What is it? There was alarm in Vikirnoff's voice. Natalya closed her eyes, tears slipping past her lashes as she caught the vision of her brother lying on the floor, his face already swelling and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. As always, a door in her brain slammed down, effectively stopping the replay of the distressing memory. Natalya? Shall I come to you? What has upset you? She leaned against the shower stall wall. There was such caring in his voice. She hadn't had caring or affection in a long, long time. Don't be silly. I'm just tired. Could he see all the way into her mind? Into the places that were so dark and shadowed and beyond her own ability to see? Her father, Soren, had been half Carpathian and half mage. He had married a human, her beloved mother, Samantha. Natalya closed her eyes tight and tried not to think about her mother and the mess the vampires had made of her. Her father had gone a little crazy and left his children, Razvan and Natalya, alone while he went seeking to find his wife's killers. He had never returned, and Razvan had become her only family. Her eyes burned at the thought of her brother. So gentle with her, so careful to make certain she used every safeguard, dead at the hand of a hunter. She put her palm on the shower door as if she could feel Vikirnoff through the partition. The hunter was alive because she had chosen to save him. Sighing, she stepped out of the shower and dried her body, wincing a little when she touched bruises. Natalya sagged against the wall, covering her face. What would Razvan say to her if he were alive? Would he be disgusted and ashamed of her? Or would he understand? She pressed her hands over her ears as if shutting out whispered recriminations. She didn't understand why she was so drawn to the hunter, why she even considered the possibility of being his life mate. In the past, she'd been a witness to a woman being drawn to a hunter in spite of her intentions not to be, but Natalya was not fully Carpathian or fully human. She was also wizard, with the blood of the dark mage flowing in her veins. Few had her power. She did not believe she could be successfully bound. How could she expect Razvan to believe it if she did not? And how could she expect his understanding? She had the fear that he might reach out from his grave to condemn her. Opening the bathroom door, she stood across the room from the badly injured hunter and wondered why she had been so determined to see him live. Natalya pulled on a pair of soft drawstring pants and a long-sleeve shirt and stood watching Vikirnoff. He appeared to be dead. She couldn't detect the faintest breath of air moving through his lungs, but she didn't want to get that close to him yet. She still had the task of giving him blood. You do not have to do anything so abhorrent to you, Kislani. It is not necessary. I will survive. Natalya stiffened. Had he been awake the entire time, a shadow in her mind? Why couldn't she tell when he was merged with her? What are you calling me? What is Kislani? The emphasis is on the first syllable. Kislani. It means little girl. Natalya sucked in her breath, anger rising instantly. What else have you called me? She was no little girl, no baby, and she damned well wasn't afraid of him. Well, maybe that wasn't altogether true, but she refused to be intimidated when the hunter was so gravely wounded. She pushed up her sleeve in a businesslike manner and forced herself across the room. I called you my little slip of a girl, and forever mine. The weariness in his voice tugged at her heart in spite of her anger. He was using too much energy when he needed desperately to conserve. I am not a slip of a girl, or a little girl, she declared. I'm a grown woman, and I expect you to treat me with respect. As you do me? She slashed her wrist and pressed it to his mouth. Pain knifed through her, but she stuck her chin in the air and accepted it. She wasn't going to feel guilty. He was a hunter, for heaven's sake. One of her greatest enemies, she'd saved his life. That should have been enough. You're not a little slip of a girl, but you're Einak Enyam, forever mine. I thank you for taking care of me when you are uncertain if it is the right thing to do. Don't thank me. I don't want your thanks. Just hurry up and get better so I can throw you out. Maybe your prince will come and take you home with him and get you out of my hair. And this night she dared not summon her dream of Razvan as she did each time she slept. She loved to go to sleep and call on her childhood memories of her twin so she could spend time with him. They had always met in their dreams and exchanged whatever each of them had been taught. It was all she had left to her, but not this time. She didn't dare face him, not with a hunter sleeping in her bed and her blood flowing in his veins. Not even when Razvan was dead. I do not belong with the prince. I belong with you. Natalya sighed and waited until he politely closed the gash on her wrist with his tongue. His touch was a velvet rasp that sent heat right up her arm. I don't think we're right for one another. You don't even like me, Vikirnoff. My grandmother couldn't have been a true life mate to her Carpathian if she fell in love with my grandfather. I was told the binding words only work on a true pair. I do not think we are true life mates. We aren't compatible. Vikirnoff opened his eyes. She had forgotten how black his eyes were, how intense his gaze was. Even in the darkness, she could see that he had night vision, just as she did. Rhiannon was with her true life mate. Xavier murdered her life mate and imprisoned her. She was in love with Xavier. I've heard many stories about their life together. Their time was short, but they lived every moment together happy. His tongue moistened his dry lips. Natalya's heart jumped. She couldn't stand to see him in pain. There was a war, Natalya. People were being killed. Do you believe she would have been happy? Would you have been? Xavier wanted immortality. He had longevity, but only Carpathians could live on and on. He was a powerful wizard, but he couldn't find a way to live forever as he wanted. His voice trailed off. Don't talk anymore. We don't need to do this now. She didn't want to think about Xavier or her troubled nightmares of him. She didn't want to think about her father or mother. Most of all, she didn't want to think about Razvan. Please, just go to sleep and do me the courtesy of staying out of me mind. His eyes closed. That is an unreasonable request. If I do not share your mind, how can I see to your health and safety and happiness? It is my duty as your life mate to provide these things. Natalya sat with her back to the wall, knees drawn up, guns beside her, knives and sword within arm's reach. She laid her head on her knees and closed her eyes. It isn't unreasonable at all. If it makes me happy to have privacy, then it stands to reason you should honor my request. There was a long silence. So long she didn't think he was going to answer. You are confused about what is between us, and you are emotional. It can be difficult at first adjusting to what seems an intrusion in your life. Natalya allowed herself to relax. She needed sleep desperately and couldn't understand why Vikirnoff hadn't fully succumbed to the leaden state that took the Carpathian people when the sun was high. She preferred to sleep in the afternoon, and the sun burned her eyes, but she could push past the discomfort and go outside as long as her skin was protected. She probably should have gone out and found blood for herself, but frankly, she was too tired. I'm an intrusion in your life as well, she pointed out. We don't have to give in to this thing. Whatever the thing was. Vikirnoff was silent even longer. She didn't understand, and he couldn't really blame her. He had to admire her, going against her beliefs to aid him. Guilt surrounded her, aided her along with her complete bewilderment. The pull between lifemates was extremely strong, and she felt it every bit as deeply as he. It is not a choice, Inakanyam. Without you the darkness would take me. I cannot allow that to happen, and neither can you. You know how evil the vampire is. I have fought such creatures most of my life. I will not become the undead. Not even for my misguided life mate. Damn him. He had a way of turning her words around on her. She bit at her knuckles to keep from ranting at him. He believed what he was saying. Worse, she believed it as well. She let her breath out slowly, waiting until she was calm. You would become a vampire? Why? A Carpathian male cannot exist for all time without his life mate. We are two halves of the same whole. You are the light to my darkness, and without you, I have two choices. To seek the dawn or to succumb to that darkness. I have waited too long to make the first choice. She detested the honesty in his voice. She detested everything about the situation. So Carpathian males turn into vampires. That's where vampires come from. This was not taught to you? Who would teach it to me? Natalya sighed. No wonder you hunters are such a murderous lot. That's why I feel the darkness in you. You are very much like the vampire. Yes and no. This is just great news. My intended is the undead waiting to happen. Do I have a neon sign stamped on my forehead? If you're a blood-sucking evil monster, willing to murder and wreak havoc, please apply. She felt his faint amusement and tried not to smile when she was so exasperated with the situation. Go to sleep. And Vikirnoff, I have my own darkness in me. I cannot be your light. There's been a mistake. I just haven't figured out what to do about it yet. 5. Natalya. Hurry. You're late again. Grandfather is going to be angry with you. I don't like going to see him. He has scary eyes. Razvan puffed out his chest, his mop of tawny hair falling into his eyes. I'll protect you. If he is mean to you, I'll tell him we're going to leave. Natalya sucked in her breath and skidded to a halt, her silky hair flying in all directions. She shook her head solemnly. No, Razvan, he gets very angry when you stick up for me. I don't want him to punish you. I know he was mean to you the last time you got mad at him for making me cry. You were too quiet and you didn't tell me what he did to you. I don't care what he does to me. I won't let him hurt you. Not now, not ever. Why won't Father come back? I don't like being all alone. Mother is dead and Father went off and left us, and now we just have Grandfather. I don't like him. You know Father wouldn't want us to live with Grandfather. He didn't like Grandfather either. SSH. Razvan looked around, his two old eyes suddenly wary as he threw his arm around his sister's shoulders. Don't say that. He might hear you. He always knows what we talk about unless we meet in our dreams. We have to be careful, Natalya. Don't trust anyone. Don't trust Grandfather and don't be alone with him. Something bad could happen. Natalya spun around as something thudded against the door. When she turned back, Razvan was gone. Alarmed, she ran down the familiar steps leading to her grandfather's workshop and pounded on the door. It was locked and no one came to let her in. She slid down the door to the ground, tears running down her face. Razvan would be punished because she hadn't obeyed. He would suffer the wrath meant for her. Through the sound of her sobs, she heard her twin's voice. He sounded far away from her. Natalya? Where are you? I can't see you. Something's wrong with me. Am I dead? Did you kill me? No, the hunter killed me. Where are you, Natalya? Tell me where you are. Razvan's plaintive cry wrenched at her heart. I'm here, Razvan. At the inn. Natalya woke with a start, tears running down her face. Her legs were cramped from staying in the same position for so long and her heart was pounding. Adrenaline flooded her body. She and Razvan had been 10 years old when their father had disappeared. She hated when reality or nightmares intruded into her precious memories of Razvan. She had no recall of her grandfather. She could only think that the events of the day had brought him into her dreams. Guilt weighed heavily on her mind and in her heart. Razvan was dead, killed by a merciless hunter, and her guilt had entered her beloved dreams and twisted them, giving her a bad taste in her mouth and making alarm bells chime like crazy. What had awoken her? She glanced at Vikirnoff. He remained still, no hint of breath moving through his lungs. No discernible heartbeat. She was still suspicious. She had seen him like that before, yet he had been reading her thoughts. Uneasiness spread through her mind. Her stomach churned and the hair on the back of her neck stood up. Something was wrong. Something was terribly wrong. She snatched up her guns and stood listening at the door. Nothing. She ran her hands over the door. The safeguards were intact, some of the strongest she'd ever woven. Still, the feeling wouldn't go away. Something was not quite right. She glanced nervously at the bed. Vikirnoff lay as if dead, and then suddenly, without warning, his eyes snapped open and his breath hissed out in a deadly snarl. Natalya nearly jumped out of her skin. His gaze shifted immediately to her face. What danger has awakened me from my slumber? So you feel it too? She turned in a circle in the center of the room, trying to become a timing fork to ferret out the threat. Get out of here. Go now, Natalya. She crossed to the window and ran her hands over the drapes. She had no idea what she was searching for, but she didn't find anything. The feeling of dread was overwhelming. It's a good thing I have a big ego, or you'd crush me with always wanting me to go away. She shot Vikirnoff a quick assessing glance. Should there be need, he would not be able to fight physically. He couldn't move at all, paralyzed by the time of day. She was tired and sluggish herself, but she had her weapons and whatever threatened them was going to get more than it bargained for. She faced the door again. She felt a terrible dread each time she turned in that direction. Her gaze shifted around the room. The danger was palpable, but she couldn't find the source. Natalya, get out. You must go. You can make it out the window. Protect your eyes and leave this place. It isn't after me. It's after you. She was certain she was right, and she didn't even know what it was. She stepped back toward the bed and positioned herself between Vikirnoff and the door. Her hands sketched an intricate pattern while she murmured an ancient revealing spell. Whatever stalked the hunter was cloaked, and it had to have known how to slip past the safeguards woven around the door. She didn't want to think of the possibilities of what that would mean. Vikirnoff watched Natalya through half-closed eyes. Even in the dark in the room, his eyes burned, but he couldn't look away from her. Natalya seemed to glow. Power radiated from her, surged in the air around them. Electricity snapped and crackled. Natalya's hair flowed around her, rising upward toward the ceiling. Her hands pressed forward, her voice never ceasing. Something shimmered in the room. Transparent. A shadow, bent over and creeping along on the floor. Natalya could barely see it as it inched toward the bed. Insubstantial, the shadow was made of ever-moving black and gray smoke. Fierce flames burned in the eerie red eyes. For a moment her heart ceased to beat, then it went into overtime, pounding so hard she was afraid it would leap out of her chest. Vikirnoff. This is a shadow warrior. There was awe in her voice and ragged horror. Better to face 3 vampires and a legion of humans. You must leave now. She wanted to leave. She was so frightened it amounted to terror. You cannot defeat a shadow warrior in your condition. Even if you weren't so badly wounded, it's full day. The sun alone would put you at a terrible disadvantage. I can't leave you defenseless. Listen to me, Natalya. This thing is legendary. I have only heard of them and their skills. I have never faced one. But even if you were a seasoned hunter at full strength, it is said that no one can hope to win a battle with a shadow warrior. We thought them long gone from this world. Natalya watched as the whirling cloud of vapor stood fully upright. Most of the time, the creature appeared to be nothing more than smoke, but there were moments she caught a brief glimpse of armor. The flames in the sunken eyes burned madly as the creature looked around the room. All the while the smoke was in constant motion, swirls of gray and black that seemed no more than a vague transparent film. Self-preservation was strong in her, and Natalya looked longingly at the drape-covered window. Why isn't he attacking? Vikirnoff could lie passive, conserving his strength in order to have one chance at saving Natalya. There was no sense in wasting time arguing with her. She was strong-willed, and he doubted if the bond between lifemates would even allow her to leave on her own. That bond, coupled with her personality, would make it impossible. He had to wait for an opportunity to use everything he had to save her life. Legend says movement attracts them. He is not paying any attention to you, but he searches for me. The shadow was moving through the room slowly. Once, the gray smoke passed over Natalya and the thing hesitated, but moved on. Only the ancient wise ones used the shadow warriors. There was only one ancient wise one capable of commanding the shadow warrior, Natalya. Her heart sank. Xavier. She was well aware of the legendary rumor that she knew was a fact. Xavier, her grandfather, the dark mage, had been the one to create the weapon. Unfortunately, she didn't know how they could be destroyed. She lifted her chin. Perhaps she was somehow responsible for this attack. Taking a deep breath, she reached for her sword and in one smooth motion, stepped in front of the near-helpless Carpathian. What do you think you are doing? His breath left his body in a rush of fear. His chest lifted and fell, and that small action combined with Natalya's movements caused the shadow warrior to swivel its head directly around toward him, the flaming eyes glowing with fervor for the kill. Don't talk. I can't be distracted. She was already sweating, not a good sign. Natalya watched the insubstantial shadow closely. The warrior raised its sword in the traditional manner. She raised hers in answer. Vikirnoff watched her, his heart in his throat. She appeared perfectly balanced, her body light and graceful. Rather than a linear pattern, she moved with circular, gliding footwork, deflecting the warrior's sword as it arced toward Vikirnoff. Metal clashed on metal and sparks flew. Natalya danced away, slicing at the shadow as she glided once more directly into the path between Vikirnoff and the warrior. Her sword sliced through empty air. The warrior turned directly toward Natalya. He grew in stature and substance, taking on a much more solid and powerful form. He towered over her, the flickering red of his eyes, tracking her every movement. Vikirnoff forced his body to move. It took every ounce of discipline he possessed, every bit of strength of will to overcome the gripping paralysis in order to bring his arm up and wave it in the air. It only lasted a few seconds and the arm flopped lifelessly across his chest, but the warrior turned immediately toward him, drawn by the movement. The shadow glided with astonishing speed, sword whistling toward Vikirnoff. Natalya deflected the strike and answered, a blur of motion, her hair crackling, the color going as black as midnight and her eyes burning a bright blue, as she spun around the warrior, sword slicing completely through the shadow at least 3 times. This isn't working. He's worse than good old Freddy. Think, Natalya, you're good at this sort of thing. Think of what to do, she admonished herself. He's gaining strength with the enemy. Do you feel it? There has to be a way to defeat them. I refuse to believe they're invincible. She would not believe it. There had to be a way. In truth, she hadn't felt the growing power in the warrior. She was too busy trying to keep Vikirnoff alive. The shadow warrior wasn't trying to kill her. It merely saw her as a nuisance in its way. She continually intercepted the warrior's killing blows, preventing him from destroying Vikirnoff. The hunter was right, though. As the swords came together, her arm and body nearly went completely numb from the force he was generating. You cannot kill what is already dead. What did the legend say, Vikirnoff? She stepped in front of the bed again, fending off the flashing sword. This time, when the blades met, she stumbled under the sheer vigor of the blow. Stop all movement. If I stop, this father of all Freddy's kills you. That's unacceptable. And before you get too excited by that and think I don't want you dead, I just plain hate losing. It is too many hours before sunset. I cannot aid you with physical fighting. Natalya parried another blow and took several slices at the armor-plated warrior. Her blade moved through smoke. Physical fighting. The words repeated over and over in her head. It was impossible to fight a shadow warrior and win. What are they made of? Vikirnoff, hurry. What are they made of? They have no substance. They are like Carpathians when we turn to mist. Small molecules, vapor, air. Even water. Dust. Whatever is around to form the particles is used. But he is dead, Natalya. Already dead. You cannot kill him. It has to be more than that. It has life, essence. A spirit. Natalya parried another blow and sliced futilely through gray and black smoke. The spirit of a lost warrior, taken from the grave without permission and forced to obedience without rest. That's what a shadow warrior is, right? She asked. Vikirnoff again made a supreme effort to redirect the shadow warrior's attention back to him and away from Natalya. If it slays me, remain absolutely still. It will ignore you and leave. Natalya deflected the blade of the shadow warrior from Vikirnoff's throat and sliced through the transparent body once again, whirling away from the bed so that the warrior tracked her across the room away from the hunter. Stop being so noble. You set my teeth on edge. This thing is really making me angry. Trust me, that is not a good thing. They're already dead. Think, Natalya. Call on your skills. She continued to instruct herself, staying very focused on the warrior. I'm telling you, it feeds off energy. The more you move, the more emotion you give it, the stronger the thing becomes. It's growing in stature, but not form. I have a plan. Close your eyes and keep them closed. You'll have to trust me. Vikirnoff immediately merged his mind with hers as she spun in a graceful circle, a blur of motion as she kept the warrior's attention fully focused on her. Even in the dire circumstances, Vikirnoff found her a beautiful, deadly combination. Grace and power, perfectly balanced, she moved with blurring speed, spinning in circles across the room, blade flying as she gained the covered balcony door. Her gaze shifted once to him, even as she parried another blow from the warrior. Vikirnoff saw her entire body vibrate with the force of the shadow warrior's strike. Your eyes. It was the only warning Natalya was going to give him. If Vikirnoff wouldn't listen to her, even in the midst of a dangerous situation, that was on him. She gritted her teeth and caught at the drape, jerking the heavy covering down. Bright light spilled into the room through the glass of the French doors. Instant agony seized her, abruptly cut off. She deflected another blow, her feet dancing in an age-old pattern, whirling and slicing as she glanced toward Vikirnoff. She could feel the light eating at her flesh, burning her eyes, but it had to be 1,000,000 times worse for him. Cursing, she abandoned her plan and fought her way back to his side. Inwardly, she damned herself for a fool. The shadow warrior gained strength with every moment while she grew weary. The hunter was going to die anyway. She was dumb to keep fighting for his life. Her sword whistled through empty space when she should have decapitated the warrior. His answering blade narrowly missed her waist and jarred her arm when she deflected it. She grabbed the quilt with one hand and yanked it over Vikirnoff's body to cover him completely. The shadow warrior went after the movement of the quilt, drawn by the scent of the hunter. The deadly sword thrust into the quilt, and a fountain of blood erupted. Natalya's breath hissed out in fury from between her clenched teeth. She lunged at the warrior, trying to drive him back with her shoulder, but she fell through his body, staggering to keep her balance and whirling to face him. "Stop your heart and lungs." It was a demand, accompanied by a strong push of compulsion at Vikirnoff. Her fear for Vikirnoff amounted to terror. She slammed her sword again and again against the warriors, preventing his renewed attack on the hunter. Her heart sank. They were both dead. She'd killed them with her confidence. What had she been thinking? She knew the effects of sunlight on the Carpathian race. Blisters were forming on her skin. She knew Vikirnoff would be fried even with the small exposure he'd suffered. And all the while her strength was draining. She couldn't fight the shadow warrior forever. "You need the door opened." With every ounce of his last remaining strength, Vikirnoff used telekinetic power to undo the safeguards and the locks to thrust the balcony door wide open. "Your plan is a good one. A warrior's luck to you." She recognized the words from somewhere as a formal ritual between hunters. Somehow the words calmed her mind and allowed her to think clearly again. She began a graceful, spiraling attack, constantly in motion, drawing the shadow warrior across the room, away from Vikirnoff and towards the open door. Her voice began a soft murmur as she drew on her legacy, the powers of earth, wind, and spirit. She needed luck more than luck. She needed a miracle. "Hear me now, Dark One, great warrior torn from your resting place, while I call on earth, wind, fire, water, and spirit." The shadow warrior lowered his sword and was still for the first time since he had been revealed to her. "I call each to me and bind them to me, and with them, I invoke the right of shadow law. The dark mage's blood runs in me. Heed what I say. I command the wind." She flung her arms into the air and brought the wind howling into the room, to come to me, to carry my warrior home. The shadow warrior remained standing, sword at ready, his glowing eyes fixed on Vikirnoff. Well, at least she had his attention. She knew spells, thousands of them. She just had to come up with the right combination. She faced the warrior and seemed to grow in stature. Her hair crackled with electricity as she lifted her arms toward the shadowy figure. Most things were bound by blood. She could do this if she just thought it through. "By shadow law, through ancient's blood, I claim my right by mage's blood." The warrior jerked as if she'd struck him. His fiery eyes shifted from the bed and focused completely on her. Natalya's heart rate increased dramatically. She wanted his attention, but he was intimidating. Her hand tightened around her sword as she sorted through ancient spells for words that might release him. "That which was brought forth I now return, by power of air and fire that burns." The wind increased, tugging at the gray smoke that made up the shadow warrior's form. The flames in the eyes leapt and burned, so that sparks actually flickered in the swirling smoke. The sight was terrifying. "It is working." Vikirnoff, holding the merge, saw her brain functioning at high speed, sorting and discarding spells, turning words over and over in her mind, rearranging them and putting them together. He was astonished and awed by her amazing ability with so many ancient teachings. Natalya swallowed hard and pressed on. "I need to send the warrior back to the netherworld and seal him there for good. I feel your power. It is alive in the room and surrounding him." Natalya took a deep breath. She could do this. She was born to do this. "Shadow and dust shall be reclaimed, earth sealing the tomb from whence you came." She was gaining confidence. This was her realm of expertise like no other in her. Dust to dust, Ashes to ashes, warrior return, breathe your last. Her voice swelled with command. Air, earth, fire, water, hear my voice, obey my order. Thrice around your grave do bound, evils sink into the ground. I now invoke the law of three, this is my will, so mote it be. The shadow warrior stared at her a long moment with his fiery eyes. He bowed slightly and gave her a small salute with his sword. The wind rushed through the room howling, reaching for the warrior, dragging the smoke and dust out the door into the air. The shadow warrior was carried away, his spirit set free at last, his insubstantial form blown into 1,000,000 molecules and scattered across the sky. May you find eternal peace in another realm while the wind takes what is no longer yours to the four corners of the world so your rest may never again be disturbed. Natalya dropped her sword and sagged against the wall, her arms aching, eyes streaming, skin burning in the glare of the sun. She found herself sobbing, her chest tight and painful, throat raw. Her body felt leaden, on fire, stretched beyond all physical boundaries. Worse than that was the emotion churning through her. Everything was all mixed up, swirling in a black eddy and clouding reason. Natalya. She closed her eyes at the sheer intimacy he gave her name. Einak Enyam, why do you weep when you have destroyed what no one else has ever defeated? You are an amazing woman. A true warrior, and I can give you no higher praise. His tone held admiration, respect, but most of all a dark, purring sensuality that turned her insides to mush. She couldn't look at him without feeling weak-kneed and stupid. She hated to be so confused and emotional and weeping in front of him like the little slip of a girl he had called her. You need to shut your heart and lungs down. She wiped at the tears on her face and forced herself to her feet. I'm not giving you any more blood and you're losing it everywhere. I cannot shut down my heart when you are crying like your heart is broken. I absolutely refuse to play Juliet to your Romeo. It's just adrenaline overload, that's all. She pulled the balcony door closed and locked it, trying to find her normal bravado and rid herself of the emotional storm. It is impossible to lie to me, although perhaps you are good at lying to yourself and do not really know your own mind. Natalya yanked the drapes over the door, once again blocking out the light. The relief was tremendous. She stood briefly, eyes closed, gathering her strength. She had never been so tired. She wanted to lie down and sleep forever. How bad is the wound this time? He cut my thigh. I was grateful his aim was not a few inches higher. Which means you're bleeding all over the place again, aren't you? She hurried to his side and pulled back the quilt, ashamed that she had taken so much time to recover from her fight with the shadow warrior. Vikirnoff was covered in blisters, his skin raw and angry-looking. Blood bubbled up from the wound on his thigh. Natalya didn't give herself time to think. She was already on automatic, pressing her hands to the wound, looking around for the wooden bowl with the remaining soil Slavika had left to refresh the packs. You're a mess, she said. So are you. She ducked her head, preparing the soil, avoiding his too intense gaze. She knew she looked like Frankenstein's bride. And he didn't have to sound so gentle. She was going to cry again if he kept it up. It was easier to be angry. She didn't even know what the hell she was crying over, but she couldn't seem to stop. Why would you think such thoughts? You are a beautiful woman and you must know it. Look at yourself through my eyes. She tried to crush the sudden thrill his observation caused. She was so confused, so upset. Her world had turned upside down. Everything feminine in her responded to her greatest enemy. You are angry with me because you think I did not trust you enough to stop my heart and lungs. That is not so, Natalya. I have relied on my own judgment for well over 1,000 years. Yeah, I loved your judgment. She rolled her eyes, both hands on her hips. Your big plan was to die so the little slip of girl, who, by the way, saved your ass yet again, could turn tail and ran. I can't imagine how you managed to survive on your own all that time. It's a miracle. You did not allow me to finish. I could not leave you without my protection, little though I had to give. It is impossible for me. Your skills are apparent, but I have never heard of a shadow warrior being defeated. I could not go quietly to sleep and abandon you to such danger. She swallowed the sudden lump in her throat. He sounded so sincere, so caring. thinking of her when he was ravaged by the sun and had suffered yet another wound. She didn't answer him. She worked on his leg in silence, stopping the flow of blood before separating her spirit from her body and healing him from the inside out. She concentrated wholly on the work, welcoming the chance not to think about what was happening between the hunter and her. When she came back to her body, she was swaying with weariness. "That's the best I can do. Sleep now, Vikirnoff. We have a few hours until sunset." Before Natalya could move, he whispered something soft, nearly indistinguishable in her ear. Tired, unprepared for an attack, Natalya felt him grip her mind, hold her in his enthrallment. She knew she was succumbing to sleep, her body stretched out beside his, but there was nothing she could do about it. The last thing she comprehended was his mouth moving over the blisters on her face and neck, healing the raw burns. "Natalya, you didn't notice I had my hair cut today." Natalya laughed. "I noticed. You're just so vain I wasn't going to say anything to make your ego bigger. You're so busy watching the women watch you, it's too funny. Since you give me no encouragement, I have to find it on my own. I fear for any man who falls in love with you." Natalya tossed her tawny hair and made a face at her brother. "I don't care if 1,000 men fall in love with me, I have no intention of falling in love with them. I see how you are once you know a woman has fallen under your spell. That is not for me." Razvan hugged her. "Don't worry, you'll always be my favorite sister." "Huh. I'm your only sister. Fat consolation, that is." Razvan laughed and sprang away from her, a young colt running fast over the slight hill. "I'll race you home. Come on, Natalya, don't be such a girl. You have to run faster than that." Natalya heard Razvan's voice calling her in the distance. She ran and ran, but she couldn't catch up. He sounded like he was laughing. She loved the sound of his laughter, but she was getting upset that she couldn't catch him. Razvan could rarely outrun Natalya. She had been gifted with incredible athletic skills. And when it came to casting magic, she was often ahead of him in their studies. She knew she had a competitive streak, and right now, she was annoyed that she couldn't reach him. "Stop." Natalya looked in every direction. "I can't see you. I am dead. You cannot follow me to this place. The hunter murdered me, and you have not yet avenged me." Her heart pounded in alarm. "I don't know which hunter killed you. It doesn't matter. They're the enemy and they wish you dead. You are my helm sister, I cannot save you from them, you must save yourself." Natalya wrenched herself awake. She had to push through layers of haze, and it took every ounce of discipline and control she had. Every muscle in her body felt sore, but her skin was clear, the blisters and the red, angry burn gone as if it had never been. Her neck throbbed, right over her pulse. She covered it with her palm and felt warmth tingling through her body. Her neck ached. She rolled out of bed and hit the floor running, dashing for the bathroom to stare at the mark on her neck. Damn it. She dressed hastily and shoved her things into a pack. "You took my blood again, you demon spawned from the devil." "I know you did." Hunger hit her. Sharp. Terrible. Biting. It crawled through her body and overwhelmed her mind. The whispers intruded, soft and sensuous, beguiling with temptation. Her mouth ached, teeth wanting to lengthen, saliva collecting. She turned her head and her stomach dropped away. Vikirnoff's black eyes watched her, and there was hunger in his dark gaze. Without hesitating, Natalya yanked Fleck's cuffs from her pack and bound his wrists tight. He made no move to stop her, just watched her with that disconcerting, focused stare. "I'm sorry. Glare at me all you want, but you're dangerous. Even when you're like this, you scare the hell out of me. I'm going to leave, and I'll just make certain I have a good head start before you follow me." Vikirnoff attempted to move and discovered the binding spell she'd added to hold him helpless. His features hardened perceptibly and his eyes grew a fierce black, but he didn't speak. "You think I will allow you to leave me? I'm not willing to give you a choice. I'm not having you take my blood whenever you feel like it." Her eyes mirrored the gathering storm in her mind. "Do you think I'm so stupid I don't know blood is power? I know I will not allow this." She tossed her hair and shrugged. "Too bad you don't have a say. I'm sorry you're angry, but I'm not life mate material. Even if we're supposed to be together, and I'm not convinced we are, it wouldn't work out. I annoy you. You irritate the hell out of me. We'd be in counseling all the time. She patted his head, a gesture meant to add to his annoyance, but it turned into smoothing his hair back. Her fingers lingered, stroking the silky strands. The moment she realized what she was doing, she snatched her hand back as if he'd burned her. Vikirnoff said nothing, but he looked more dangerous than ever. It was amazing to her how much power he seemed to exude, even wounded and tied up. Natalya didn't know why she couldn't stop trying to defend herself, but she made one more stab at it. Look, I could have left you in the forest. And I could have let the Shadow Warrior get you, she pointed out. I'm tying you up for both our protection. I don't trust you. You are the one who attacked me, he said. Natalya blinked rapidly. His voice was low and compelling. Her stomach did a peculiar little flip. That was unintentional and you know it. You dropped out of the sky between the vampire and me. I was attacking him, not you. In any case, I've made up for it by helping you. Had I left you there, the wolves would have returned along with the vampires and you'd be dead or captured. He glanced down at the flex cuffs. It appears that I am your prisoner. His voice was sensual, a deliberate implication. She felt faint color stealing into her neck and face. Her temper went up a notch. You'll be able to get out of the cuffs once the binding spell wears off. I'm leaving now and that will give me a good head start. You should be fine. I will not allow this. Ask me for anything else and it is yours, but not this, Natalya. I am warning you. I will not let you walk out on your responsibilities. Natalya tossed her head, eyes flashing at him. Who would have guessed the hunter is a sore loser? Talk is cheap, little slip of a boy. He still hadn't blinked and his predatory stare kept her heart pounding. She knew he could hear it, and it only increased her resolve to get away from him. If it were possible, his eyes deepened into a black that made her shudder with sudden anxiety. He had formed a barrier in his mind, most likely to prevent her from feeling his pain, but it also shielded other emotions, such as anger or rage. His eyes were turbulent and as black as the stormiest night. Te avio palaferdialum. Entulum kulua, avio palaferdialum. He whispered the words in his ancient language, his eyes never leaving her face. Ted koluek, kakad, kojed. Elidamet andum. Pessimet andum. Uskol fertilamet andum. Sivamet andum. Silamet andum. Stop. She pressed her palm hard against her heart. Whatever he was saying was affecting her. She knew spells. She knew almost all spells, but she didn't recognize the words. She knew Hungarian, but she didn't know his language. It was more ancient even than Hungarian. It didn't seem to matter. She felt every word in her heart and soul. Vikirnoff's expression never changed, and he didn't take his gaze from hers, holding her captive with his eyes and his voice, in spite of the flex cuffs on his wrists. Ainamet andum. Sivamet koluak kaik etta ated. Einak olensel savamban. As he spoke, each word he uttered in that soft, mesmerizing whisper of sound seemed to penetrate deep into her body and mind, wrap around her heart, and go deeper still, finding something inside of her that rushed to meet him. Stop, she pleaded again. Te elidet einak pied minen. Te avio palaferdialum. Einak sivamet yuda alini. Einak terid vigiazak. A spell. It had to be a spell. She pressed her hands over her ears, but nothing stopped that insidious whisper. Worse, she was beginning to think she was catching some of the words, although she was certain she'd never spoken the language. What have you done? She pressed against the wall, tried to make herself smaller as if by doing so she could escape his magic. She was so certain she'd held him prisoner with physical and otherworldly bonds, but his words had done something irrevocable to her. She felt everything in her reaching for something in him. Needing him. Wanting him. Somehow those ancient words had bound her soul to his for all eternity, as if they really were two halves of the same whole and his words had somehow put them back together. What have you done? She demanded again when he only watched her through his two black eyes. Something about giving me your body and soul and heart. You said that, didn't you? Answer me, Von Shrieder. What have you done? What did you say? I claimed what was rightfully mine. Translate it. Vikirnoff studied her pale face. Her eyes were enormous, her lips trembling. Do not be so afraid. It is a ritual as old as time and no one has ever been harmed by it. Natalya gnashed her teeth together and opted for a blatant lie. I am not afraid. I'm angry. Whatever you did is some kind of binding spell, isn't it? You mean like the one you used on me? His tone was mild. She felt color flooding her face. Maybe I went too far, she conceded. I'll take mine off if you'll remove yours. It cannot be done. He didn't sound remorseful. There was no inflection at all. Her breath hissed out. I would very much like you to translate what you said into a language I can understand. All spells are reversible if you know what you're doing. And I know what I'm doing. Vikirnoff studied her face. She was lying through her teeth. He could smell her fear. She might not know, but she felt he had said something that was irrevocable, that her life had been changed for all time. I cannot translate exactly, but this is close. The words are said in our language first and then translated aloud for the woman in a language she can understand, although it is binding without doing so. It is roughly this. I claim you as my life mate. Natalya gasped. His voice was sensual, mesmerizing, just as powerful as when he spoke the words in a language she didn't understand. Vikirnoff continued. I belong to you. I offer my life for you. I give to you my protection, my allegiance, my heart, my soul, and my body. I take into my keeping the same that is yours. Your life, happiness, and welfare will be cherished and placed above my own for all time. You are bound to me and always in my care. That is the closest of translations. Males of my species are imprinted with the ritual binding words before they are born. They are given the ability to bind their life mate for just the very reasons you have shown this evening. He lifted his bound hands to her eye level. You should have more respect for your life mate. Okay. She paced across the room. Okay, hands down. You win this round. Now take it off. Undo it. 6. Vikirnoff couldn't pull his gaze away from the angry confusion on Natalya's face. With every step she took, her entire appearance underwent a change. Her skin began to glow and her tawny hair took on a strange banded quality, almost as if there were stripes he couldn't quite make out. Her hair moved with energy and light, even in the darkness. Her eyes were also peculiar, the color ever-changing. One moment sea-green and vibrant, the next going opalescent and stormy. She actually looked feral, eyes focused on his face, her body all flowing muscles, her steps utterly silent. I would not do so, Natalya, even if I had the power. He could feel very real power building and crackling in the room. She was furious, and maybe, he conceded, she had reason to be. He was not about to allow her to walk out on him, but he'd forgotten she had the nature of a tiger. She was wild and impossible to tame. He should have kept that knowledge close to him and acted more carefully. She was dangerous, he could see and even feel it in her. He waited, expecting anything, breathing away his own rising emotions in an effort to be calm for both of them. She stalked him across the room. The tension rose between them until it was nearly electric. I don't think you're in any position to say no to me. I could cut your throat right now and there isn't much you could do about. I've killed vampires. To me, you aren't much different. If that is your wish. You're such a bastard. She swung away from him, angrier than she'd ever been in her life. Deep inside her, the tigress fought for freedom, demanding the freedom to rend and tear and remove Natalya's enemy for all time. Take it back. He sighed softly. I cannot. I should have left you in the forest to bleed to death or fry in the sun. You could not. You did not want to take me with you, but you could not leave me. That is the truth. He said it with a mild tone, yet she felt the lash of a reprimand. I owe you nothing. I didn't ask you to interfere, and I would never have been injured in the first place if you hadn't been whining so loud the entire world could hear you. Her heart was pounding so hard she was afraid it would burst through her chest. She'd fought vampires, yet this man, tied and lying so still on the bed, terrified her in ways she couldn't hope to comprehend. Her lungs burned for air and her throat felt raw. Understanding dawned. She wasn't afraid of him, she was afraid for him. She was terrified of the power and anger rising up together deep inside of her in a furious meld. The tiger unleashed could do things she could never undo. She would not be caged by this man. By anyone. If she ever chose a mate, It would be one of her choosing. She forced air through her lungs, forced her heart rate back to normal. The dark mage blood in her ran deep and strong. She could undo what he'd wrought. In all her years of study, no other had accomplished the things she had. Still, she would not stoop to murdering a helpless man. What you did was wrong, Vikirnoff. Whatever reasons you have, they are not good enough to try to take away my freedom. Looking at him, seeing his dark eyes so filled with pain, she realized the tremendous pull between them had allowed her emotions to become so intense she honestly couldn't tell his from hers. Almost as if they fed one another, everything from anger to passion in one long, chaotic roller coaster ride. He seemed calm, yet when she touched his mind, he was feeling everything just as strongly as she was. And his confusion ran just as deep as hers. She tilted her chin. I am not going to discuss this any further with you right now. There is no point. And there wasn't. She had faith in herself. He didn't know how strong she was, but she did. She was certain, with time, she could come up with a reversal spell, once she knew the exact words. He had given her a rough translation, but she would figure it out from what he had said. Natalya, Vikirnoff began. He had no idea if he was attempting an apology, or even why he would want to say he was sorry. He'd upset her, but it was natural for him to stop her from leaving him. I am not human nor mage. My species has instincts that must be met. You had a choice, Vikirnoff. Don't let yourself off the hook by claiming instincts. You're a thinking person. I was doing something you thought was wrong and you stopped me. That's imposing your will on me whether you want to think so or not. He frowned. Tying me up and putting a binding spell on me was not imposing your will? I would not have bound you to me without your consent had you not decided you were leaving me. There was a sudden silence between them as they both felt the earth shudder. Natalya's eyes met Vikirnoff's in understanding. The sun has set. Yes, it has, and the earth is protesting as the vampires rise. I feel the presence of more than one of them. Wincing, Vikirnoff sat up gingerly. As if there had never been a binding spell. As if I spent 10 minutes weaving air. She watched the flex cuffs fall away to lie useless on the floor. She shook her head. What was the point in summoning up anger? She should have known he couldn't be trapped that easily. She was smarter than that. He was an ancient hunter and far more powerful than she'd given him credit for. Let him underestimate her. She wouldn't make the same mistake with him again. Why didn't the binding spell work on you? Better to find out. Knowledge was power, and she could see, with Vikirnoff, she would need every edge she could get. His eyebrow rose at her mild tone. I was in your mind. As fast as you wove it, I unraveled it, he admitted. Both hands went to the hole in his chest and pressed tightly. The blood drained out of his face, leaving him pale and sweating tiny beads of blood. She put her hands on her hips. Maybe you should lie back down. Do you have the least idea how truly irritating you can be when you're acting all heroic? I'm beginning to. The vampires have risen and at least one is heading our way. We cannot allow them to come to the inn. You know I will draw them here, just as you will. I am much stronger than I was last evening. Last evening you were near death, so that's not saying much. She gave a small sigh when she saw him swing his legs over the edge of the bed. He was going to get up, and watching him suffer in silence was heartbreaking to her, despite her earlier anger with him. Please tell me it isn't that jackass, Arturo, or worse, Henrik. He is dead and gone this time, isn't he? She attempted to interject humor into the situation, hoping to distract him. Henrik cannot rise again. His heart was incinerated. Henrik was a true Freddy. I'll probably miss him. You seem obsessed with this Freddy person. Vikirnoff's gaze captured hers. Natalya shot him a quick grin. You sound jealous. Freddy Krueger is a lovely man, king of the late-night movies. Something in her tone warned him he was being teased. It was an unfamiliar situation for him, but one he thought he'd better get used to. He isn't real? She was trying to get past their argument, and he was grateful. His entire body was screaming in pain, and he knew he was more than likely headed for battle. No. He's a character in a string of horror movies. I can't believe you haven't watched him. What else is there to do at night when the rest of the world is asleep? Natalya turned away from Vikirnoff's too intense gaze. He could melt a woman at 50 paces, and sharing a bedroom with him was just too intimate, especially with his shirt off. The man had a chest on him. even with a hole in it. Natalya was rather shocked. She noticed his chest, and his eyes, and his mouth. He flashed a small grin at her. His smile made him look younger. She desperately wanted to see it again. The unexpected yearning was so strong she fell back on her cultivated flippant attitude and made herself remember she wasn't about to accept his claim on her. Your mouth would be perfect if you kept it closed. And, just so you know, the moment the vampires are away from us, you will remove this binding spell, or I will, and you might not like how I do it. She dragged fresh clothes from the drawers. I take it we don't have much time. I do not want Arturo to realize you're friends with Slavica and her family. Vampires take great delight in killing the families and friends of their enemies. He did not want to start another argument with her over the ritual words. She had been furious, her righteous anger blazing with a dangerous fury. He wanted a chance to think things through before he broached the subject again. She poked her head around the bathroom door as she wiggled into her jeans. You sound like that's said from experience. I have had many experiences with the undead, Natalya, and none of them have been good. This place is overrun with vampires. That's because I'm here. They always follow me now. They have for a while, which is strange, considering they left me strictly alone for years. Which would explain why you didn't know you had to incinerate the heart. It was rather annoying. I can imagine. Do you have any idea why they are after you? Natalya pulled her close-fitting shirt over her head and came out to find him immaculately attired. She instantly felt disheveled in comparison. Even his hair was neat and tidy, and there was no sign of blood or even a wrinkle on his shirt. He was hunched over, favoring one side, but his clothes were perfect. She shoved her feet into her thick socks and shoes and dragged on her shoulder harnesses for her guns and extra clips. Arturo said he wanted me to perform a small task. More than anything, she wanted Vikirnoff to lie back down or find a resting place somewhere to heal. She knew it was futile to argue with him, so she didn't bother to try. Vikirnoff watched her slip a multitude of weapons into loops and compartments in her clothes. He couldn't help but admire the efficiency of her movements and the familiarity with the weapons. She knew what she was doing and was obviously skilled in the use of each weapon on her person. She was especially skilled with the sword. You have no idea what the particular task is? She shook her head. But a short while ago, I suddenly developed a compulsion to go to the mountains and find a particular cave. She said it as matter-of-factly as she could, not with the heart-pounding terror she often felt. His gaze narrowed on her. Dark. Intent. Speculative. Compulsion is a very strong word. It's a very strong compulsion. She hadn't told anyone other than Razvan, and then only in her dreams. From the moment she realized she was under compulsion, she had been terrified of who or what had managed to slip under her guard and take control of her. She studied Vikirnoff's face. He was in and out of her mind often, yet she was barely aware of him when he shared her mind, and that was disconcerting. She was powerful and she had barriers. What had happened to dull her psychic senses so that Vikirnoff could get past her shields into her mind? It was a question she intended to answer when vampires weren't hunting her. He shook his head. I did not do this thing to you. Allow me to search for the hidden threads. There is always a path back to the sender. She gasped and took a step back. No. I've searched and found nothing. I don't want you running around in my head. His expression hardened. I asked as a courtesy. She snapped her teeth together. Do you do it on purpose? What? She yanked her pack to her and added 2 water bottles. Irritate the hell out of me? Perhaps it is a gift. She shouldered the backpack and stood up, trying not to smile. His tone was teasing, a blend of smoke and sensuality that definitely had melting possibilities, but it was the fact that he tried to tease her that set her pulse pounding. I'm heading for the mountains. They'll follow me and stay away from Slavica and her family. She looked at him. Are you coming? Of course. Are you strong enough to pack me out of here? Her chin was up, but there was worry in her eyes. More than worry. Anticipation. Hope. At last. Something he could give her. He steeled himself for the torment, his answering grin slow in coming. You want to fly? If you plan on following me around, I may as well have fun and make use of you. Natalya shrugged her shoulders, trying to look nonchalant, when she was so eager to fly through the sky she could barely contain herself. She had phenomenal athletic abilities, and she was able to shapeshift into one form, that of a tigress, a gift given as her birthright, but she had dreamt of soaring through the night sky most of her life. Vikirnoff studied her averted face. It was a secret desire she was sharing with him, one she hugged to herself and felt silly for wanting. He stood up and held out his hand. "Well, let us do it then." She hesitated before taking his hand. His fingers closed around hers, solid and strong and incredibly warm. His thumb brushed across the back of her hand. She was acutely aware of him as they flung open the door to the balcony. "Your injuries can't possibly be healed," she said as they stepped up to the railing. "Can you do this? We can find another way to the mountain if we need to. The tiger can carry you." He pressed a palm over the hole near his heart as he let go of his physical self to inspect the damages to his body. Natalya had done a good job repairing the injuries. His body was trying to heal from the inside out. The wounds were still there, raw and painful, but tissue and muscle were knitting quickly. A few days in the ground or utilizing ancient blood, and he would be as good as new. He came back to his body and nodded. "I am much better, thanks to you, Slavica, and the richness of the soil. How are your ankles?" She considered misleading him, but didn't want to risk the humiliation of being caught in a lie. In any case, it might be important. "It's strange, but I can still feel the creature gripping me. Sometimes I feel as if he's pulling on my legs. I was afraid of that. I healed the wounds and I searched for poison and bacteria he may have injected into you, but he was more than the undead. I think he marked you." She was silent, staring out into the night. She loved nights in the mountains. The air was always crisp and clean, and when the weather was clear, the stars sparkled endlessly. "You mean he can track me? Or draw me to him?" "He may think that, but I don't. He prepared a trap for you, and he must have been studying you for some time before he sprang it. I believe he thinks he can draw you to him with his mark, but I believe he is wrong. I think you're too strong-willed and would fight with your last breath." Although Vikirnoff sounded worried, Natalya couldn't help but be pleased with his assessment of her personality. Vikirnoff glanced at the sky. Dark clouds spun and boiled to the north. "I must let Arturo know he has a serious rival for your affections." He jumped up onto the railing and crouched down. "Do you want me to carry you, or do you want to ride?" His choice of words made her stomach flutter. Ride. She liked control. She was no baby to be held in his arms while traveling across the starlit sky. She was going to have her eyes wide open and a smile on her face. She had been alive a long time, and she believed in embracing each new adventure, each new opportunity to gain knowledge. And the threat of vampires hunting her was not going to diminish her joy in the novel experience one iota. She climbed onto his back and circled his neck with her arms, laying her body down the length of his just as he had done when he rode the tiger. His muscles bunched, contracted. Warmth seeped into her body. Her breasts pressed into his back and ached with the need to be closer. She pushed aside the rising physical awareness of him. Nothing would mar this moment for her. Vikirnoff let his breath out slowly. This was torture. Sheer torture. He could barely keep the beast in him leashed when her blood called to him, when every cell in his body demanded hers, when his life mate was lying across him, her body imprinted into his skin, his flesh, his very bones. The scent of her blood, the sound of the life moving through her veins called to him, tempted him when he was in such need. Hunger raged through his body and mind, but he forced control, called on 1,000 years of discipline, and emptied his mind of erotic images of her, filling it instead with the form of a giant bird. A small sound escaped Natalya as his bones crackled and popped, stretching to accommodate his wings and the body of an owl large enough to race across the sky carrying a woman. Iridescent feathers covered his body and his hands curved into sharp talons to grip the balcony railing. Agony filled every cell in his body and flooded his mind so that he had to use every ounce of discipline he had learned over the centuries to hold the form of the owl. His body shuddered with the effort, and for a moment his lungs burned for air as he came to grips with pain. "This is fabulous." The uninhibited joy in her voice was worth the terrible agony in his body. It was worth every wrenching tear of his injured muscles and organs. He knew nothing of women and even less of life mates. He was aware he was making every mistake he could possibly make, although he didn't understand why. He had lived far longer, his experiences far exceeded hers, his nature demanded he protect her, yet she seemed to be offended when he attempted to impart wisdom or protection to her. But this simple thing he gave her, and she was overjoyed. Her joy took away the pain as nothing else could. Laughter bubbled up in her, spilled out as he sprang into the air and gained height, flapping his tremendous wings and circling above the inn. He cloaked them, preventing the townspeople from seeing them, although he was certain they would hear her laughing as bird and rider gained the skies. He flew over the rolling hills dotted with a half-dozen farms. The sharp eyes of the owl spotted a group of men heading back to the farmhouse, glancing uneasily toward the north. "We need blood." Natalya held on while the large bird swooped low and hopped from a hay sheaf to the ground. She slid off and watched Vikirnoff shift, entranced by the ease with which he changed. For just one moment she glimpsed pain in his eyes, and then he was striding away toward the farmers. She kept an eye on the skies. The darker clouds spun and boiled, but stayed far to the north. She could feel the continual pull of the mountain peaks calling her, drawing her to them. She couldn't turn back, no matter the danger. It was rather like being one of the too stupid to live teens in the late-night movies, going to the very place where Freddy waited with his steel claws. There you go thinking about Freddy again. How many times did you watch these movies? Vikirnoff's voice held a gentle teasing note. Natalya looked up at him with a quick grin. That was fast. Have you heard the concept of savoring your food? He bent toward her until they were a breath apart. Only when it is you. Natalya gestured toward the mountains. I have to get there, Vikirnoff. She wasn't going to look into his eyes and get lost. Maybe you are already lost and just do not know it yet. Dream on, Buster. She snapped her fingers. Where's my ride? It was easier the second time, especially with his hunger abated. Once in the air, Vikirnoff flew over the meadows and hills in a low-flying pattern to allow Natalya to see the countryside from the air. She was a natural, fearless, moving with him, her body so tuned to his that she would begin to shift her weight at the exact same moment he needed her to. He picked the cave coordinates out of Natalya's mind. She was so preoccupied absorbing the sensations of flight, she didn't notice his intrusion, nor did she have any barriers up against him. And that bothered him. Why was she utterly vulnerable to him when she was obviously so strong? It made no sense and set off an alarm in him. Vikirnoff took advantage of the situation to delve for the source of her compulsion, to find why she had no barriers and to try to find the meaning of the marks in her body the dark creature had left behind. The compulsion to go to the Carpathian Mountains and find a particular cave was very strong, urgent, and had been planted years earlier. A recent event had triggered the compulsion to become active, to draw Natalya to the cave for some hidden reason. He tried to find the event that might have been the trigger, but if Natalya knew of it, he couldn't find evidence of it in her memories. He found several places where it seemed her memories were wiped clean, as if she had suffered a terrible trauma and her brain had been damaged. He found threads of memories that led nowhere, suddenly ending abruptly in a dark void. He didn't dare stay too long, and he was getting tired trying to maintain too many things at once, so he pulled out reluctantly to concentrate on enjoying the flight with his life mate. Vikirnoff banked and plunged downward to give Natalya an additional thrill, pulling up at the last moment before hitting the surface of the water and skimming the canopy of trees. She laughed out loud. He could actually feel waves of happiness flowing out of her. She leaned close to the bird's ear, but spoke telepathically. This is wonderful. Thank you so much, Vikirnoff. This is one of the coolest things I've ever done in my life. He was grateful he was the one giving her the experience. Deliberately, he flew above the lakes and treetops, giving her a bird's-eye view of the beauty of the country. The ice and snow sparkled, the mountains glittered. Sheep dotted the meadows and farms and churches and castles stretched out below them. It is amazing, is it not? Seeing it all through her eyes brought back forgotten memories of his childhood, his first flight over the exact same area he was taking Natalya. Of course, it looked a lot different then, much more wild and uninhabited. He had wobbled a bit, but he had soared nearly all night. The freedom had been intoxicating. I have you to thank for the memories. I have not thought of that in more centuries than I care to recall. Do you call up dreams when you go to sleep? No, we shut everything down. Do you? Oh yes. Everything I love about my childhood and my times with Razvan. All the things we did together, the things we learned. I had a relatively happy childhood. My mother died when I was about 10, and a year later my father left us, and we had to live with. She trailed off, a frown replacing her smile. She fell silent. Vikirnoff waited, but Natalya didn't continue the conversation. He touched her mind, but it was as if a door had slammed shut or one of the damaged threads of memory had ended abruptly. He could feel her bewilderment. I feel your distress. Is the memory of the loss of your parents so painful still that you cannot talk about it? He dropped low to skim through a meadow of wildflowers before circling around to fly back up toward the higher peaks. Natalya bit down on her lower lip. She didn't want to admit the truth. She forgot things. Worrisome things. What could she tell him that would make sense? Vikirnoff began quartering along the ridge of the mountain, searching for an entrance to the cave in Natalya's mind. It is difficult to lie to one another. You may as well not try. If you prefer not to tell me the truth, silence is better than a lie. Natalya appreciated the sincerity in his voice. She didn't know what was wrong with her, and she had no way to explain it. She resorted to teasing in an effort to bring back the fragile camaraderie between them. Oh, great, so if I take a few lovers, you'd know. That's what you're telling me. If you decide to take lovers, Einak Enyam, be very certain they are men you consider enemies and wish destroyed. He sounded very calm, but she felt the bite of his teeth as they snapped together. I'm going to have to really work at understanding the concept of life mates and how you were able to bind us together. I really am very good at turning spells around. The ritual words have to be a type of binding spell. There must be a way to undo what you did. I'm fairly confident I'll be able to figure it out. Vikirnoff winced inwardly. It was evident that Natalya intended to be rid of him as quickly as possible, any way that she could. She regarded him as an enemy of her family. Most of all, she didn't like him. And that hurt. He turned that piece of information over and over in his mind. He couldn't remember anything hurting him emotionally. Not a single incident. There must have been moments in his childhood, in his youth as a fledgling, yet this moment, this realization hurt deeper than anything he remembered. What is it? So she was tuned to him whether she wanted to be or not. She wasn't touching his mind, yet she felt his sudden wrenching heartache. I cannot lie to you either, and I would prefer not to discuss it. He would prefer to do the things necessary for their survival. For Natalya's survival. He didn't need to turn into a pathetic romantic who expected his life mate to be enamored of him. It didn't matter whether she was or not. They were joined, two halves of the same whole. That was all that mattered. Natalya nibbled on her lower lip, trying to puzzle out what was wrong. In the short time she'd known him, she'd come to realize Vikirnoff rarely showed emotion. Not in his tone, not in his expression, not even in what he said. Only his eyes were alive, raw power, hunger, desire, and intensity that overwhelmed her. She was grateful she couldn't see them now. She didn't want to see hurt or sorrow. Her stomach was tied into knots at the thought of it. Neither one of us is very good at talking things out, are we? She asked. Her hands smoothed the feathers at the back of his neck. I guess that is so. I never had much need to discuss feelings when I had none. I relied on my own judgment in battle, in every decision, in every way. Who was there to discuss things with, and what would I discuss? If it was an apology, he knew it was a poor one. He honestly didn't know what people talked about or how they did it. You've spent a long time alone, haven't you? There was a small silence. Natalya feared he wouldn't answer. She found she was holding her breath waiting. Centuries. I have been cut off from my homeland and my people, sent out long ago to battle the vampire. When the darkness crouched too close, I found my brother and remained with him to ensure he did not succumb before I made the choice to end my life. That wait was long and the darkness spread until I was no longer certain who I was. It was the simple truth. She heard it in his voice. A lifetime of honor and service told in 3 sentences. It did not convey the stark isolation, the emptiness of emotion and color, yet she felt it as surely as if she'd been there, and she found herself weeping for him. Do not think of something that will cause you sorrow, Einak Enyam. Look beneath us to the world below and enjoy this time. Natalya lifted her chin, allowing the wind to carry her tears away. You'd better not be calling me a little slip of a girl. His laughter was low and sensual. She felt it in the pit of her stomach, lower still, a curling heat that spread throughout her body and pooled into a throbbing ache. I will certainly never make that mistake again. She looked beneath her to the wild countryside they were circling. There were deep gorges cut into the mountain, and she could see several entrances to caves. The meadows were a vivid green even in the gathering darkness. Wildflowers bloomed everywhere in the valleys, clinging to the sides of the rock and valiantly decorating the plateaus. As Vikirnoff swooped lower, she could see in the deeper depressions where water filled the basins forming a peat bog. The beds of moss were a vivid green, enhanced by several shallow pools. The moss beds wound their way around stands of birch and pine. It is so beautiful. Yes, but I feel uneasy. Do you not feel the subtle warning in the air around us when I drop into the mist near the peak of the mountain? Vikirnoff circled around once again, flying straight into the white mist hovering around the mountaintop. Natalya stiffened as she felt the subtleties of magic weaving a web of fear through her. We must be close to the entrance. Vikirnoff landed on the nearest outcropping, gripping hard with his talons and extending one wing politely. She slid off of the extended wing, landing on her feet. The ground seemed to shake as she adjusted to land again. This is definitely the place. The feeling of wanting to leave is much stronger here. Vikirnoff shifted shape a distance from her, knowing the wrenching of bones and muscle would be agony. He did it fast, not wanting to give himself time to think about it, clothing himself at the same time. Spots of blood dotted his white shirt, and when he swiped his hand across his brow, his palm came away smeared with blood. Cursing softly, he breathed deep to ride above the pain and did another quick healing session to repair the damage the shifting back and forth caused. Once he was certain there was no trace of the blood on his body or clothes, he strode over to the boulder and paced around it, careful not to disturb anything should there be a trap. Natalya watched him coming toward her. He staggered, his hand going to his chest in an involuntary gesture, but he recovered immediately, walking as if he were fit and strong. He carried an edge of danger without even being aware of it. Had she not known he was so severely injured, looking at him now, she would never have known. She sighed. She had so many issues to settle with him. First and foremost, the ridiculous spell that bound them together, but she could set all that aside for later and work with him if she could trust him. Every instinct told her she could, yet her mind churned with turmoil. Guilt ever present and the sound of her brother's voice continually admonished her. "What is it, Natalya?" His voice turned her heart over. That was the trouble. He had those eyes and that voice, and she responded completely to him. "You looked into my mind to try to find who put me under compulsion, didn't you, Vikirnoff?" Yes. He wasn't going to try to deceive her. He saw no need for it and no need to apologize. If he was going to keep her safe, he needed to know who had put her under such a strong compulsion and why. I did not have much time to find answers, but I have not yet finished. Natalya took a deep breath. What she was about to do might be worse than anything she'd ever done in her life. Do I have memories of Xavier? My grandfather? Other than stories told to me by my father, I mean. Vikirnoff leaned against a boulder and studied her face. His gaze was focused, sharp, missed nothing at all. That is a strange question, Natalya. Why would you ask such a thing? How could you have memories if he is dead? I don't know. I have disturbing dreams of him. He creeps into my dreams, and when I try to remember my childhood with Razvan while I'm awake, I cannot. It's hazy and distant and pieces are missing. I have been afraid for some time that my memories of him are buried. She forced herself to look at him when she feared he might think she was crazy. Vikirnoff was silent. She was nervous with him, attempting to trust him with something important to her, but more than that, he recognized the significance to his people. Xavier was a mortal enemy of the Carpathian people. He had murdered and kidnapped and waged war for one purpose, one end. He sought immortality. Should Xavier be alive, he would be planning another strike against the Carpathian people. It didn't seem possible, but it had always bothered Vikirnoff that no body had been found to substantiate the claims of Xavier's death. Vikirnoff needed to choose his words carefully and not alienate her. He knew he didn't have the necessary skills to sweet-talk his life mate. He only had the truth. Are you afraid Xavier is alive? That he is the one who placed you under compulsion? And that perhaps he tampered with your memories as well? Natalya sighed. I don't know. I can't remember anything about him other than the stories told to me by my father, but I have dreams and they aren't pleasant. Worse, my father disappeared when I was 10. Razvan and I couldn't have lived alone, but I can't recall those days or who took care of us. I dream about them and Xavier creeps into every dream. Do you suspect that he is alive? Natalya pressed her hand to her churning stomach. She did suspect Xavier lived, but that was crazy. She'd suspected it for some rhyme. And she worried that he wasn't the wonderful man her family had portrayed to her. Her dreams were often disturbing and Razvan, and she suffered greatly at his hands. She had flashes of memories during waking hours that made no sense, memories of a shadowy figure that terrified her. She was afraid that man was Xavier. I don't know, she admitted reluctantly. I know he was a dark mage and capable of controlling memory, but if he is alive and he didn't want me to remember him and he was altering my memories, why didn't he completely wipe himself from my mind? And what would be the purpose? Vikirnoff's dark eyes moved over her face, drinking her in, devouring her. She was so beautiful to him with her strong will and her warrior ways. When she sounded so confused and forlorn, his heart turned over. Maybe he could not. You have tremendous strength in you, Natalya. Could he have controlled your memory to some extent, but perhaps found it impossible to wipe it clean? She looked so downcast, so vulnerable. He stepped forward and framed her face with his hands. I think you are a surprise to everyone you meet. You have more strength of will in you, more power coiled in you, than even you are aware. I see it in you. And I feel it when I am close to you. It would not matter how powerful a mage your grandfather is. I doubt he could wholly manipulate you should he attempt such a thing, because you have too much strength of character. Tears glittered in her eyes and tangled on her lashes. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. It is simply the truth. He bent forward, his breath warm against her cheek. You break my heart when you cry, Natalya. Natalya's heart nearly stopped beating when she felt his lips, smooth, firm, velvet soft, brushing away her tears. She hadn't been touched in years, and he was seducing her with tenderness. I don't mean to. I know. That is what makes it so appealing. He kissed the corners of her mouth. She knew she should stop him, but she didn't want to. She waited, lungs burning for air, her heart beating too fast. His mouth settled over hers with infinite gentleness. Warmth spread and erupted into flames, searing her from the inside out. His arms enfolded her close, brought her into the heat of his body. Against his heavily muscled chest, his wildly beating heart. His scent enveloped her, and she opened her mouth to his, tongue stroking hers with sudden wanton abandon. Vikirnoff's kiss went from gentle to rough the moment she responded, the moment she gave herself to him, deepening into a fiery tango of possession and hunger and sheer passion. His hands bunched in her hair to pull her closer, still until their mouths fused together in heat and fire. They devoured one another, Natalya seeking his skin through his clothes. It wasn't until she felt him wince that she lifted her head and looked into his black eyes. You are one beautiful man. Men are not beautiful. He traced her mouth with his fingertip. She bit at him, drew his finger into her mouth and swirled her tongue around it. Maybe not to you, but you certainly are to me. She could see how pale he was. Stark hunger burned in his eyes, both physical and sexual hunger. Her womb coiled tightly. You need to feed again. The flight and shifting took too much energy. Her voice was sultry with invitation. His entire body clenched in reaction, every nerve ending coming alive. I need to be deep inside of you. His lips skimmed down her neck, her throat, lower still, nudging aside the neckline of her shirt so he could flick his tongue over the swell of her breasts. So his teeth could tease sensitive skin. You have no idea how much I want you. His hands pushed at her shirt, moving it up to bare her stomach and her enticing navel. What is this? He bent her back so that she rested against the slope of a boulder while he inspected the small belly button ring she was wearing. He nibbled at it, played with it with his tongue, flicking small velvet strokes much like a cat against her bare skin. I think you like it. He was making her crazy with desire. Her body was hot and aching and heavy with the need for release. His fingertips rubbed over her skin, pushing her shirt up further until he was touching the undersides of her breasts. She thought she might go out of her mind. Just the simple brush of his fingers on her sensitized skin had her dizzy with need. It is the only thing you should wear. He kissed the sparkling gold band and tasted his way up her bare skin to her breast. Natalya shivered in reaction, her hands tightening on him, pulling him closer to her, urging him on. She had never wanted anything more than she wanted the feel of his hands and mouth moving over bare skin. His teeth scraped erotically and her entire body tightened, heat building until she was nearly crying for relief. His mouth closed over her breast, hot and moist and so unbelievably seductive, she felt her body dissolve into liquid. Vikirnoff. She whispered his name, stroked his hair. I'm not going to make it if you keep this up. She didn't want him to stop. She wanted to strip the clothes from her body and wrap herself around him. We could be in deadly peril here. The reminder was punctuated with flicks of his tongue. She laughed aloud. You can't say deadly peril. In all those late-night movies, the stupid teens know they are in danger, and they take time to kiss and touch just like this, she groaned when his tongue flicked her nipple and sent waves of desire shooting through her bloodstream. And then Freddy comes and kills them, and they deserve it. His mouth pulled strongly at her breast until her legs nearly gave out. There are no vampires near, so I do not think your Freddy will bother us right now. But if you are worried, we can leave this place. She groaned at the hopeful note in his voice, that deep husky aching note that tore her apart. Natalya smoothed his long hair. I cannot leave. She said it simply, her throat raw, her heart breaking. It was the truth. She couldn't break the compulsion and leave the cave without entering it. I'm sorry. Vikirnoff nuzzled her breast once more and kissed his way higher until he found the pulse beating strongly right over the swelling curve. Never be sorry for what you cannot change. I have you in my arms and that is enough. Natalya closed her eyes as his tongue swirled over her pulse. Her body throbbed and burned for him, but at the touch of his tongue, everything in her stilled. Waited, tense with need. His teeth sank deep and she cried out, clinging to him as the white-hot pain flashed through her and gave way to pure erotic pleasure. His hand cupped her breast, thumb sliding gently over her nipple while he fed from her pounding pulse. He was nearly starved for her. For the essence of life. It all mingled together, his need of both. Hot. Sexual. He fought to stay centered when he wanted to lose himself in the lust and hunger. He heard the warning growl rumbling in his throat as the beast rose, fighting for supremacy, fighting to insist on the right to his life mate. His body felt hard and painful, but gloriously alive. He felt his emotions and his cravings intense, so strong it shook him. He swept his tongue across the pinpricks at the top of her breast and pressed his lips across the creamy flesh. They were bound together. Already his mind dwelt within hers. Their soul was shared, a complete bonding. He didn't want to wait for the joining of her body. Waiting went against every instinct, but he sensed she was not emotionally tied to him. If he lost himself in her body, could she call him back? Would she even try? What is it? Natalya straightened, not bothering to drag her shirt over her exposed breasts. She felt dreamy, wanton, hungry to touch his skin, to taste him. Centuries-old drive took over, and she used the palms of her hands to inch his shirt up to bare his chest to her. She ran the pads of her fingers over his chest, traced his muscles, leaned forward to taste his skin. He cupped the back of her head and pressed her closer, his hips moving against her body in a slow, seductive rhythm. I don't actually like to take blood. I do it only when necessary, she confided, her lips feathering against his chest. Her tongue stroked over his hammering pulse. Once. Twice. She heard him groan. But I can't resist the way you taste. Her Carpathian legacy demanded she survive by occasionally taking blood, but for the most part, she was able to resist the lure. Right now it didn't matter. Nothing mattered but the feel and taste of him. The lure of his body heat, the touch of his hands. She groaned softly and gave in to the terrible addiction that seemed to have overtaken her. She craved him. She craved the feel and scent of him. His touch. His kiss. His body. She really wanted his body. Her teeth sank deep, and she felt him shiver with rising hunger. She wanted him. She would have him. She pressed her breasts against his chest, moved in a restless, enticing way, deliberately adding to the painful ache in his body. She felt him thicken, heard his breath leave his body in a rush. He tasted like nothing she'd ever experienced, and it wasn't enough. She wanted it all. She flicked her tongue over the small pinpricks and stepped back, reaching to remove her shirt. Behind Vikirnoff, the ground rippled as something raced beneath the dirt toward them. At once her ankles burned and hurt, just as if the creature that had dragged her below the surface had a hold of her again. 7. Something moved under the ground. Natalya jumped back and reached down to rub at her suddenly burning ankles. "Do you think it's that creature, the one that grabbed me?" She shuddered and backed up another step. "The ground did move, Vikirnoff, I saw it. Watch out. It might be after you. We so deserve this for acting like a couple of sex-starved teens in the late-night movies." Vikirnoff picked her up and settled her on the outcropping that had a half-inch crack zigzagging down the face of it. "I will be fine. You are obsessed with your movies, Natalya. I do not think viewing them has been a good influence on you. Well, I should have known better than to make out when deadly peril surrounded us. Please be careful. The Troll King could burst through the ground any minute now and take you to some disgusting lair. I'd have to rescue you again and—" He shook his head, his faint, intriguing smile capturing her attention and wiping out all coherent thought before she could finish. "Your imagination is running away with you. Tell me what you want to do." "I want to get the hell out of here, but I can't. I have to go into the cave and get rid of this compulsion." She caught at his shirt. "I know you're thinking of taking me away from here, but I'd just have to come back and I'd search without you. Please don't do that, Vikirnoff." He studied the desperation in her eyes. "I know you have this to do, Natalya. I am with you all the way. If Freddy or Troll King try to bother you, I will keep them off your back until this is finished." Natalya let her breath out slowly, leaned forward and brushed a kiss over his lips. "Get up on this rock with me before that thing eats you alive." His eyebrows shot up. "One of us has to be on the ground to find the opening. I know it is here, somewhere around this rock. We will have to be wary of traps. The cave does not want us to enter it. Good luck to you then." He laughed softly. "I thought you might say that." "Yes, well, I'm the practical type." Vikirnoff studied the niche and outcropping, pacing back and forth around the front and sides of the boulder several times. Natalya was right. Not only was something moving beneath the ground, but it was mimicking his every stride. The ground swelled slightly as if something large surged in serpentine motion, just inches below the surface parallel to him each time he took a step. He also noticed, whenever he ceased to move, the creature raced to the boulder where Natalya was perched and remained still, melting back into the earth. The mist thickened around them, rolling in with cold blasts of air, but hovering to blanket the small peak, rather than continuing out in a path over the mountain as it should have. Voices howled and moaned, and something dark and shadowy moved in the mist. "Okay, this has gone way beyond spooky," Natalya said. "And I am so not putting my feet on the ground if there's a chance that hairy-armed, ice-pick-for-fingernails creature is anywhere near here." She looked around her, peered at the ground and rocks. "There has to be an entrance here. Why would it be so well guarded if we aren't in the right spot?" "The entrance is here," Vikirnoff agreed, keeping his eye on the moving soil. Small plants wiggled like worms as the thing beneath the ground disturbed them in its passing. "Do you see those rocks right there? The small ones? Do they look right to you?" Natalya almost fell off the boulder as she leaned over the side. Vikirnoff steadied her with one hand at her waist. "They're set in a pattern," but her voice drifted off. "It's not quite right," he finished for her. "Watch that thing." She pointed towards the shifting ground. "I think the rocks need to be put in a different order. More like this, she reached down, still balanced on the boulder, and nudged a rock out of the lineup to exchange with another 3 spaces over. She frowned in frustration, shook her head, and leapt off the boulder to crouch down beside the smaller rocks. This is it, Vikirnoff, the way to the entrance. I just have to rearrange the rocks into the right order. Vikirnoff hunkered down beside her, close, where his body could shield hers, if necessary. He kept a wary eye on the churning, thickening mist, as well as continually scanning the ground. I've got it. Natalya dropped the last rock in place with evident satisfaction. The ground beside her hand erupted like a small geyser. A foul-smelling eel-like creature with spiked teeth bored straight at her fingers, emitting a high-pitched scream. Vikirnoff caught the serpent by the back of the neck, dragging the struggling body away from Natalya. The teeth snapped repeatedly, the body twisting frantically to get at her. Look out! Vikirnoff warned as the ground around Natalya burst open in 6 places, the serpentine heads rocketing out of the holes straight at her from every direction. Jump! He flung the snake away from him and lifted his hands toward the sky. Lightning arced through the swirling mist, lighting the edges in fiery red tones. Natalya didn't even care that his tone held both compulsion and command. She somersaulted onto the boulder and glared at the writhing creatures. I detest snakes. Really, really detest them. Lightning sizzled and cracked, a great whip slamming to earth, scorching the ground in a small circle. At once a stench rose, the foul creatures turned to ash. The blackened, spiked teeth wiggled, as if alive, then disintegrated. Natalya pressed her hand to her mouth and choked back a cry of alarm. That was just gross. Totally disgusting. Never let those things near me again. Vikirnoff studied her for a moment before realizing she was serious. He caught her in his arms and pulled her off the boulder. You're shaking. Holding her close to the warmth of his body, he tightened his arms around her in an effort to bring her comfort. You were not really afraid of those creatures, were you? I loathe snakes. Natalya leaned in close, trying to get her knees to stiffen up. I've always had an unreasonable fear of them. You kill vampires and destroy shadow warriors. You never even flinched when you faced either adversary. He caught her chin in his hand and bent his head to hers. You are going to intrigue me for all time. She put a hand on his chest with the idea of pushing him away. And drive you to drink. Don't let's forget I annoy you. She couldn't afford to be distracted. And Vikirnoff was very distracting. And we're in deadly peril. I refuse to be a too-stupid-to-live teenager necking while the snakes return. He hadn't budged an inch, his skin touching hers, body heat warming her. I had forgotten. His smile was slow and sexy and took her breath somewhere other than her lungs. Completely. She looked up at him with a small frown. We're in the middle of a siege here. Those things were going after me this time, not you. I noticed. Why would that be, do you think? He dropped his hands reluctantly and surveyed the crack in the boulder that was significantly wider. We will have to do a little maneuvering to slip through. Natalya recovered her pack and checked her weapons, avoiding looking at the blackened remains of the serpents. I'm the one under compulsion. Maybe someone brought me here to kill me. Too much trouble, Natalya. Why not make it easy and kill you when you are asleep somewhere? Why lead you to the mountains, to this particular cave? Vikirnoff stuck his head in the crack. This is very narrow, but it widens a bit once past this section. He thinned his body and crawled inside the jagged crack. Natalya glanced at the sky as the wind rose in a shriek of rage, of protest. Clouds boiled angrily, and inside their depths she could see dark figures moving. Smoky. Gray. Transparent. She closed her eyes briefly and sent up a silent prayer the clouds were not spawning shadow warriors for her to fight again. She'd been very lucky in sending the warrior back to Realm of the Dead, but it didn't mean it would happen again. She knew in the realm of magic spells could be altered easily. Hand me your pack. Vikirnoff reached back for it. I'll carry it. I prefer to have everything I need close. Natalya followed him into the cave. It was so narrow, the sides scraped her back as she slipped through the opening and made her way into the slightly larger hall. Although the tunnel was wider, she had to stoop, then crawl, as she followed Vikirnoff deeper into the cavern. Behind them the rocks rolled out of the pattern and scattered around the cave entrance. The jagged crack slammed closed with a grinding of rock, leaving them trapped inside the mountain. Natalya treated Vikirnoff to a litany of curses. "Can you see?" "I have excellent vision in the dark," she replied. The ceiling dropped lower and lower until she had no choice but to move forward on her stomach. Those snakes had just better stay outside. She was so thankful he was there with her. Her nerve endings still prickled with awareness of the spiked teeth coming so close to her hand. "We will be all right," he assured. "I didn't say anything," she objected. "Your heart is pounding. Listen to the rhythm of mine and match the beat." Natalya did so, allowing her heart to settle into a more natural rhythm. "You didn't tell me what you found in my memories. I dislike not being in control, and I can't overcome the compulsion to come to this cave. Believe me, I've tried. I'm a firm believer in avoiding trouble if at all possible, and this place is definitely trouble, but I couldn't stop myself from coming here. That really disturbs me. I have to agree, I do not like it either, but I feel the need very strong in you. It is why I did not forbid you to do this." She ground her teeth together. "If I were you, I'd choose my words very carefully. I'm behind you with a knife in my hand. If you plan on spending any time at all around me, strike words like forbid and allow from your vocabulary. Those words offend you in some way? You know very well they do, and you probably use them on purpose just to get a rise out of me. It works very well." "Well, stop. I'm being serious. We're crawling through this mountain with mutant snakes with big teeth coming through the ground at us, so how about a truce?" "I can feel cool air," he reported. "It has to be coming from a subterranean chamber. Is it cold enough to freeze snakes? I will not allow a snake to attack you again. Should one try, I will forbid it to do so." There was laughter in his voice. She felt a tug on her heart. She'd never heard him really laugh before. "Ha, you're suddenly a comedian, and not a very good one at that." She could listen to his voice forever when he sounded like that. She cleared her throat. "Are you going to tell me what you found in my memories? Or was it too awful?" Vikirnoff heard the small note of fear. "The memories of your grandfather are very confusing, Natalya. I cannot tell if they are dreams or actual memories any more than you can. There is little doubt someone has tampered with your memories, but I cannot tell why or how. Any trail of Xavier is dull, veiled, or ended abruptly in a dark void. I found little of your childhood with your brother. In fact, all of your younger years are fragments of memories. I do not know what it means, but we will find out." He projected confidence into his voice, knowing she had been disturbed by her lack of recollections for some time. "What happens when you try to remember things?" "I feel upset, nervous, you know, and that's just not like me. I get an instant headache and my stomach hurts." She knew it was a planted reaction. She had known all along, but it was good to be able to confirm it with someone. More than that, there was comfort in being able to discuss her fears with someone else. Vikirnoff paused and glanced back at her. "You have obviously been suspicious that your grandfather has been alive for some time, and you believe that he has something to do with your memory loss." He chose his words carefully. "If he has deceived you and tampered with your memory, why do you persist in believing the Carpathian people are just as evil as the vampire?" "I've been told all my life Carpathians would murder me just for bearing the symbol of the dragon." "Who told you?" Vikirnoff persisted. "You say all of your life, yet your memories are fragmented. Is it possible the warning is something that was planted in you as well?" He kept his voice as neutral as possible. "I am certain my father is the one to tell me this first. But you do not know, Natalya. The symbol on your body is of a very old and revered Carpathian lineage. No Carpathian would harm a dragon seeker." Vikirnoff ducked his head and made his body smaller and more compact. "This tunnel has sharp angles making it difficult to maneuver," he warned. "Watch your head." Natalya pulled her head out of the way of a low-hanging rock. "They wouldn't? Then why would a hunter murder my brother?" "It had to be a vampire posing as a hunter. No Carpathian would harm someone bearing the mark of the dragon seeker," he reiterated, hoping if he said it enough times she would at least begin to entertain the idea that the warning could have been planted. He whistled softly as the hall opened into a larger chamber. "This opens up into a much larger gallery. You'll be able to stand up straight." He turned back to help her. The drip of water from every wall was constant, almost with the rhythm of a heartbeat, as if the caverns were alive. Vikirnoff felt uneasy, feeling the weight of eyes on them, yet scanning, he could find no danger to them. Something guarded the caves, yet he could not ferret out the unseen sentinel with his increasingly powerful probing. "My memories," she said again as she studied the finger-like formations surrounding a large abyss that yawned open in the middle of the chamber. "That looks a long way down." She lifted her gaze to his face with some dismay. "We're going down there, aren't we?" "You are the leader of the expedition," he pointed out. "What direction does your tuning fork indicate?" She heaved a sigh. "Down. We have to go down. Into that." She pointed to the black hole below them. It was icy cold and she shivered. "I need to know now, Vikirnoff. What else did you find?" If Vikirnoff had recovered valuable information that in some way was damaging to her family, she could always remove his memory of it. "You believe you can erase my memories?" The distaste in his voice was a severe chastisement. Natalya hadn't meant for him to catch that thought, and it really bothered her that she couldn't always feel him merged with her. "I don't mean it like that. How else if not disrespect? You want my help. You are willing to use me, but you have every intention of tampering with my memories. I shared my misgivings with you. I haven't shared that with anyone else." Natalya sighed. "In all honesty, Vikirnoff, I don't know what to think anymore. I feel like someone has been running around messing with my head and now you're there, too. Why can't I block you out if I'm so powerful and strong? Why am I so vulnerable to invasion?" There was real fear in her voice, and he didn't blame her. She was powerful and she should have been totally protected, but something had left her mind open to attack. In spite of the fact that he was angry with her, his heart went out to her. "Have vampires ever been able to draw you to them?" She shook her head. "No." She frowned. "Wait. I've noticed I've had a much more difficult time with their voices, hearing their real voice and seeing past the illusion they wear recently." "About the same time the compulsion to find the caves began?" She looked confused. "I don't know. My head is beginning to ache again and I'm freezing." She rubbed her arms in an effort to get warm. "You don't even appear cold." "I am sorry. I should have been paying attention to your comfort." Before she could protest, he gathered her into his arms, equipment and all, and breathed on her. At once warmth stole through her body, surrounded her like a great cocoon so that the shivering stopped and her teeth ceased chattering. "Much better, thank you," she said and circled his neck as he stepped off the cavern floor into the dark abyss below them. Vikirnoff was acutely aware of her soft body pressed tightly against his and her misery over their conversation. She was very distressed over her lack of memory, and she'd been holding her fears in for years, unable to discuss them with anyone. He brushed a kiss on top of her head in a gesture meant to reassure her. Vikirnoff settled them onto the floor of the chamber. They had descended close to 200 feet. The sound of the dripping water was even louder, a pulsing heartbeat that felt more ominous than right. His gaze slid alertly around the ice-cold chamber, probing every possible place of concealment. He kept a cloak of heat around Natalya to help regulate her body temperature. "I do not like the feel of this place." "Me neither, but it's beautiful, isn't it?" Natalya said. She dug a glow stick from her pack and held it up. "I swear there are veins of gold in here." She turned in a circle, holding the stick high to help illuminate the large gallery. "I've never seen such beautiful ice formations. All of these openings lead to halls and more galleries. This is amazing. Like a great crystal palace." Vikirnoff went still. He had heard those words long ago to describe the great cave of the Dark Mage. A great crystal palace with a burning flame in the center of one room, a palace of gemstones and gold. He stared at the ice formation rising up in the center of the room. Depending on the angle, the formation appeared polished diamond bright, or looked exactly like a brilliant red-orange flame. When Natalya played the light over it, scattered gems seemed to glow from the very center of it. "Natalya." There was warning in his voice. He waited until she looked at him. "I think this is the cave of the Dark Mage. The one used for study and experiments. I think this is his place of power. There would be guards. Powerful, deadly guards." He listened to the sound of the water again, the relentless pulse taking on new meaning. She bit her lip hard. It wasn't hard to believe that he was right, and that meant the caves would be strewn with what would amount to landmines. Even in death, Xavier would never leave his cave unguarded. It would hold too many of his secrets. So what you're saying is, we've stumbled into the lion's den. That would be about it. He moved to cover her, keeping his body between hers and the walls of the cavern. If he is alive and he was the one to tamper with your memories, why would he lure you here? What would be his purpose? That is the burning question, isn't it? The vampires want me, you want me, maybe my dead or alive grandfather wants me. I'm just a popular woman. She shrugged and sent him a faint grin, using humor to keep her courage up. His heart reacted, shifting and melting in his chest. He frowned. It was uncomfortable being so susceptible to her. He could not remember a time in his life when sentiment or emotion swayed his judgment. Right now, his every instinct screamed they were in danger, and he needed to scoop her up and run for the surface. He could read fear in the depths of her eyes, but she had steel in her, and she wasn't about to leave until she had a few answers. He forced down his natural protective inclination and tried to find a way to aid her, one that might get them out of the trap as soon as possible. And he was very certain the cave was a giant trap. What can you do aside from the obvious charms and skills you have that might make you so valuable to the vampires? Or to your grandfather? I have no idea. I'm good with spells. I can find things. I honestly don't know, Vic. She sent him a quick look from under long lashes. Vic. He winced visibly and his eyebrow shot up. You are not going to call me Vic. I am considering using one of the words you have stricken from my vocabulary. Her eyes sparkled at him. She turned her body in the direction she could feel the strongest tug. We have to go that way. She indicated a hallway that was little more than a tunnel. He groaned. How did I know you were going to choose that one? She reached for his hand with obvious reluctance, but needing the contact. I feel the subtle vibration of power. Do you feel it? Her voice trembled. Yes, he answered tersely. Let us get this done. He squeezed her fingers in reassurance. Be careful, Natalya. I will follow you. He didn't want to tell her he was certain there were a couple of vampires stalking them. The undead were still a distance away, but he feared she was somehow imprinted with something that drew vampires to her. Have you been here before? No, never. She frowned, searching her memories. It's so frustrating to remember bits and pieces. I've studied thousands of spells. I've read ancient text and can remember all of it, but I can't remember where I studied. In my dreams, Razvan would protect me from the teacher. He would be punished when I refused to go work. In my dreams, I remember what my grandfather looked like, but I couldn't describe him to you now. How do I know what is real or not? Frustrated, Natalya turned back to the tunnel to keep him from seeing her expression. What did she know about her childhood? What if everything was a lie? Memories removed and others planted. The idea of it sickened her. Great. She couldn't help feeling humiliated and ashamed that Vikirnoff had seen the inside of her mind and the trauma of a blank void. I'm a freaking robot. With a beautiful backside, he pointed out when she dropped to her hands and knees, head disappearing into the ice hall. She wiggled her bottom suggestively and grinned back at him, grateful to him for giving her something to laugh about. His heart nearly stopped beating and the air left his lungs in a burning rush. She could have lit up the entire cavern with her high-wattage smile. Thunder roared in his ears. Deep inside, his demon struggled for release and unexpectedly, desire shot through his body. Not the intense lust he experienced earlier, but something bright and passionate and deep that came, not from his groin, but from his heart. You don't have to come with me, Natalya said, forcing the words out as she looked back at him. He had gone so still, his expression carved in stone. How could he want to be mixed up with whatever was happening? The fact was, she was terrified of the cave. Something she couldn't even remember from her childhood warned her she was in danger, and the increasing volume of the dripping water was nearly driving her out of her mind. Every instinct told her to run, but her body and brain refused to obey the command. She had longed for a partner, someone to share her life with, but for the first time she needed to be with someone. And not just anyone. Vikirnoff. Not just for his fighting skills, but for the sheer comfort of his presence. And that was almost as frightening as the situation she was in. Vikirnoff exuded power and confidence. She couldn't imagine anyone defeating him, Not when he was at full strength. But he wasn't at full strength. The thought came out of nowhere. She realized that not once had she worried about his physical condition since they'd been in the cave. He wasn't fully healed. She had seen the agony on his face on more than one occasion earlier, yet he carried himself as if nothing was wrong. Had he been subtly influencing her, or was she really that selfish? She groaned softly. I am with you because I want to be. I am not under compulsion, Natalya. And I am fit enough to protect you should there be need. She turned away from him before he could see her reaction to his words, his voice. There was just something about the man that called to her. She crawled through the twisting ice tube until it began to widen and opened into another series of galleries. The ice formations and columns were impressive. Following her instincts, she chose one chamber and discovered streaks of old blood along the ice wall. Her own blood ran cold, and she stood gaping at the thick, frozen clots stinging to the wall. This doesn't look good, does it? Vikirnoff put a hand on her shoulder. She wasn't used to being touched, and she trembled in response, but didn't shrug him off. You can see where they put ice picks through him to hold him to the wall. He touched the frozen blood. There was a Carpathian being tortured in this chamber. He examined the entire room. It was not within the last week. Someone rescued him, human I think, and at least one vampire died here. He sighed. Why would a vampire risk coming into the cave of the dark mage? Secrets? Power? Maybe. But is it worth the risk? There have to be traps scattered everywhere. The vampires are looking for something. There is no other explanation. He glanced around warily. I can feel something watching us, can't you? She wanted to deny it, but the back of her neck prickled with alarm. Yes. The vampires think I can help them find whatever they are looking for, don't they? Natalya said. That's why Arturo said he had a small task for me. He wants me to find something, probably something the dark mage left behind. Anything Xavier had of power would be deadly to the entire world, not just our species, if a vampire wielded it. Can you tell where the others got out? The ones that killed the vampire. She pointed to a solid wall of ice. Because I want to go there. Vikirnoff examined the wall. A Carpathian closed a slide tube behind them. I still feel the power lingering. Can you open the slide? He studied the bluish wall of ice. Yes. He knew he sounded grim. He felt the weight of the ice over them, the pressing of their enemies closing in, and more than all of that, the certainty that they were going somewhere far worse than where they were. He hesitated, the need to get his life mate to safety hammering at him. He actually settled his fingers around her wrist in protest. Natalya shook her head. I really have no choice, Vikirnoff. Swearing under his breath, he found the original opening, the tube slide that led to the lower caverns, and commanded the ice to bend to his will. Even within the cave of the dark mage, he wielded power over the things of the earth. The ice shifted, parting, to once again form the slide leading to the lower chambers. Thank you, Natalya said. She didn't have words to express how grateful she was that he didn't fight her on the issue. She had the same warning bells shrieking at her, and she sensed he was forced to fight age-old instincts. His protective nature simply did not allow him to see her in danger without shielding her. And without him, she had no idea how she would have made her way through the ice to the lower chambers. We go in together, he decreed. She sent him a black scowl, just to warn him to back off with the orders, but didn't mind in the least when he wrapped her in warm, safe arms and climbed into the cold of the ice chute. Vikirnoff pushed off, and they slid deeper into the freezing world of blue and crystal ice, spiraling fast down the long, cold tube. His arms kept her from ice splinters and the thicker, jagged crystalline protrusions that hung above their heads. It was breathtakingly beautiful, yet utterly frightening in that she knew the formation was unnatural. Natalya felt a little dizzy by the time they reached the bottom, and she held onto Vikirnoff until she knew her legs would support her. In a narrow hall of ice, they both were able to stand up straight without fear of hitting their heads on the ceiling. Are you all right? Vikirnoff kept his arm around her until her legs stopped shaking. She shook her head. I feel strange. Afraid. I'm not usually afraid all the time. My heart is pounding so loud it's hurting my ears. And I feel sick to my stomach. Worse, she looked up at him as she pressed her hand against her body, low, to the left, just below her stomach, the dragon burns. A vampire is close. Ahead or behind us? He was already scanning, as he had been since they'd entered the ice caves, and was dismayed to find he couldn't locate the vampire. And that meant it wasn't Arturo. Arturo couldn't hide his presence from the hunter. He sent up a silent prayer that he wouldn't be facing a master vampire when he was already wounded. I can't tell. She began to jog, hurrying through the tunnel. The hall ended abruptly, the floor dropping away to a great abyss. Vikirnoff caught her before she ran off the edge of the precipice. He held her against him. That was close. Natalya stared at the ice bridge glittering so invitingly. The structure was made of ice and stone, very narrow and had several holes in it. The bridge appeared to be the only way across. She frowned, gesturing toward the gaping holes. I'm not going to set one foot on that thing. She grinned up at him. I knew you were going to come in handy. Are you expecting me to carry you? He lifted an eyebrow. Without a doubt. We go to the other side. Vikirnoff reached for her, gathered her close. Natalya wished it felt impersonal, but his touch was electric, heat coursing through her body, making her acutely aware of him, aware of the definition of every muscle in his body as she leaned into his strength. It seemed natural to be in his arms, and his body was familiar. Perfect. She fit exactly. She closed her eyes and savored the feeling of him being so close as they moved together through the air to the other side of the cave. Vikirnoff was careful, holding her even as he settled onto the ice floor, looking cautiously around before allowing her feet to touch the ground. I feel the level of danger elevating. Hurry, Natalya. Find what you must, and let us leave this place. Natalya didn't need him to prompt her. She wanted out of the cave more than he could possibly know. She hurried through the chamber, past a small alcove, and turned back abruptly. She held a glow stick high so that it shone on the wall of ice. Her breath caught in her throat. Vikirnoff, she whispered. Look. Scales covered the body of an enormous creature. A long serpentine neck supported a wedge-shaped head. The extended tail ended in a spike, and the wings were folded and close along the body. Sharp claws, made for rending and tearing, looked as if they had been digging in the ice, as if trying to scrape free. One beautiful eye, a sparkling vivid emerald green, stared at them hopelessly through the thick wall of ice. A dragon, Vikirnoff. How would a dragon be trapped in the wall like that? She wanted to weep for the creature. She put her hand on the ice, fingers spread wide, right over the claw as if to hold it close to her. Who would do this to a dragon? She couldn't look away from that one, brilliant eye. Not one, but two. His voice was grim. He peered closer. There is a second one, side by side with the first. You can see the outline of the leg and claw. Natalya pressed against the wall until her nose turned blue. Unconsciously, her fingernails dug at the ice, trying to get to the mythical creatures. This isn't right, Vikirnoff. She wanted to weep. Her chest burned and felt too tight. Can we get them out? His hands were gentle as he pulled her away from the wall of ice. Is this what you are after? More than one vampire are now seeking us. I feel the presence of Arturo and several others. Unfortunately, I worry more about the ones I cannot feel. I sense the presence of evil, but cannot tell where it is. We cannot take a chance of removing a wall of ice this thick without the entire mountain coming down on us, and even if we could, we do not have the necessary time. I wish I had come for the dragons. This is just not right. I had no idea dragons were real. They are and they are not. He turned her away from the ice tomb. You are much too sensitive. Your grief is as strong as it is unexpected. And her compassion only endeared her to him more. He tugged on her until she followed him. Which way? Natalya took the lead again. The hall opened into a gallery. Tall columns of intricately carved, Gothic-style architecture rose to the high cathedral ceiling. Crystals and ice pillars formed 2 rows of columns down the room, each holding several round globes of various colors. Natalya stopped abruptly. This is the place. I'm supposed to come here, to this room. Don't touch anything, Vikirnoff. There are traps everywhere. I can feel them. She paced a distance down the wide-open room and then returned to him. Mythical creatures rose up from the floor in life-size sculptures made of clear crystal. Blood-red pyramids made of stone gleamed from chiseled archways in the walls. If she stared too long at one of the many spheres, it came alive, swirling and changing color, trying to draw an unwary victim to the intense beauty. On the floor, beneath the ice were strange squares, pyramids, and starburst patterns of stones. In the center of each shape were hieroglyphics, pictures carved deep into the rock. "This is the way out," Natalya said. "They had to have an escape hole, and the shapes have to be stepped on in a certain pattern to open the stone above the stairs." "You have really never been here before?" Small lines appeared around her mouth and across her forehead as she tried to reach into her memories. "I may have dreamt of this place. My father told me of the cave and the ice stairs leading the way out. He warned me not to touch anything until I was certain," she trailed off, her gaze suddenly meeting Vikirnoff's. "It was my father. He set up the compulsion for me to come here. He must have. Why would he put you in such danger?" Vikirnoff watched her pace restlessly through the huge room, examining objects on display. A tall rack of weapons in a shallow alcove caught her eye, but after a moment she moved on, as if driven to find a single item. "I don't know, but it must be important." Distracted, she moved slowly up and down the room, trying to tune herself to the right direction. She didn't have a clue what she was looking for, and her dragon birthmark was burning with alarm. She pressed her hand over it, trying to stop the warning. "I think the vampires are close." Vikirnoff scanned continually throughout the network of caves, looking for anything that would tell him where the vampire was. It was close. He had an instinct for the undead, and right now his warning system was blaring an alert. The sound of the water was even louder. Normally, he could tone down the volume, but the continual dripping was a drumbeat, echoing throughout the network of caves. Calling to something. Awakening something. The deeper they had come into the caverns, the louder and more insistent the dripping water. The sound of water swelled until it was a booming pulse, a constant irritating reminder they were trapped beneath hundreds of feet of ice. Vikirnoff glanced toward the small pool forming at the base of one of the columns. The pool should have been a clear liquid, but it was discolored, a faint rusty brown. Like mud. Or old blood. Drops of water ran down the column and fell into the puddle. With each drop the surface shook. The shock waves seemed to travel outward to encompass the chamber itself, so that cavern shook slightly with each drop. Something glittered in the depths of the puddle, something dark and lurking just below the murky surface. Peering down into the oily mess, Natalya thought something stared back at her with red, glowing eyes. A dark shadow slithered through the rusty brown waters. She jumped back. "That can't be good." "Get away from there," Vikirnoff warned. "Whoever or whatever the water is calling, we want no part of." Natalya moved closer to the collection of spheres. One glittering crystal globe, a full foot in diameter, rested on a tower of black obsidian. Natalya held out her hands, palms not touching the crystal, but shaping the curve of the globe. At once she felt the tremendous drawing as it leapt to life at her close proximity. "Can you feel that? The heat?" She tried to pull back, but couldn't look away. Mist swirled inside, pulling her, drawing her, commanding her to take hold. "Natalya, no." But Vikirnoff's warning was too late. Even as he leapt forward to pull her away from the crystal ball, she grasped it in both hands. 8. Natalya screamed, the sound of agony ripping through the long ice cavern. Her fingers welded to the crystal ball, burning until she thought her skin would peel back to the bone. Vikirnoff leapt to pull her back, but her voice protested in his mind. "No, you cannot touch me. It is consuming me. It cannot take you too, or I have no way back." Swearing aloud, he dropped his hands to his sides. It took every ounce of discipline he possessed to keep from yanking her into his arms. Breathing deep, ignoring the constant sound of the water booming and echoing through the chamber, he concentrated on holding Natalya's essence to him. "I can't do this. It burns, Vikirnoff. I can't think because of the pain." He felt agony sweeping through her body, the wrenching at her bones and flesh, as if the ball drew her out of the world she inhabited and into the turbulence of the crystal globe itself. Setting his teeth, he took the brunt of the pain from her. Immediately his skin beaded with blood, and it dripped from his brow into his eyes. "You are both Carpathian and mage. You command the earth and the air, and you are unusually strong. Get what you came for and get out." Natalya took a deep breath as the pain lessened. It was the confidence in his voice, the respect he afforded her, that allowed her to go beyond her physical body and reach for her mage training. Her body was nothing, a shell, no more than that. Her spirit was stronger than the whirling winds tearing at her flesh. She rose above the pain, above the terror, and found her strength. Colors swirled around her, midnight blues, glittering stars, streaks of light like comets trailing across the sky. Galaxies and star systems shot by her at a dizzying speed, twined together briefly and arced apart with a shower of sparks falling like rain. She found herself staring in wonder, in awe, aware the future lay in that direction. She could find a thread, one that was hers, and follow it and know what was waiting. The temptation was strong. It was dazzlingly beautiful, impressive, and the idea of knowing what lay ahead was difficult to resist. Throughout the midnight blue sky, lightning forked repeatedly, flashing like a neon sign, drawing her attention. She realized she was being pulled in that direction, her spirit traveling along one of the zigzagging threads. She pulled back. At once the draw fought with her, tugging and tugging, beguiling her with glimpses of her future. She steadfastly refused to look, instinctively fearing once pulled into the realm of the future, she might not find her way back. And what she sought could not possibly lie in that direction. Ropes of various colored pearls whirled around her, carried by the power of the winds. One in particular caught her attention because of the unusual color, the same cloudy hues that glittered in her eyes when the tigress in her was rising toward the surface. She watched them even as she fought the strength of the wind. Her father had often compared her eyes to sea pearls. Natalya reached for the strand that resembled the color of her tiger eyes. A turbulent vortex gripped her, sucked her into the whirling mass. Clutching the rope of pearls tightly, Natalya clung to the merge she held with Vikirnoff. He was her anchor, and wherever her spirit traveled, he traveled with her, holding guard over her physical body. Scenes of battles rushed past her. Dark, ugly visions of blood and death. She wept, overcome with the useless deaths as men fought for religion or power or land. Natalya fought to keep from sliding farther into the vacuum of the past. Small, black shadows tugged at the edges of her spirit in an attempt to consume her. The voices of mages whose souls had been trapped in the endless cycle of the past wailed at her in warning, in sorrow. She might have lost herself in the terrible pain of reliving so many deaths, seeing the mistakes made over and over throughout history, but Vikirnoff was always there, murmuring encouragement, holding her tightly without physical form. Soren. She'd nearly missed him in all the history swirling around her, but there he was. Her father, tall and handsome with his black hair and vivid green eyes. Her heart turned over and she reached for him. She couldn't touch him. Natalya realized she was looking at him through a reflection. He turned and her heart nearly stopped. He was ravaged and worn with pain. Burned on one side, encased in ice on the other. He had been tortured, yet kept alive, his blood draining from his body in a long tube. "Father!" She screamed it, tried frantically to reach him, but he shook his head and looked straight at her. His eyes clouded and she could see a knife reflected there. It was obviously ancient, ceremonial, the handle studded with gems, the blade slightly curved. The knife spun, pointed at her, turned again so that she could see it from every angle. "You want me to find the knife?" For a moment the vision held, and then the knife wavered and was gone. His gaze dropped to his hands. She saw that he was holding a huge tome. An ancient spell book. It was closed, the cover etched in dark reddish-brown stains. The book is important. A shadowy figure, the man she recognized from her childhood nightmares, loomed over Soren. Instinctively Natalya pulled back. Movement must have caught the eye of her father's tormentor, because she saw the dark shape turn toward her and heard a slow hiss of rage. She felt the icy breath of death on her, and her spirit trembled. Graphic images of her father being tortured overwhelmed her. Vivid details of her mother being devoured by vampires followed. Of her father finding her mother, his grief so deep he was nearly insane. Each explicit vignette was in horrifying detail, each worse than the one before, until she was paralyzed with grief and horror. She felt the darker shadows tugging and pulling and drawing her to them, but she couldn't move, couldn't break away. Evil laughter echoed. Something clawed at her mind, raked at her. "Natalya, come to me now." Vikirnoff issued the command with every bit of power he possessed. Her body had begun to fade. It started on her arms, as if something was taking bites of flesh from her, replacing her skin with a thin opaque shell. She was becoming translucent, a ghostly image rather than a flesh and blood body. Fear nearly consuming him, Vikirnoff plunged his mind into hers. "Einak Enyam, I will not let you go. They cannot have you. You are Einak Sivamet Yuda, forever to my heart connected. Come to me now, Natalya, your life-mate commands this." Guilt and fear warred with self-preservation, but the power of her life-mate was incredible, even there in the realm of past and present. In the midst of a living storm, with the fury of the wind tearing at her, Natalya turned to Vikirnoff. The reassuring warmth of his presence enveloped her, his memories, his character, the way he thought and acted, his integrity and strength of purpose. She focused on his steadfastness. For the first time she was happy that they were connected, that his strength of will could be added to her own. "I can't make myself leave my father." She couldn't find her way back. She was too exhausted, too tired of being alone. Her father and mother and Razvan were all here, in this place. She could stay with them, be with them. So many years had gone by with her moving from country to country, with no one to talk to, no one to share with. What awaited her but endless loneliness if she returned? It is another lure, Natalya, an attempt to cloud your thinking. You belong with me. Your father would not want you trapped here with him. You cannot save him. What was done cannot be undone. Come with me, Einak Enyam, merge, and become one with me. Vikirnoff used every art he possessed. Beguiling her. Compulsion. Seduction. Commanding, all wrapped together in his softly spoken words, dragging her back up the strands of time through the sheer strength of character and will he had come to possess over so many centuries. She heard a roar of fury as she moved away from her father and his tormentor, from the tearing claws of the smaller dark shadows, climbing ever higher. The shadows streaked after her, reaching with hands and claws in an attempt to stop her, and as she approached her own time, dazzling white orbs spun and beckoned, attempting to lure her with glimpses of the future. Natalya clung tighter to Vikirnoff, crawling deeper into his mind where she knew she would be safe. Vikirnoff would never abandon her. She closed her mind to the all-too-vivid memory of her father's tortured death and embraced life in her own time, whatever that might be. She didn't need to stay in the past. She chose the here and now. Natalya found herself back in her own body, so weak she would have collapsed onto the floor of the ice cave if Vikirnoff hadn't caught her to him. They clung to one another, Natalya shuddering violently and Vikirnoff trembling with the knowledge he'd nearly lost her. Tears poured down her face. "My father." She could barely get the words out. Her throat was so raw with grief. "He was tortured." "I know, Einak Enyam." His voice was tender as he stroked her hair, seeking a way to comfort her. "I am so sorry." She hadn't just seen her father's torture, she had experienced it. "I would give anything to prevent you having to go through that." He framed her face with his hands and kissed her tears away. Natalya looked up at his face, the smears of blood on his forehead, the tracks of blood-red tears on his face. He'd shared the same experience, and he'd also shared her wild grief and outrage. She wiped his brow with gentle fingers, touched the tear tracks, and leaned into him. "Thank you for being with me. Always, Natalya." All the while he was comforting her, he was aware that the boom of the water had grown frantic, so loud the ice chamber shook. He eyed the rusty pool that was growing with each drop, not deeper, but spreading out like a giant stain. "We have to leave this place now, Natalya." Attacking the pool without knowing what he faced in a cavern full of magic could be suicide. She took a breath, her fingers digging into his arm for support. "I have to find the knife. You saw it. You were in my mind. I have to get the knife." She glanced around the ice chamber. "The alcove has a huge cache of weapons. It's the most likely place. You have got to hurry. The vampires are nearly on us. We are going to have to fight our way out of here," he cautioned. He clamped down hard against his natural protective instincts to snatch her up and get her away from danger. He was beginning to realize having a life mate was difficult. Living with her wasn't about what he wanted or even needed. Being a life mate was about supporting Natalya even when everything in him wanted something else. Her personality required a certain amount of freedom, and it didn't always matter what he deemed best. He knew she had to complete this task. And now, when it was apparent her father had been tortured and murdered, it was more important than ever. He guarded her back, moving with her across the floor of ice, eyes scanning the great chamber. My heart is beginning to beat with the same rhythm as the water dripping, Natalya confided in a whisper. And that's just freaky. She kept her gaze fixed on the small alcove containing the cache of weapons. She knew the vampires were close. The dragon on her body seemed to be burning a hole through her skin. My heart is doing the same thing, Natalya, Vikirnoff said. And when I pulled you away from the shadows, the bubbling in that puddle took on an entire new meaning. Natalya glanced at the thick, rusty puddle. It looks like a witch's brew. Her gaze went right back to the weapons, drawn by something outside of herself. Her breath caught in her lungs, and she stopped abruptly. I see the knife. Can you get to it? Yes, but doubt I'll just be able to grab the thing. Vikirnoff shifted his attention to the west wall down near the floor where the ice was melting at an alarming rate. Insects poured into the chamber, a mass exodus of crickets and beetles and every cave-dwelling bug imaginable. We're going to have company any minute, Natalya. Do what you have to do and let us leave this place. He positioned himself between his life mate and the rapidly melting ice. Keep them off of me for a few minutes, she replied. I have to figure this out. Unlocking the safeguards around the ceremonial knife required concentration, something difficult when the steady drip of the water was echoing through her brain and jangling every nerve. Even her blood seemed to jump as each drop fell into the ever-widening puddle. The insects would have been a terrible distraction, but they were rushing through the chamber to get away from something far worse following them. Natalya moved her hands in a complicated pattern, murmuring a simple uncloaking spell her father had taught her in her early childhood. Knowing her father had drawn her to the cave made it easier to solve the puzzles. He would use safeguards specific to her. And the uncloaking spell was one of the things she recalled from her earliest memory of him. The invisible barrier shimmered into view. She studied it from every angle. Vikirnoff hissed a soft warning to Natalya as mud and water burst through the west wall, spilling onto the floor carrying a wiggling mass of spike-toothed serpentine creatures. Right behind them Arturo and a second vampire stepped into the ice chamber. As if sensing the presence of fellow evil, the rusty puddle on the floor of the cavern erupted into a boiling mass of noxious, thick bubbles. Vikirnoff whirled into motion, calling on fire, fashioning a whip of flames to snap at the serpents racing toward Natalya. The fire whip whistled through the air, a dazzling orange-red messenger of death, lashing the creatures in a display of expertise. The smell of burning flesh added to the putrid brew of the puddle. You don't believe in niceties, do you? Natalya asked. Get it done. More are coming. Natalya forced her attention back to the barrier. Vikirnoff had dealt with the snakes in a rather spectacular and efficient way. After sharing such a deep mind merge with him, she had absolute faith that he'd hold off the vampires until she had what she'd come for. There was no give in Vikirnoff. He'd fight for her with his last dying breath. As strong as the compulsion was for her to complete her task, his protective instincts were stronger. If necessary, he would get to her safety. Natalya took a deep, calming breath and let it out, focusing wholly on the box the uncloaking spell had revealed. The box seemed solid. A transparent rectangle surrounding the knife. Cautiously, she put her palm close to it. Heat and power blasted her skin, and she hastily pulled her hand back. Vikirnoff cracked the flaming whip at the vampire Arturo had thrust in front of him. The whip curled around the lesser vampire's neck, and as Vikirnoff tugged hard, the whip dragged him closer. The vampire screamed, the high-pitched sound shattering several stalactites so that they dropped like spears from the ceiling, straight at Vikirnoff. He dissolved, throwing up a hasty shield around Natalya as he streamed past the lesser vampire and went straight for Arturo, shifting back into his natural form immediately. Get the woman, Cesar, Arturo ordered, stumbling backward at the sudden attack. Natalya felt the protective cloak surround her on 3 sides and sent up a small prayer of thanks that Vikirnoff, in his haste, hadn't closed her off from the knife. She pressed her palms together tightly, raised them in ceremony, murmured a short but powerful spell of protection, and pointed her fingers straight at the exact middle of the box. With her hands pressed tightly together, she pushed forward resolutely, straight into the center of the barricade, pulling her hands apart as she did so to part the obstruction and allow her access to the ceremonial knife. She felt the incredible heat close around her, but the protection spell held and she reached for the gem-studded handle. Vikirnoff drove his fist straight through Arturo's chest, slamming hard, fingers going through the bony shield toward the shriveled heart. The vampire howled, bent his head and sank his teeth into Vikirnoff's neck, slicing through skin and tissue, artery and nerves. Vikirnoff grasped the blackened heart, ripping it from the vampire's chest just as Natalya gripped the ceremonial knife. The moment Natalya's fingers settled around the handle, she felt the walls of time shape and curve. She knew at once she'd made a terrible mistake. She should never have touched the object without a barrier between it and her skin. Vikirnoff, link with me now. Help me. Merge with me. She screamed for his help telepathically as she was sucked down deep into the violent past of the knife. Vikirnoff merged his mind deep into hers. His spirit ripped through the curving tunnels with her, his mind divided in both the past and the present. Having the presence of mind to keep a grip on the vampire's heart, he dragged his fist from the evil one's chest and flung it onto the floor. To his astonishment, the organ flopped, not toward Arturo, but toward the bubbling, rusty puddle. Arturo's scream was one of rage and pain. He leapt across the room toward the rolling heart, calling it back, his commands going unheeded. As Arturo fell to the ground and clawed his way across the ice in search of his heart, Vikirnoff slammed the flaming whip directly across the path leading to the puddle. The heart ran right into the dancing flames just as Arturo's hand slammed over the top of it. You may kill me, Xavier, but you will never destroy my people. My blood may run in the veins of my children, but it will not provide you with the immortality you seek. Vikirnoff whirled around, shocked to hear the voice of Rhiannon of the Dragon Seekers. It was so clear, so real, he expected to see her standing behind him. It took a moment to realize he was sharing the past with Natalya. Arturo took advantage, dragging his burned hand from the flames and gleefully restoring his heart to his chest. Blood was pouring down both the front of the vampire and Vikirnoff's neck. Arturo reached out and smeared the ancient hunter's blood on his hand and licked at it. You should have joined us. Your prince is injured, his hunter in the ground, nearly dead, and now you and your woman will die. Vikirnoff was already in motion, whirling away from the attack as both vampires rushed him. Blood loss weakened him, and it was disorienting to be in 2 places at one time. They needed help, and other Carpathians in the vicinity should have felt the presence of evil. He had wondered why Mikhail Dobrinski, the prince of the Carpathians, had not come to their aid in the earlier battle with the vampires. Vikirnoff could only think Mikhail must have been injured and in the ground not to have felt the battle in the forest. Cesar slammed into the protective barrier shielding Natalya. He clawed at the shield with sharp talons, then crawled up the side of the ice cave, his body shifting into the form of a dark-furred creature with talons and a spiked tail. He launched himself at Vikirnoff as Arturo's body contorted, his face elongating into the muzzle of a wolf. Natalya, drop the knife now. Vikirnoff's voice was steady, but she caught the underlying sense of urgency. Natalya wanted to let go. She tried to open her fingers, but it was impossible. The aftermath of violence attached to objects always trapped her for a time. The more violence the object held, the more difficult it was to escape. The ceremonial knife had been used often. Xavier was trying to gain immortality by consuming Rhiannon's blood. It was impossible to look away from the scene. Her grandmother was beautiful in spite of the bruises darkening her too pale skin. She lay paralyzed, bound by not only powerful spells, but some type of poison Xavier had used to hold her prisoner. Tubes ran from Rhiannon's body, draining blood from her, just as Natalya's father had been drained. The same shadowy figure approached the bed, knife gripped in hand. I no longer need you, my dear. You have served your purpose and have given me a son and 2 females to take your place. Your blood runs in their veins. I will use the female's blood and allow my son to give me grandchildren that I might continue to live. He laughed, the sound evil even as it traveled through time. You will never know them, and they will never know you. Go now, join your precious life mate. Rhiannon smiled. My children know me, even as babes, they know me. Xavier raised the knife high and plunged it deep into Rhiannon's heart. Natalya screamed, both hands going to cover her heart as Xavier dug deep with the blade in Rhiannon's chest. She watched her grandmother's death in horror. Xavier collected the blood from the heart and put it in a small vial, carrying it over to a table where a large book lay open. Xavier closed the book, satisfaction on his face as he glanced back at the dead woman. I have what I need from you, Rhiannon. At last. You will be the instrument of destruction of your race. When I am done, there will be no Carpathians, no Jaguar, and only one dark mage ruling what always should have been mine. He closed the book and ran his hand over the cover. Natalya held her breath as she watched him set the vial of blood beside 2 others. He chose one and lifted it high. Sealed with the blood of the dark mage. He poured the second. Sealed with the blood of the Jaguar. He picked up the third. Sealed with the blood of the Carpathian. Sealed with blood of the 3, opened with blood of the 3. A chill went down Natalya's spine. What was he doing? What did it mean? She tried to move into a better position to hear the spell he was using, but her attention shifted when she felt Vikirnoff falter. Natalya, I have need of you now. The urgency in the hunter's voice overrode the enthrallment of experiencing the past. Something was terribly wrong and she had to get to him. In the past, when she'd accessed violent scenes from objects, she had always relived the entire vignette, not breaking free until it played out, but Vikirnoff wouldn't ask for help unless he was in dire straits. Natalya concentrated on the knife. Her fingers around the knife, the feel of it in her palm. That was real. In the here and now. She was standing in an ice chamber with the ceremonial knife in her hand. All she had to do was open her fingers one by one to release it. She focused on her fingers and pried them loose, allowing the ceremonial knife to clatter to the floor. At once she was back in the present, the walls shaping around her and the bitter cold stealing into her body. She knew the vignettes from the past often played out in seconds, even when she felt wrung out and exhausted as if she'd relived hours of time, but it was the intensity of the violence rather than time passage. She had little time to orient herself to the present. Horrified by the blood on Vikirnoff's neck and the sight of the 2 vampires closing in on them, she flung several throwing stars at Arturo, racing toward him as she did so. The small missiles sank deep into the chest of the vampire as he attempted to shift into the form of a wolf. You're losing too much blood, Vikirnoff. The sight of him nearly shook her confidence. If they didn't stop his bleeding, their chances of escaping were down to 0. She somersaulted over Arturo, kicking him in the thick muzzle as she did so to keep his attention centered on her. As she landed behind him, she caught up her pack and dragged out a shirt. He whirled around to face her, snarling, showing a mouthful of teeth. You'll have to cauterize the wound, Natalya. I cannot shut down my heart and lungs at this moment, and there is little chance they will wait for me to heal myself. Vikirnoff caught the furred creature in midair as Cesar landed nearly on his head, claws raking, teeth and tail slashing. Vikirnoff staggered under the weight as the vampire struggled, using the agility of its animal form. Arturo, I'll just bet you missed me. Natalya was already in motion, whirling in close, just out of his reach, her knife slicing across his chest as she moved past him to scoop up the ceremonial knife, using the shirt and jamming it deep into her pack. I don't know if I can do it, Vikirnoff. The idea was so distasteful, she felt sick. Vikirnoff threw Cesar off, whirling and slashing with his own talons, fighting past the razor-sharp claws in an attempt to penetrate the vampire's chest. Cesar fell back to avoid Vikirnoff's attack, only to spring at him a second time, this time cloning himself so that 3 creatures sprung forward, all teeth and claws, instead of one. Blood sprayed from Vikirnoff's neck now, and he was far weaker. You are a strong woman, Natalya. You will do what needs to be done. He resorted to the fire whip to keep the creatures at bay. Watch Arturo. He is up to something. Natalya stuck the blade of her knife into the orange and red flames of the fire whip until the blade glowed with heat, all the while watching Arturo. He stalked them across the ice chamber, still half wolf and half man. The knife is hot enough, Vikirnoff. Her stomach lurched. He was counting on her. He thought her strong, but the idea of pressing the hot blade of a knife against the terrible wound in his neck was barbaric. Now, Natalya. I am too weak to keep this up, and the other is near. I cannot feel his presence, but Arturo and Cesar are both suddenly excited. Can you feel the difference in them? The air vibrated with electric excitement. Whatever they're expecting can't be good for us. Arturo, your fur is looking a bit moldy. She inched closer to Vikirnoff, the blade of her knife glowing with heat. Arturo's muzzle gaped wide, exposing the huge canines. What big teeth you have, Grandma, Natalya said, steeling herself to cauterize the wound on Vikirnoff's neck. She took a deep breath. I'm sorry. Natalya pressed the blade of her knife to Vikirnoff's neck before she could lose her nerve. She stayed firmly in his mind, even when he tried to throw her out, clinging tightly, wanting to shoulder the pain. He shuddered with agony, his body breaking out in a sweat. The smell of flesh burning was sickening. Natalya fought back bile. I'm so sorry, Vikirnoff. She felt the sting of tears in her eyes. You do what is necessary. Take Arturo, but stay out of his reach. He is strong. Arturo, baby, come dance with me. She crooked her finger at him. Arturo shifted fully into his human form. I do not think it would be fair to do so when the hunter is recovering from his wounds. Cesar, what do you think? Perhaps a 5-minute truce to allow him to rest. Natalya forced a carefree laugh. Sorry, big boy, 5 minutes is way too long to spend in your company. She drew the guns from under her arms and shot him repeatedly, firing rapidly as she dove to his left away from Vikirnoff and toward the patterned stones on the floor of the ice cave. The sound of gunfire reverberated throughout the cavern. She aimed over the head of the vampires and shot at several stalactites so that they broke loose and crashed to the floor of the cave. She skidded to a halt directly over the patterned squares. It was difficult to study the pattern and keep her eye on the vampire at the same time, and she wanted an alternate escape route planned. Arturo was furious, his face contorted as he flew at her, slamming large ice blocks around her in an effort to cut her off from Vikirnoff. She leapt on top of the ice wall as a third vampire emerged from the hole the first two had made. He was tall and thin, his hair long and his eyes red-rimmed. An eerie silence greeted his arrival. No one moved. She sensed Vikirnoff's sudden stillness and shifted her gaze to him instinctively for guidance. Vikirnoff's features remained completely expressionless, but his heart sank as he recognized one of the Malinov brothers. Natalya. This one is nearly indestructible. He is a master and will be very hard to destroy. I helped to kill his brother not so long ago, and it was a difficult battle, one we nearly did not win, and there were 2 experienced hunters. We must get out now. They needed a miracle. 3 vampires, 1 a master. Not just any master, but a Malinov. We are in trouble, Natalya. Be prepared for anything. Vikirnoff, it is long since I have seen you, the tall vampire greeted. Maxim, it has indeed been long. Do not draw his attention. It is imperative we escape, Natalya. Normally Natalya might have defied him, just because she disliked orders, but something about the newcomer was terrifying. She could see Arturo trembling. All 3 of the creatures that were Cesar cowered to make themselves smaller. She had a sudden desire to do the same when the vampire flicked his cold gaze in her direction. I met Kurja recently in the United States. Vikirnoff deliberately brought the vampire's attention back to him. Maxim's expression hardened. You were there when my brother was murdered? I do not recall a murder, Maxim. I believe Kurja was attempting to kill a hunter and his life mate. Find the way out, Natalya. Natalya jerked her mesmerized gaze from the vampire and began to work on the pattern she knew had to be in the stones on the floor. The dark mage would have had an escape route known only to him, one easily accessible. He couldn't fly the way the Carpathians could, so he would have had a way to flee from the cavern. Have you seen your precious prince? Vikirnoff forced himself not to react when his gut rolled in protest and his heart wanted to accelerate. I have not had the honor as of yet. I fear he has been gravely injured, as was Falcon, the hunter guarding him. So sad, but Mikhail's death will benefit so many. Vikirnoff's heart sank, but his expression remained the same. An injury to the prince was the only reasonable explanation for the lack of aid to either of the battles. Still, Vikirnoff had held out hope only to have it dashed. He will not die, Maxim. His people will not allow his death. Oh, I say he will, Vikirnoff. He is surrounded, under siege, wounded and without protection. We outnumber him, and he cannot escape us. When he falls, so will his line fall and the people will scatter, and we will pick them off one by one. Maxim tapped his long fingernails against his arm. The rhythm matched the water dripping steadily into the ever-widening puddle. Vikirnoff risked a glance at the bubbling water. It had grown and was beginning to overflow onto the floor, the brownish liquid spreading like fingers out over the ice, running along unseen grooves, following several paths all leading toward Natalya. Vikirnoff's heart jumped when he realized it was within striking distance of her. He couldn't afford to wait much longer. Natalya had to find them a way out of the cave. If he took her and tried to escape using the route they'd entered, the vampires would kill them before they ever gained the entrance of the cave. He had been in desperate situations over the centuries, but never quite like this, and never with a life mate to protect. I think I can open the escape route, Vikirnoff. Say the word and I'll give it a try. There was little point in stalling. Malinov intended to kill him, and Vikirnoff didn't want to wait until the three vampires were in position to do so. Arturo was already inching his way closer. The two clones and Cesar growled and showed teeth. Malinov simply smiled, his eyes cold and alert. Vikirnoff whirled into motion. Now, Natalya, open it and be ready. You cannot allow them to see what you do. He snapped the fire whip across the backs of the three creatures snarling at him. One howled and he lashed it mercilessly, driving it back, sending flames dancing over the dark fur. Cesar immediately shifted shape, dissolving into a greenish vapor and streaking toward the small alcove where the cache of weapons beckoned enticingly. No! Natalya called out the warning, Vikirnoff's voice echoing her. It was too late. Cesar caught up a heavy sword and turned to face Vikirnoff. Wind rushed through the chamber, rising to a howl of fury. The tall columns of ice trembled, and within the spheres, clouds and mist swirled angrily. Something moved in the corner. The floor cracked, a long jagged streak, several inches deep running the length of the room. Ice crackled overhead and along the walls surrounding them, shirting with creaks and groans so that cracks appeared overhead. Black and gray smoke poured from the cracks in the ice. Above their heads, a gray smoke swirled in the wind. More gathered near the columns until the chamber was filled. The smoke separated into individual pillars, continually moving, red fiery eyes glittering dangerously. They caught glimpses of suits of armor and large menacing swords. What have you done? Maxim Malinov demanded of Cesar, staring around the huge chamber at the tall, daunting-looking figures taking shape around the chamber. He touched what did not belong to him, Vikirnoff said. You fool, Maxim snarled. You have summoned the Shadow Warriors. She touched things. Cesar defended himself. She has something in her pack right now. I didn't bring them to us. I have the blood of the Dark Mage running in my veins. I can touch objects others cannot. And you can command them, Vikirnoff pointed out. Maybe. Maxim gestured toward Natalya. Kill the hunter and take the woman prisoner now before it is too late. And bring to me what she has in her pack. Cesar raced at Vikirnoff, sword raised for the kill. Arturo remained frozen in place. At once the Shadow Warriors went on the alert, glowing eyes trained on Cesar, converging on him from all directions to surround him. Movement attracts their attention. Do not move if you can help it, Natalya. Can you send the warriors back to their resting places as you did the one at the inn? I honestly don't know. There are so many of them. Hopefully he used the same spells to draw and bind them. What else can go wrong? Vikirnoff remained locked in place, calculating the distance to Natalya and whether he dared chance taking the form of mist to reach her. Hold on. The male voice came out of nowhere, shockingly on the common mental path used by most Carpathians. I am coming to your aid. Mikhail Dobrinsky, Prince of the Carpathian people. Vikirnoff's heart jumped into his throat. Even injured, the prince had come for them. He knew Maxim had caught the message. The vampires, in spite of the shadow warriors, were excited. He comes. Kill him. Call the others. He is alone, without aid. Surround him and kill him, Maxim demanded. It is a trap, Mikhail. Get out. I have no need of you. Go now. I will not leave a wounded hunter trapped. There was iron in the voice. Steel. Implacable resolve. Of course not, Maxim sneered gleefully. He is invincible. 9. As they had never exchanged blood, Vikirnoff had no way to get a private message to the prince. When he spoke telepathically, he had to use the common path even the vampires could hear. It mattered little. He wanted help. He needed help. But you cannot endanger your life, Mikhail. You are too important to our people and I cannot adequately protect you. It means much that you would come to our aid, but you cannot. He glanced at Natalya and there was sorrow in his eyes. He switched to their private, more intimate path so only she could hear. I must close the only other way in. Do it. She injected complete confidence into her voice when she didn't feel it. She was still touching Vikirnoff's mind, and she could feel how torn he was, between his need to protect his prince and the need to keep her safe. We don't need another burden down here. We can do this together. He sent her warmth, an incredible flooding of every sense, as if he were touching her intimately. Maxim Manilov is the master vampire. As he spoke to Mikhail, Vikirnoff inched his way in free frame motion toward Natalya and the Dark Mage's secret escape route. He is part of a greater conspiracy. He has called other vampires to hunt you. Do not enter this place. The nearest shadow warrior reached within striking distance of Cesar, swinging his sword in a classic attack. Cesar's sword parried the blow, sparks showering down across the ice floor as the blades met. He sliced at the warrior, but the shadow was already gone, stepping to the side to deliver a second blow meant to kill. Several shadow warriors surrounded the vampire, swords at the ready. Cesar shrieked to Arturo for aid. Natalya waited for her moment to seize control of the warriors. It was a risky plan. There were several of them, and it was possible the Dark Mage had used more than one binding spell. Often, if the caster made a mistake, especially in dealing with dead spirits, the repercussions were deadly. You are injured. I will aid you. The prince spoke with grim finality. Vikirnoff sensed Mikhail inside the cave, moving toward the great abyss in preparation for the descent to the lower chambers. If he sensed the presence of the prince, so did Maxim. He glanced at the master vampire, certain he was up to something. Maxim remained still, watching dispassionately as Cesar fought for his life. A small smile hovered on his thin lips. It was that small smile that made up Vikirnoff's mind for him. Maxim cared little whether Cesar lived or died, but he would give anything to see Mikhail Dobrinsky dead. Vikirnoff was not willing to risk whatever plot was going through the mind of the undead. Forgive me, Natalya. Vikirnoff spoke Natalya's name in a soft whisper in his mind and heart. He was risking her life as well as his own. Vikirnoff could feel the prince's wounds, every bit as raw and painful as his own. Mikhail Dobrinsky was far too important to his people to allow the risk. My prince, I cannot allow you to sacrifice yourself. Your duty is to all of your people, not to a single pair. With every bit of power Vikirnoff possessed, with all of his ancient knowledge and strength, he slammed his command to earth, building a tower of ice that rose like a mountain, thick and impenetrable, wedging solidly in the sinkhole and blocking all ability to descend into the main chamber from the surface. A warrior's luck to you and your life mate, the prince murmured softly. The cavern shook with the force of Vikirnoff's power. All around them ice cracked and groaned. More stalactites fell to the floor and shattered. There was a small silence. Even the shadow warriors ceased movement. Maxim hissed his anger, his teeth snapping together, lips drawn back in a snarl. That was foolish. You have succeeded in trapping us all in this place. And for what, Vikirnoff? The prince is already dead. He just does not know it yet. We have made certain of that. You cannot stop what is happening here. It was begun long ago and will come to pass whether you interfere or not. His cold, dead gaze fell on Natalya. He has traded you for his prince, my dear. You made a poor bargain when you chose this one. Vikirnoff winced. Natalya hadn't chosen him. He had forced the bonding. Soft laughter brushed against his mind. If I have the choice between that cold-blooded reptile of a vampire and you, trust me, babe, you win hands down. That is no compliment. I know. From her precarious position on the blocks of ice, Natalya blew him a kiss. In spite of himself, his heart grew warmer. Natalya's small gesture sent the Shadow Warriors into another frenzy of sword display. With each frantic movement of Cesar, the warriors grew in form and stature. They pressed the lesser vampire hard, slicing deep cuts into his skin as he tried to fight his way to Maxim. If I can command the warriors to go after Mr. Reptilian Big Shot there, we'll have a chance to escape through the hidden passage. Vikirnoff eyed the dark stains that had spread across the floor of the ice cave. The thick rusty-colored liquid had taken on the appearance of a bony hand with long, heavily knuckled fingers stretching out toward Natalya. At the end of each finger appeared to be a sharp talon, and as the liquid spread, the talons seemed to grow longer. How are your ankles feeling? Natalya looked startled. How did you know? They burn and they feel weak, like I might not be able to trust them to hold me up. Look at the floor. Natalya glanced down. Her hand went to her throat. The Troll King has found me again. Great. Just great. Arturo and Maxim, like Vikirnoff and Natalya, remained utterly still to keep the Shadow Warriors from turning on them. Natalya felt it was a standoff of sorts, all of them watching Cesar being hacked to pieces. It was a terrifying scene, the vampire desperate and the Shadow Warriors relentless. Get us out of here, Natalya, before your Troll King reaches you. Vikirnoff was more worried about that hand inching across the ice floor than even Maxim. And Maxim hadn't yet begun to show his power. Natalya waited until Cesar had ceased all movement, and it was no longer possible to tell what the warriors were slicing with their great swords. She looked away from the mess, and inched her arms into the air, careful to keep her movements slow and measured so that she wouldn't draw down the Shadow Warriors' attention. Hear me now, Dark Ones, great warriors torn from your resting places. I call on earth, wind, fire, water, and spirit. Natalya heard, or maybe just felt the master vampire's shock. She sketched him a small salute before continuing. I call each to me and bind them to me, and with each I invoke the right of the Shadow Law. The Dark Mage's blood runs deep in my own, and I command thee. Wind swept through the ice chamber, clarifying each individual warrior. They straightened slowly, one by one, and turned to her, swords raised toward the ceiling, once again motionless awaiting her orders. You did it. If only it was that easy. Natalya racked her brain for the proper wording to countermand their long-buried commands, for a way to set them against the vampires when the undead knew not to move and draw the Shadow Warriors' attention. On the floor of the cave, Cesar's mangled body began to wiggle. The head jerked, then rolled. Natalya's stomach lurched, and she couldn't pull her horrified gaze from the sight. Concentrate. You concentrate. That is just gross. Vikirnoff's fire whip snapped out again and again, reaching parts of the lesser vampire, raining fire, incinerating everything it touched. He searched out the heart with the flames, wanting to at least ensure Cesar could not rise against them again. Natalya took a deep breath and let it out. She had the attention of not only the Shadow Warriors, but also the Master Vampire. She had to bind the warriors to her fast. Hear me, warriors of the ancient past, warriors of the ancient law. Whose blood was shed, who died with honor. As she chanted, she studied the squares with symbols embedded in the ice on the floor, grateful it was hidden from the others. If she could figure out the pattern, she was certain she could unlock the hidden door. They're paying attention. Keep going. Her gaze shifted to Vikirnoff. This isn't exactly easy. She had to go through thousands of spells she had learned to pull out the right words, all the while trying to figure out how to escape. Hear me, warriors of old, whose souls are lost. This night I call you. This night I summon you to my aid. Hear me, warriors, a new cause has arisen, your body gone, now spirit be. Maxim struck without warning, thrusting his mind and will hard against Natalya's mind, pushing to break through any shields. She felt the thrust of his mind, ugly, oily, a filthy abomination touching her, oozing inside and spreading quickly like a cancer. Every evil thought and deed, the countless murders, the depravities, everything Maxim had been and was, poured into her mind. Vikirnoff. She screamed his name in desperation. The sickness flooding her mind drove her to her knees. She gagged, clutched her heaving, protesting stomach. She was unclean. She would always be unclean. Nothing would take away the dark poison stain of evil. I am here. Vikirnoff was calm, surrounding her with warmth when she was so utterly cold, filling her mind with a radiant light, the sun bursting through her mind. How had she ever thought there was darkness in him? She saw darkness, evil of the worst kind, and it was nothing like Vikirnoff. He entered her mind with confidence, his every thought, past and present, open to her. As he moved with purpose, he built a reflective light, a mirror turned onto the vampire, forcing him to see what he was. The dark shadows retreated before him, so that Maxim had no choice but to reluctantly flee. Inch by slow inch, Vikirnoff drove the master vampire from her mind. Behind him, Vikirnoff built high, thick shields, weaving them from the strongest safeguards he'd learned over the centuries. Natalya didn't leave it at that. She wouldn't. She could protect herself. She knew things others didn't know, and nobody was going to walk in her mind. Shield of smoke, earth and fire, come to me, hear my desire. Mold to form, both front and back, protecting me from attack. She had no idea why her shields weren't holding, but she wasn't going to let her guard down again around the vampire. Maxim hissed his displeasure, the sound loud in the hush of the ice chamber. Throwing out both hands, he slammed his palms forward, toward Natalya. The chamber shook with the force of his blow, driving the bitter cold air straight at her, a fist to her solar plexus. The air left her lungs in a rush, doubling her over so that stars danced in front of her eyes, but he could not penetrate her mind. Heat seeped through the terrible cold, warming her. A soft wind fluttered over her face, pushed into her lungs. Vikirnoff breathed for her. In and out. She felt him surrounding her, holding her up, and it gave her the strength to straighten her body and face Maxim, her gaze cool and hard. By your spirit I summon you. Each of you I enlist. I call you, warriors lost, come to my aid. Maxim's face twisted with fury. He blasted Natalya a second time, raining sharpened stalactites down on her head. Vikirnoff answered with an umbrella of ice. He does not want you dead. He is stalling. Anxiously, he studied the hand stretching to the ice wall where Natalya stood. The rust-colored fingers were already creeping up the side of the wall, reaching for her. He is waiting for whatever the puddle bides to reach you. I am coming over to you. Wait. Don't move until I order the warriors. They will attack you. Natalya couldn't quite catch her breath. Even with Vikirnoff's steady breathing, her lungs burned and felt squeezed of all air. She had to figure out the pattern. Hear me, fight at my side. Protect me from harm. Come to my side, protect me from harm. The shadow warriors moved, tall and ethereal, cloaked in clouds of whirling gray smoke, ghosts really insubstantial one moment and dressed in armor the next. They formed a loose circle around Natalya, giving her a reprieve from Maxim's smoldering hatred. She kept her eyes on the patterns. I've got it, Vikirnoff. I can open the floor. Hold this circle, give no ground, battle that which is still, but cannot be bound. Natalya couldn't help the triumphant smirk she flung at the master vampire. Be it vapor or foggy mist, hold it fast though it turns and twists. Maxim roared with rage and raised his hands toward Natalya. The low ice wall Natalya stood on obeyed his shouted commands, shifting, sweeping through the circle of shadow warriors, brushing them aside as though they were feathers in the wind. Icicle spears hurtled toward Vikirnoff, the sharp ends spinning with flames straight toward his heart. Maxim leapt at Natalya so fast he was no more than a blur. Already the shadow warriors were reforming their protective circle around Natalya, and just feet from her, Maxim saw he had no chance to take possession of her. In midair he turned, choosing to kill Vikirnoff instead. Vikirnoff picked an ice spear from the air and used it to deflect the barrage coming at him. On the ground, Natalya. Before he could give any more warning to remind her of the creeping puddle of water, Maxim had landed behind him and reached for his throat with piercing talons. A sword slammed between them, and the master vampire shrieked with rage, fingers falling to the floor of the ice cave. Even as Maxim turned to meet the attack, digits were already growing back. He caught the head of the shadow warrior and twisted sharply, flinging the warrior away from him and turning toward Vikirnoff. Shadow warriors surrounded him. Maxim waved his hand and both he and Arturo were replicated over and over, 100 clones whirling like madmen between the shadow warriors. The rust-colored fingers reached Natalya, creeping up her boot in silence to circle her ankle. Vikirnoff sprang off the floor, using dizzying speed, vaulting over the ice floor crowded with fighting shadow warriors and vampires. For a moment blinding light flashed in the cave as lightning forked, slamming into the wall just above his head, evidence that Maxim would not be defeated easily. Vikirnoff didn't hesitate or look back at his enemy. He caught Natalya in his arms and landed on the first squared pattern, the ice wall momentarily hiding them from the shadow warriors and the vampires. "It burns," Natalya said, trying to reach for her ankle. Vikirnoff held her hand away from the spreading stain. "Leave it," he said harshly. "Open the floor fast. It's burning into my skin." Natalya choked back another protest and concentrated on the pattern she had figured out already. She led the way, hopping from one square to the next, trying desperately to ignore what amounted to a bloody handprint wrapped around her ankle and burning through her clothes to her skin. "I can't leave my pack." She clutched it with both hands to keep from reaching down to her ankle. It was difficult to think when it felt like something was branding her flesh. The ice walls exploded all around them, showering down large blocks of ice along with sharpened ice spears. Vikirnoff covered Natalya's head with his arms as they stepped over the squares, following the pattern in her mind. He shielded her body with his as he retaliated, the fire whip unfurling to send flames dancing over the vampires, driving them back. It passed through the shadow warriors who ignored the fiery lash, still fighting clones of the undead. The floor beneath Natalya trembled and a large square slid away to reveal a stairway leading further beneath the earth. She hesitated. "We're going down, not up. What if the Troll King is down there? We have no choice. This is the only way out of the chamber that we have left to us. We must take it." He reached out to brush tears from her face with the pad of his thumb. Natalya hadn't realized she was crying. The burning in her leg was bad, but it was more the idea that the unknown thing was attached to her. Just as Maxim had managed to slip inside her head. It was humiliating to think that the master vampire had gotten into her mind and Vikirnoff, not she, had driven him out. Now she had some parasite attaching itself to her body, boring into her flesh. Turning back, she gave her warriors a last command. "Hear my commands, though I be gone. Continue to hold. Stand straight, stand strong." She gave the shadow warriors a small salute, wishing she could give them peace and send them back to their resting places. "We have to go now," Vikirnoff urged. She turned away from the chaotic scene and took the narrow stairs chiseled from ice leading below the chamber of the dark mage. Vikirnoff followed her down deeper still, closing the hidden panel behind them and weaving safeguards against the vampires in the event they found a way to escape the shadow warriors. Once the panel slammed shut, an eerie light gleamed along the twisting stairway. It was carved with care, very narrow steps that seemed to go on forever. They ran down the long staircase for several minutes. It was strangely silent, as if they were the only two people in the world. "I don't think they can follow us using that escape route, do you?" Natalya asked, stopping abruptly. "Not unless Maxim has hours to figure out the safeguards I used." "Then get this thing off of my leg," Natalya said. "I can't stand knowing it's on me." Vikirnoff nearly smiled at the demand in her voice. She was totally confident that he could and would get it off. "Sit down and rest. Let me take a look at it." "Take your time. It's only burning a hole through my leg and grossing me out, but hey, just look at it." Natalya scowled at him. His dark eyes ran over her face and made her shiver. She bit her lip. I'm sorry. When I'm scared, I tend to be a little flippant. Do not apologize to me. I am well aware of your need to make light of the situation. He crouched beside her and took her leg in his hands, pushing the material away from her skin so that his fingers brushed intimately against her calf. I am attempting to develop a sense of humor where you are concerned. He bent his head to study the grotesque fingers circling her ankle. His dark hair spilled around his shoulders, wild and disheveled and far too appealing for her liking. His breath was warm on her skin. It was all Natalya could do not to reach out and touch his hair. His neck was a mess, the burn hideous and painful looking, yet he seemed detached from it as if the only importance to him was helping her. It's alive, isn't it? She asked the question to distract herself. There would be no more kissing in the midst of deadly peril. She absolutely refused to be too stupid to live. Her gaze dropped to his mouth. He had a sinful mouth and that was the problem, not her. It was all Vikirnoff. Yes. His voice was grim. This leaves the same scent as the one you named Troll King. I think this is his work. She swallowed hard. Xavier. She would not call him grandfather. She didn't want to think he was related to her. She couldn't think about him without seeing him murdering her grandmother. Vikirnoff frowned. I do not think the dark mage. This one feels vampire yet not. I cannot tell yet what we are dealing with. I'll have to go inside to push the parasites out. Parasites? Are you telling me I have freaking parasites in my leg? Get them out of me now. Right now. Hurry, Vic, or I'm going to lose my freaking mind. Natalya shuddered, her skin suddenly feeling as if bugs were crawling all over her. I am uncertain just what freakin' is, but it cannot be good. He thought it best not to mention the Vic. She really was distressed, her lower lip trembling and giving his heart a small shake-up. No, it isn't good, and my butt is going numb with cold sitting on this block of ice. Oh Lord. She was complaining. Whining. Sitting there like a sissy when he was covered in blood and had his throat nearly torn out. The tigress had deserted her, leaving her vulnerable and shaky. She covered her face with her hands, too humiliated to face him. Just please, please get them out of me. He murmured something soft to her in his ancient language. It sounded tender and gentle and made her want to cry. She sat very still watching as he separated himself from his body, his spirit moving through her with warmth and a far too intimate touch. He did his so easily, not at all like her clumsy attempts. There was no fighting for focus or concentration, just a brief closing of his eyes, and she knew his body was an empty shell. She felt his presence the moment he was in her, touching her mind with reassurance and much more. He made certain not one shadow of the master vampire lingered behind, hidden and waiting to spring from the corners of her mind. He added more safeguards to keep her shield strong before moving through her to her leg. She felt his quiet confidence and she leaned heavily on it. Too many things had gone wrong and Natalya was no longer certain she could handle alone the task given to her. Just the revelations about her grandparents were enough to shake her to the very core of her existence. She tried to stay still, to appear as confident as Vikirnoff when she was really very distressed. Vikirnoff studied the tiny microorganisms clinging in clusters to the original puncture wound. They wiggled like little worms, and around the wound, the area appeared inflamed and swollen. He had seen such things before. His brother's life mate, Destiny, had been infected with such microorganisms. The imprint of the hand itself was branded deep into Natalya's skin, and blisters formed in small clusters around the bony-looking fingers. The parasites tried to hide or run from the white light of his healing spirit, but he was relentless, ridding her body of every single one, taking more time than they comfortably had to ensure her bloodstream and her every cell were free of the microorganisms. Only when he was certain he had eradicated every one of the intruders did he turn his attention to the original wound. What kind of mark had been branded into her flesh and bone? He had thought he had healed the injuries earlier, but the puncture wounds had reopened deep in her ankle. He was not a master healer, but he should have been able to repair her body. She should have had extraordinary shields to keep out the vampire and, to some extent, him, but her mind was vulnerable. It didn't make sense. He was missing something important, and it could cost them both their lives. Again, he repaired her ankle, paying particular attention to the tissue around the wound, inspecting it carefully to make certain he had closed and sealed the wound properly after removing all infection. The brand seemed to be an entrance for more microorganisms, but he couldn't figure out how. This was very complex and alarms shrieked at him. Maxim or one of his brothers might have the brains to figure something like this out, but he doubted they'd have the patience. This took experimentation, time, endless time. Someone had worked in a laboratory and combined old magic with modern science. Healing the brand on her skin required more time and energy than exterminating the parasites. The blisters and burn marks disappeared easily, but the brand itself was stubborn, refusing to give way before the white light. In the end, Vikirnoff managed to erase a small part of the palm only. He pulled back into his own body, swaying with weariness, worry on his face. Natalya studied his expression and looked down at her leg. It's still there, isn't it? What exactly is it? The original puncture wound is the host, I think. The brand allowed entrance for tiny parasites, very small, microorganisms. They are difficult to detect and there's something strange about them. Someone developed them, cultivated them in a lab, and mutated them using some sort of chemical. Natalya stiffened. Chemical? A chemical was attached to the parasite? As in a potentially explosive chemical. She rubbed her temples and shook her head. What is it, Natalya? The gentleness in his voice warmed her. He looked so tired, lines etched into his face, his skin pale. She brushed his jaw with her fingertips. One of my memories that doesn't quite connect. I thought of that in an experiment once, but I can't remember what I was doing. And you're getting a headache. She smiled at him. One more ache among many. Thank you. I know it wasn't easy trying to get those things out of me. We will remove any that linger as soon as we can, Natalya. And we will find a way to get your memory back if at all possible. This practice of marking with parasites is something fairly recent the vampires seem to be using to identify one another. His fist bunched in her hair, fingers rubbing silken strands. For a brief moment he rested his brow against hers. We will make it out of here. You know that, right? Natalya stayed close to him, skin to skin, her hand on his face, his in her hair. They were both exhausted and hurting, physically and emotionally. I'm glad you're with me, Vikirnoff. His smile was slow in coming, but it reached his eyes. It has been a fun adventure, has it not? Oh, you're funny. Now you think you're a comedian. Adventure my butt. Let's get out of this place. Natalya stood up and looked around her. The stairs seemed endless, giving off a strange translucent glow that only made the effect creepier. Do you think we're going to run into something worse? Worse than the vampires or the shadow warriors? She shook her head. Worse than whatever is tracking me beneath the ground. Their gazes locked. Vikirnoff had such compassion in his eyes. Natalya looked away, afraid she would cry. The idea of parasites clinging to her body, or even just the hand branded on her skin, sickened her. We will get rid of it, Enyam. The way he said the endearment turned her heart over. What does that mean exactly? She tried to interject suspicion into her voice, as if he was still calling her slip of a girl or something equally obnoxious, but she recognized the word Einak as forever. More than that, it was the way he said it, the look in his eyes. Forever mine. His fingers curled around hers. Which you are. She gave an inelegant snort of what she hoped would sound like derision. She felt a little foolish walking down the stairs holding his hand, but it was comforting. How was he able to get into my head, Vikirnoff? Maxim? He was able to crawl inside of me. She shuddered, and he felt the revulsion rippling through her mind as well. I am not certain, he replied carefully. But you have an idea. Shields are safeguards. Blocks. We weave them automatically, and we expect that no one will come into our minds and tear them down. A muted sound distracted him, divided his attention. It was hushed, stealthy, as if someone or something was nearby. Even with his extraordinary night vision, he couldn't see beyond the ice pack of the walls bulging around them and overhead. The staircase wound downward, but now was leveling off and curving toward the south. Natalya chewed at her lower lip, frowning, concentrating on what he was not saying. Why would my safeguards be destroyed? I do not know. How did the shadow warrior get into the room at the inn? He sent his senses seeking around them for any hint of danger. Something was definitely moving in the darkness off to their left. The wall of ice was thick between them, but the unknown stalker kept pace with them. "We are not alone. Keep talking, but do not say anything of importance." Natalya let go of his hand and dropped back 2 stairs to give both of them room if they should have to fight. The feel of her knife was familiar and even comforting as she laid the blade up along her wrist to conceal it. "It's cold down here. You aren't even shivering." She allowed the tigress to rise toward the surface just enough for her to utilize the superior senses of the cat. At once she scented something peculiar. "It smells like something wild. Not a vampire, but not human. Not Carpathian. I don't recognize the scent, yet I do." She uttered a small shriek of frustration in her head. "I detest having my memories so fragmented." "I can regulate my body temperature," Vikirnoff responded aloud. "You can too. Does it smell the same as the creature that caught your ankle and tried to drag you beneath the ground?" At once he heard her heart begin to accelerate wildly, but she was game enough, snorting derisively. "If I could regulate my temperature, Vic," she smirked at him when he threw her a warning glance over his shoulder. "I'd be doing it. Keep an eye on the walls." He gave her the warning as he searched the wide expanse of ice. "Not the walls." She stared at the steps below her feet frantically. "He's below us now. Vikirnoff, we have to get off the steps." "No, he's pacing along beside us." "I'm telling you, he's below us." Vikirnoff simply turned and dragged her into his arms, taking to the air to get her feet off the stairs. He was certain he was right. The creature was not below them, but instead was stalking alongside them, obviously aware of some break in the wall they had no knowledge of. He moved fast, using preternatural speed, racing through the twisting, narrow hall, staying as far from the left wall as possible. Even using his supernatural speed, the creature kept pace with them, and then suddenly it was ahead. "He is moving into position to strike. My ankles are burning." "Which side?" She gripped the knife. "Left." Natalya shifted closer to Vikirnoff's left shoulder, knowing her knee was digging into the wound on his chest and her elbow had to be hitting his neck. He didn't wince, but she felt his pain. Not in her mind, but in her body. "I'm sorry." Vikirnoff heard the soft whisper in his mind, felt her lips brush his temple. His gut clenched, a curious role that was unfamiliar to him. She was combat ready. A part of him admired her, thought her extraordinary, and another part of him was outraged that he was allowing her to be in harm's way. She growled a warning. He had no idea whether it was meant for him or for the creature stalking them, but the knife flashed as the opening yawned to their left, and the narrow cavern erupted with a wild howl of pain and rage. Blood splattered across Vikirnoff's face and Natalya's arm. It burned like acid. Natalya swore in his ear. "I can't make it out. Did you see it?" He glanced behind them, momentarily slowing down. Natalya gasped and jerked on his hair. "Don't you dare. I mean it. We're getting the hell out of Dodge this time. I'm not tackling that thing when you're hurt, and shadow warriors could be on us at any moment. Kick it up a gear, Speed Racer, and get us out of here." He knew he was too badly injured to fight anything with the kind of speed and strength the creature displayed, but he wanted to get a look at it. "We are not in Dodge, nor am I Speed Racer. Is your Troll King a vampire?" Natalya had excellent night vision as well as olfactory senses. Even the tiny hairs on her body acted like radar, much like a cat's whiskers, yet she couldn't identify the creature through scent or sight. She had tried to look at it, but her impression was of something tall and very muscular. Like a very blurry Godzilla. And it smells familiar yet not. "I can't explain it. It's very frustrating." And she was getting dizzy as they hurtled around narrow corners, just barely missing crashing into the walls. "He stopped following us and is throwing a bit of a tantrum, digging in the ice. I think I scored a really good hit on him. There was a lot of blood." Vikirnoff had no idea what or who Godzilla was, but it didn't matter. She couldn't identify the creature as vampire, and it was going to come after her again and again until he destroyed the threat to her. He wasn't at all certain the creature was that injured. It was very possible he was trying to bring tons of ice down on top of them. They needed to get out of the cavern immediately. The hall encasing the stairs widened and Vikirnoff increased his speed, moving so fast he nearly missed the small tunnel that seemed to lead upward. Wait. Natalya tugged at his hair again. That's it. The hidden entrance. I know it is. I feel it. You're certain? He was already backtracking, feeling her certainty. She had mage blood in her, and it had to be directing her. Vikirnoff allowed her feet to touch the ice floor. At once she looked down, her eyes searching the floor around her. I no longer feel his presence. Do you? Vikirnoff didn't believe she had felt his presence. Whatever was beneath them coming down the stairs had been no more than an illusion, and one she shouldn't have fallen for. Natalya shook her head. The entrance is here, Vikirnoff, we just have to find it. What happened to Vic? She glanced up at his droll tone, a small grin hovering around her mouth. I wouldn't want you to think it was endearing or anything like that. I doubt there is reason to fear. He stood directly behind her, his body shielding hers, his hands reaching around her, caging her in, as he pointed out faint marks in the ice. What are those? Ancient symbols. Can you read them? It had been long since he had seen such things, and his memory wasn't to be trusted unless it was necessary. Of course. She moved her hands with confidence, touching various symbols to arrange a pattern. He loves patterns. Vikirnoff dropped his hands on her shoulders. Who loves patterns? Natalya tilted her head back to look at him with a frown. What? You said he loves patterns. Who loves patterns, Natalya? She rubbed her pounding temples. I don't know. I detest not being able to remember things. I hate it, Vikirnoff. His fingers massaged the nape of her neck, easing the tension out of her. Do not worry about it now, think only of opening the entrance for us. We will work it all out. 10. Natalya hurried through the progression of symbols to open the exit. She wanted out of the cave more than anything else. Keeping her back to Vikirnoff, she glanced over her shoulder at him, then looked quickly back at what she was doing. I should never have considered the idea of removing your memories. Whether I could have or not is irrelevant. It's offensive. It's not right. The idea that someone tampered with my brain, deliberately removed my childhood, and who knows what else, is so disturbing I can't even tell you. I have flashes of things I can't remember, and it's maddening. The door creaked open and light spilled in, nearly blinding both of them. Natalya covered her eyes with her hands. Is it morning already? No, but it is close to dawn and we have been underground for hours. Give your eyes a moment to adjust. His arm curved around her shoulders and for a moment, she rested against his body. How are we going to get this thing completely off of my leg? She ran her fingers over his arm, breathing in fresh air. In a day or two, I will be at full strength. If I still cannot remove it, we will take you to a strong healer. In the meantime, you must be very careful. His fingers continued working at the nape of her neck, a small massage to ease the tension out of her. It felt amazing, a gift she couldn't remember having before. It was such a small thing, but she'd been alone for so long without someone to comfort her, to talk with her, laugh, or argue. She acknowledged the longing with wariness. She and Vikirnoff had shared too much too fast, and Natalya didn't trust it, him or herself. Emotionally, she was battered and bruised with reliving the past and witnessing the murders of her father, mother, and grandmother. She was too vulnerable, and she wasn't about to give herself away on those terms. She needed distance from Vikirnoff to regain her perspective and strength. Natalya forced her spine to stiffen and stepped out into the pre-dawn open air. They were on the mountain, but nowhere near the peak and certainly nowhere near the entrance they'd used. The breeze ruffled her hair and touched her face as she drew the fresh air into her lungs. Mist hung heavy above them, but at the lower elevation, the air was free of any preternatural warnings. She glanced over her shoulder to Vikirnoff and her breath caught in her throat. Out in the open, she could see the damage done by the vampires, the scores of cuts and claw marks, the streaks of acid burns, and the terrible chunk out of his neck that had been cauterized and was black with burned blood and flesh. His chest wound stained his shirt red and his skin was unbelievably pale. You look awful. Let's get back to the inn before the sun rises, he answered. Can you get us back there? The tiger could carry you, but we're a long way from home. Dawn would be breaking within minutes. Both of them were already exhausted and needed shelter as soon as possible. I can get us to the inn. Come here. Natalya had put distance between them, pacing restlessly, her mind turning over and over, trying to remember the shadowy figure that was so elusive. The one that liked patterns and who must have tampered with her brain so she couldn't remember most of her childhood. Xavier. A thought came unbidden. Had the dark mage disguised himself as a hunter and murdered her brother? Again her gaze flicked to Vikirnoff. She had walked in his mind, saw the darkness crouching close, the bleak endless years of serving his people, saw, too, his joy in finding her. His puzzlement in who and what she was. Nothing like he thought. That hurt. Really hurt. And she didn't like that she'd allowed him into her mind and soul enough to hurt her. Vikirnoff gathered her unresisting body into his arms and took to the air. He wanted to get them away from the mountain, away from the unknown creature that was using the mark on her ankle to track them. What is it? You are suddenly quiet, and that is very unlike you. She was so close to him, so close to his body. He was shielding them from eyes, not aggravating his injuries further by taking a different form. Heat poured off his body and into hers. His chest was hard and his thighs gripped her tightly. She became aware of her own body softening and fitting even closer to his. Desire shot through her, unexpected and piercing and totally out of place. She was being drawn, in spite of herself, into his world, and she was terribly confused. He whispered something in his language, something low and sexy, breathing it against her throat. She was vulnerable to his voice, to his accent, to the feel of his mouth moving against her skin. What is it? Tell me? Natalya shifted just a little to circle his neck with her arms, to weave her fingers into his hair while she told him the truth. I looked into your mind, Vikirnoff. All this life mate stuff you keep preaching is a bunch of crap. Part of her, some treacherous, lonely, feminine part of her desperately wanted it to be true. You want June Cleaver. Or Donna Reed. That's who you want. Some little yes woman with her apron on cooking you meals and saying, yes, dear. Instead you're stuck with she pulled her head back to look into his eyes. She knew she was showing him she was hurt. It didn't matter right then. She needed to belong somewhere. If only for a moment. He wanted a life mate, but he didn't want her. She kept her gaze locked with his. You're stuck with Xena, warrior woman, who you don't want, can't conceive of, and don't understand. She felt his confusion. Puzzlement. His eyes changed color, deepened, darkened with such intense emotion he robbed her of breath. I do not know these women, Natalya. I do not hear jealousy as much as hurt, and it is unacceptable to me that I would cause you sorrow. I do not desire them, nor would I ever. I prefer not to eat food, so I do not expect nor want cooked meals. And I have no other life mate, only you. I have never met this Xena you speak of. Part of her wanted to laugh, and the other half wanted to cry. I'm Xena warrior woman, you dope. You don't know anything, do you? She rested her forehead against his. This life mate thing wasn't your choice any more than it was mine. You didn't want me. I want to be wanted for who I am. There was such sadness in her voice, in her mind. It echoed through Vikirnoff's heart. How can you think I do not want you? You are a miracle to me. Natalya turned her head away. She'd been in his mind and she knew his thoughts. He wanted a submissive woman who would hang on his every word, not someone with a smart mouth and an attitude. For one moment she thought about trying to change, living to be what he wanted, but she could never mold her personality or drive the tigress out of her. She was passionate and fiery and entirely too impulsive. She didn't wait for someone to lead her. She took her own path, and she couldn't imagine being any different. She watched the ground below them, inexplicably sad, the vivid shades of green, the riot of colors from the meadows of flowers and the stacks of hay dotting the rolling hills, all blurring together until she blinked away the tears swimming in her eyes. There were people down there, people with lives far shorter than her life, but so happy. People with families and children and someone to talk to. She had Vikirnoff. She knew he wasn't going to leave her. He believed he was tied to her for eternity, but he didn't want Natalya Shovari, with the blood of the dark mage running in her veins and a tigress crouching deep within her soul. He didn't want the woman who fought vampires and watched really bad movies on late-night television. Vikirnoff pressed his body tightly against hers so that she could feel what she did to him, the tight, painful ache that never seemed to entirely disappear, not even in the midst of danger. How could she think he didn't want her? There was no other woman for him. There could be no other woman. I have much to learn about women, Natalya, it is true, but do not doubt that I want you. His hands shifted on her body, a subtle difference, but she felt it all the way to her toes. She wanted to smack him one. It just welled up, a tight hot ball of temper that raced through her bloodstream and came spilling out in a low warning growl that vibrated through both of them. There was a small silence. His body rippled, muscles flexing, and his knee pushed between her legs, forcing her into contact with his hard, thick erection. Did you just warn me off? If there was a suspicion of laughter in his voice, she couldn't catch it, but she felt it, as if the idea was amusing to him. His tone was pitched so low she shivered. It had gone from soft to black velvet, dark and mesmerizing, and oh so confident. He knew she was drawn to him, that her body ached for his. He was in her mind, and he could glimpse her fantasies. As much as she tried to keep sexual thoughts out of her head, they persisted, crowding in when she least expected it, and the tigress in her reacted, rising with heat and need and hunger. Yes, I did. There was a challenge in her voice. What could he do, after all? She was safe, and she knew it. Because you think you are safe. She tilted her chin. I know that I am. She let her gaze move insolently over his body. You aren't exactly in shape to win wars. Was she challenging him? Deliberately provoking him? She wanted to feel his mouth crushing hers again, his hands on her body. She wanted to belong, just once, to lose herself in another person when her whole world had come crashing down. You should never underestimate your life mate. Her feet touched the balcony just outside of her room at the inn, but he didn't release her. His arms held her close and his knee was still wedged between her thighs. Natalya found herself caged between his body and the wall. His eyes glittered dangerously, and she recognized the predator. She felt the rash of heat spreading fast, the quickening of her pulse in answer to his sudden aggression. He'd been so gentle with her, she'd almost forgotten how dangerous he could be. He had the same animal instincts, the same possessive nature, the drive to be dominant. Her heart pounded and her body pulsed with sudden hunger. He could drive away every demon she had, replace it with pleasure. There was no give in Vikirnoff, and by challenging him, she brought out his every predatory instinct. She wanted to be mindless, to forget everything, only to feel. Vikirnoff framed her face with his hands, the pads of his thumbs sliding over her soft skin. He studied her upturned face, the tears so close, the weariness. A small sigh escaped and his features softened. You have gone through trauma witnessing the events of the past. In effect, you lived those events. There is sorrow and rage in you, and your emotions are all mixed together, so you cannot separate one from the other. I will accept your challenge another day, when you are not so confused, and I know that any decision made is real and not because you are vulnerable. I took away your choice when I bound us together. I will not do so twice. Natalya stared up at him, shocked that she was so close to tears. She had never felt so raw in her life. He pulled her into his arms, enfolded her against him, his palms at the back of her head, this time without even a small hint of aggression. There was comfort in his strength as he stroked caresses down her hair. I am sorry about your parents, Natalya. It is a terrible thing to have family betray us. There were times I thought hunters needed the loss of emotion in order to hunt friends and family, who became the undead. Vikirnoff hadn't needed to share the deaths of her parents with her, but he had chosen to do so. He had stayed in her mind through it all, reliving those dark moments with her, sharing the emotional outrage and grief right along with her. He had fought beside her, healed her, teased her, and shared his mind when she needed an anchor. Now, grievously wounded, his eyes and skin burning in the morning light, he still offered her comfort. She pressed her lips to his chest and straightened her spine. We need to get inside where you can lie down. She felt his hesitation, and a dark dread began to take hold of her. She looked up at him. What is it, Vikirnoff? My injuries are very severe, Natalya. You still have to access the scenes from the past and complete your task, whatever that task may be. The prince and falcon are both wounded. I need to be at full strength with a master vampire in the area. I have no choice but to go to ground this rising to heal. His voice was grim. There was a small silence. Her fingers curled tighter in his hair. She couldn't breathe, couldn't find enough air to drag into her lungs. The thought of being separated from him was terrifying. Her emotions swirled up, violent and chaotic and totally without sense, so unexpected she couldn't hide it from him. Why can't you stay here? I can watch over you while you sleep. You know I will. Was that really Natalya Shovari? Pleading with a man to stay with her? Not just any man, but a hunter who had bound her to him by reciting an ancient spell? It didn't bear thinking about. A part of her wanted to take back the plea, to say something flip and make them both laugh, but the dread was too close and too overwhelming. He was going to leave her, and she was going to be alone again. Only Mother Earth can heal these wounds, Natalya, he said, regret in his voice. Well, let's not forget good old Mother Earth also gives the Troll King a nice little hideaway. What if he decides to come burrowing up under the ground to your resting place, and I'm not there to save your butt again? Her nails dug into his arm. She was pathetic, trying to hold him to her. I do not want to leave you, Inak Enyam, but you cannot yet come with me and sleep our rejuvenating sleep. How can I be forever yours if the Troll King is going to drag you into his lair while you're sleeping? She would not beg him to stay. She wouldn't. I'll go with you and just sit on top of your resting place. Vikirnoff shook his head. You cannot, and you know it. I do not want to leave you to face the separation of life mates, but I have no other choice. One hand slid to the nape of her neck, his thumb brushing over her chin in a small caress as he bent his head even closer. I am capable of looking out for myself, Natalya reminded him, squaring her shoulders. His mouth was so close to hers. A temptation. She knew he wanted her. That his body was full and aching. It was in every beat of his heart. It was in the hardness of his muscles and fullness of his groin. Most of all, in his eyes, diamond hard, glittering with such intensity as he stared down into her face. The erotic images she'd glimpsed in his mind took her breath away. He was no shy lover, but everything the tigress in her craved, needed, dreamt of, and fantasized about. It wouldn't be difficult to change his mind, to keep him with her. The thought was there, unbidden, but strong in her mind. She didn't want him to leave her. Vikirnoff lowered his head to kiss her. A small taste to get him through the separation, a mere brush of his lips against hers, but his will melted away as unexpected fire raged in his veins and his heavy erection pressed painfully against the material of his jeans. He heard a strange roaring in his head, and every injury his body had suffered, every pinpoint of pain came together at the point of his groin. He needed. He hungered. He couldn't think anymore, only feel, pleasure and pain mixed together until he couldn't tell them apart. Until he knew this woman in his arms had to belong to him, did belong to him in spite of her denials. Not anyone else, only Natalya. His mouth crushed hers, rough and demanding, teeth tugging on her lower lip, tongue sliding on the seam to thrust deep with his own claim. She realized he didn't want the separation any more than she did. He was more than willing to succumb to seduction. Wounded, in pain, it didn't matter. He would give everything up to claim her body, to be a part of her. Hunger seemed insatiable, hers, his. She couldn't even tell the difference, only that her fingers fisted in his hair and her head tilted back to give him a better angle while her mouth fed at his. He dragged her closer and her arm knocked against his neck. He tensed, his body shuddering, breaking out immediately in a blood-beaded sweat. Natalya pushed away from him, shrinking back against the wall, pressing the back of her hand to her swollen lips. This is crazy. You're making me crazy. Go away right now. The sun is climbing, your eyes are burning. The next thing I know your skin will burst into flames. A reluctant smile tugged at Vikirnoff's mouth. It felt like flames were already dancing over his skin, but she was right. He was weak, needed blood and healing soil. It was only the fact that he was an ancient, well experienced with grave injuries that allowed him to stay on his feet. His strength couldn't last forever, and she would have need of him in coming battles. Go, Vikirnoff, I mean it. I will see you safe first. Remove the safeguards and enter your room. She couldn't think straight, her blood so hot and her body tight and uncomfortable, begging for release. She took a breath and forced her scattered mind to work again. If she concentrated on the safeguards and not on the fact that he was going away, she would be all right again. The room was just as they'd left it. She flung her pack into a corner and sat down in the small chair just in front of the television set. She'd paid extra for the television set, and it was covered with the same colorful tapestries as the walls and bed, so much so that she could barely see the screen. I'll be fine. You can see no one is in here or has been here. It will not be easy. Being separated from a life mate is extremely difficult. I, of course, have not experienced it, but am told grief is overwhelming because our minds need to touch. I will be asleep and you will not have access to me. Don't flatter yourself, Vic. She crossed her arms over her churning stomach and managed to smile. I've been without you for a century or two. I think I can manage. The doubt will creep in, Natalya. You will think I am dead. Emotionally, you have already been through a storm. It will be difficult not to give into wild grief. Her eyebrow shot up. Grief? Not just grief, but wild grief? I think I'll manage just fine. The sun is climbing and you're wasting time. Just go now before, her voice trailed off. She wanted him to go. Do not try to access the past by touching the ceremonial knife, Natalya, Vikirnoff cautioned. I do have a perfectly good mind, and I've been able to use it all this time by my little old self, she answered. You're stalling. Give me your word. She was beginning to feel desperate. I give you my word, but you tell me the first line again. His eyebrow shot up. The first line. Of the binding spell. I want you to say it again in your language. Her chin shot up. You aren't the only linguist. I can speak several languages and I'm very good at figuring things out. So you are still determined to undo what I wrought? Yes. She didn't know how true that was anymore, but damn him to hell. He was leaving her, and she was already acting out of character, a whiny baby ready to cry for him. She'd tried to seduce him into staying, and she'd pleaded with him. She had no shame, and that just wasn't okay with her. His eyes went diamond hard again. Te avio palaferdialum. That one isn't so difficult. When languages regress, words are often dropped. There would be no R. Literally it would be, you wedded wife my dot. She looked at him triumphantly. You literally married me, bonded with me, tied us together in the way of your people. That is so. I'm ready for the next line, unless you're afraid I can undo it, she challenged. He suddenly leaned forward, one hand on either side of her head, effectively caging her in. It would not matter to me. You are my life mate, Einak Enyam, forever mine, and that is all there is to it. I do not give up what is mine. If trying to find a way to undo the ritual words occupies your mind and allows you to get through the hours of these next few risings without me, please feel free to work to your heart's content. He kissed her. Hard. Deep. A fierce claim meant to shake her up, to brand her his, and it did. Natalya couldn't stop her response, opening her mouth to him, feeding on him, devouring him with the same edgy hunger. Vikirnoff broke the kiss and lifted his head, his gaze holding hers captive. You're mine. Your body doesn't lie, Natalya. Oh, go away. She pushed at him. I belong to myself. I don't care what you say, her voice trailed off as her gaze lifted to his. Next few risings? What does that mean? You won't come back tonight. Fear was the first emotion, followed closely by anger. She shoved at him again. You did this thing to me. You made me dependent on you, but I refuse, absolutely refuse, to waste one moment of my time grieving when you're walking out on me. You shouldn't have tied us together if you were going to do this. Get the hell out of here, Vikirnoff, and don't you worry. I'm not going to look back. Not at all. Was she prodding him again? Challenging him? She couldn't think straight with her mind in such chaos. I can take you with me, Natalya. We have exchanged blood on 2 occasions. It would be my pleasure to do so again. There was seduction in his voice. A threat. A warning. She studied his face. He was riding the edge of his control. There was too much feeling, too many emotions crowding in, and they were feeding each other, back and forth. Natalya took a deep breath and drew back from the edge of the precipice she had nearly rushed over. I'm sorry, Vikirnoff. I'm very shaken. Thank you for all you've done for me. I'm not acting like it, but I really appreciate it. He pressed his lips to her forehead. Entelum kulua, avio palaferdialum, he whispered. Good luck, Kislani, he added deliberately with a small grin. She feigned outrage. I know you didn't just call me a little girl. There was a lump in her throat, but she forced her gaze to meet his. She could watch him go and never look back if she had to. She was no little girl, but a grown woman with a mind and heart and will of her own. Go ahead and mock me. You won't be smirking when I find the spell to unbind us. We've your strongest safeguards, Natalya. No matter what, I will come back. I want you to remember that. I will come back to you. He straightened and she caught the slight wince. There was fresh blood leaking onto his shirt. Ashamed that she was holding him there, Natalya waved him away. Go. I'm going to sleep for 2 days. That should give you plenty of time to heal, Superman. It sounded impossible, but small cuts on her own body could heal nearly instantly, and Vikirnoff was full Carpathian. Vikirnoff pulled open the balcony door. The early morning sun was climbing fast. Light spilled over him and into the room. Do not forget the safeguards, Natalya. I won't. He took a step into the burning sun, hesitated and turned back. He hated leaving her. It hurt. A bone-wrenching, gut-churning pain that persisted in spite of the fact that he knew he would find a way to make her safe. She wasn't the only one to deal with separation. He had been alone too many centuries, and the idea of being apart from her, unable to protect her or hold her when she was so upset, bothered him more than he cared to admit. She had crawled under his skin and was entwined around his heart in spite of the fact that she was bold and flip and knew little of respect. He still didn't know if he approved of her. She didn't act anything like the woman he had envisioned for himself, or at all for that matter. When he thought about women, they were all gentle and peaceful and sweet. He turned back to her. She looked small and vulnerable, nothing like the little tigress out on the battlefield. Her knees were drawn up, and she rested her chin on them, arms drawn tightly around her legs. She looked utterly alone. His heart stuttered. Swearing, he turned back to her, closing the doors firmly. We are going to need the heavy tapestry. What are you doing? She kept her gaze fixed on his face. She could look at his face forever. There were lines that shouldn't have been there, but it was a strong face, beautifully male, sculpted with clean, firm edges. Her heart was doing crazy little somersaults at his words. Staying. I am staying. Natalya took a deep breath, let it out and crossed the distance between them, taking his hand. No, you're not. It's enough that you want to stay for me. Not for you, Natalya, he said. For me. Where will you be? Tell me where. Show me where, and I won't worry. His palm cupped the back of her head, brought her to him for a long, searing kiss. Her mouth scorched his, every bit as hungry, her body melting into his, fitting to his form, so that he slid his hands down her back to her bottom and lifted, pressing her pulsing core tight against his heavy erection. He felt desperate, not wanting to let her go. They were both too raw with the emotions they'd relived through the past, with the newness of feeling emotion. He didn't just want to bury his body deep inside hers and stay there. He wanted to hold her forever. Just stay merged. Inhale her, share her skin as well as her body. It was a fierce, intense desire that shook him to the core of his being. She loved his mouth, his taste, his smell, everything about him, especially the way he kissed her, as if he could devour her and it still wouldn't be enough. She could have kissed him forever, but the sun was climbing and he was feeling it. In a short time it would be too late, they would have no choices left to them. Maybe that was what he was banking on, but Natalya wasn't willing to allow him to sacrifice his strength and energy. She pulled away from him. Go. Show me where you plan to rest and go. It's best for both of us, and you know it is. I'll double my safeguards and wait for you. She knew it was necessary to reassure him, and she looked him in the eye, opened her mind to him so he could see she meant it. He showed the cave with mineral-rich soil that he remembered from his childhood. It had been a favorite place, although quite remote. Sharing the coordinates was easy enough with their mind merge. He caught her face in his hands, leaned his head onto hers. Do not let anything happen to you. You just look out for yourself and remember the Troll King. He's freaky. I'll be really, really mad at you if you get one more scratch on you. She stroked his cheek. Her hand was trembling, so she put it behind her back. Please go, Vikirnoff. For me, take off now. Because if he didn't, she was going to cry and then he'd stay and she'd feel guilty and angry with herself. Please. For me. Vikirnoff turned abruptly and launched himself into the air, shifting into the form of a bird, uncaring that it ripped his wounds and droplets of blood dripped from the sky. Mikhail. I have need of you. He sent the call. Imperative. Demanding. I am here. I go to ground to heal. I felt the wounds. I will send aid to your life mate. The brother and sister of Trajan's life mate are here. I will send them, and they will make certain she survives the separation. Let her know to expect them. Vikirnoff sent Natalya the information. Immediately he received the impression of a snarl. I do not need a babysitter. Nevertheless, Vikirnoff broke the connection between them, unwilling to argue with her. It served no purpose when he intended to send her help regardless of her posturing. He didn't want her to be alone. Natalya had the mistaken idea that the ritual words were a binding spell. Both Carpathians and the wizards, those schooled in the power of the elements, were used to using what others deemed magic, but the ritual binding words were so much more elemental. Imprinted on a male Carpathian before birth, the binding ritual ensured the continuation of their species. He found himself smiling, deep within the form of the bird. If it helped her get through their hours of separation to work on undoing the binding between them, then he would put aside his hurt feelings and be happy there was something to aid her. Mikhail, there are many vampires in this area. I believe they seek to destroy you. You must be very careful. We have been under siege for some time. Mikhail answered. Trajan was attacked by a master vampire. He did not recognize him, but it was without doubt an ancient and well-versed in all the powers. Trajan had no choice but to leave us. The vampire drank his blood and connected them. Trajan feared he could be used to spy against his own people. He is gone with his life mate to meet the rest of her family. Who is left to protect you? Vikirnoff stifled the alarm shooting through him. Maxim had seemed utterly confident in his ability to destroy the prince of the Carpathians. He had said Mikhail was without protection. Where was everyone? Their people were few and scattered over a wide range, but surely the prince was well guarded. Falcon lives close and Manolito has returned from South America. You are here as well. In any case, I am capable of protecting myself. Vikirnoff was silent, mulling it over as he winged his way toward the old cave. I think there is a well-orchestrated plot against you. How is it all of the hunters are gone? My brother and Grigori have been in the States. Byron is in Italy, and I believe Teen and Eric are traveling with their life mates. Grigori and Jacques are on their way back, but they travel slowly as Shay is pregnant. Gabriel is not too far. Should there be need, they will come with all speed. Vikirnoff didn't like it. There was need. Great need right now. Forgive me, but perhaps you are being too complacent. I was in the States with Raphael, and we encountered Maxim's brother. It took both of us to kill him, and Raphael nearly died doing so. They have grown powerful, Mikhail, and they are developing strange weapons against us. The vampires are banding together, and they mean to assassinate you. Maxim told me it was their goal. If they have sufficient ranks here, we may be in trouble. You said Falcon was wounded. You are wounded, as am I. We do not know the full extent of the army they have in place against us. You are used to battling fledgling vampires and those of lesser skills. You have never faced an ancient of great power. With some of our most experienced hunters such as Trajan or Falcon injured, perhaps we need to reassess what is going on. Vikirnoff was never much of a talker. He preferred action, and it hadn't been his intention to get into a confrontation with his prince before actually meeting him, but twice now they had disagreed on a course of action. The prince was necessary to sustain their species. It was possible his daughter, Savannah, carried the necessary gene to ensure the survival of their entire species, but Vikirnoff wasn't willing to gamble with the prince's life to find out. Heavy vines and a pile of rocks covered the entrance to the cave he sought. The area looked as if it hadn't been disturbed for several hundred years. The opening was very slender, hidden behind mere cracks in the boulder. Vikirnoff and his brother, Nikolai, had discovered the entrance as children. Magma, deep below the surface, heated the narrow tunnel and the caverns and springs. The double chambers were rich in minerals, and the brothers had often carried the soil home to aid the healers. Thank you for this information, Vikirnoff. I will take it under consideration. Do not worry about your life mate. My friends will protect her. Vikirnoff didn't snort his derision. It would have been rude when talking to royalty, but in truth, no one was going to protect his life mate. If there was any protecting going on, Natalya would be the one doing it. He didn't care how distraught she might be over the separation. On that thought came pride. Respect. Natalya might not be the woman he'd dreamt of or fantasized about, but she was extraordinary and reliable. Utterly, absolutely reliable. Deep within a chamber, he opened the healing earth. His body was tired and he desperately needed to feed, but he had waited too long and the sun had climbed too high. Floating down into the warmth of the rich soil, he allowed the soothing properties to wash over him. Are you all right? He reached for her because he had to touch her. To know that she was alive and well. Yes. What about you? You sound exhausted. Why haven't you gone to ground? I was having a discussion with the prince. There was a small silence. You were ordering him around, weren't you? Why would you think that? I just know you. Diplomacy and tact aren't exactly your strong suits. The dirt began to fill in around and over him as he laughed softly, the sound echoing through her mind.